Section 56 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25, Part 2. That night, Lieutenant Meech, with 40 New England Rangers, landed on the island of Orleans and found a body of armed inhabitants who tried to surround him. He beat them off and took possession of a neighbouring farmhouse, where he remained till daylight, then pursued the enemy and found that they had crossed to the north shore. The whole army now landed and were drawn up on the beach. As they were kept there for some time, Knox and several brother officers went to visit the neighbouring church of Saint Laurent, where they found a letter from the parish priest directed to the worthy officers of the British Army, praying that they would protect the sacred edifice and also his own adjoining home, and adding with somewhat needless civility that he wished they had come sooner, that they might have enjoyed the asparagus and radishes of his garden, now unhappily going to seed. The letter concluded with many compliments and good wishes, in which the Britons to whom they were addressed saw only the frothy politeness so peculiar to the French. The army marched westward and encamped. Wolfe, with his chief engineer, Major McKellar, and an escort of light infantry, advanced to the extreme point of the island. Here he could see, in part, the desperate nature of the task he had undertaken. Before him, 3 or 4 miles away, Quebec sat perched upon her rock, a congregation of stone houses, churches, palaces, convents, and hospitals. The green trees of the seminary garden and the spires of the cathedral, the Ursulines, the Recollets, and the Jesuits. Beyond rose the loftier height of Cape Diamond, edged with palisades and capped with redoubt and parapet. Batteries frowned everywhere. The Chateau Battery, the Clergy Battery, the Hospital Battery on the rock above, and the Royal, Dauphin's, and Queen's batteries on the strand, where the dwellings and warehouses of the lower town clustered beneath the cliff. Full in sight lay the far-extended camp of Montcalm, stretching from the St. Charles beneath the city walls to the chasm and cataract of the Montmorency. From the cataract to the river of Beauport, its front was covered by earthworks along the brink of abrupt and lofty heights, and from the river of Beauport to the St. Charles, by broad flats of mud swept by the fire of redoubts, entrenchments, a floating battery, and the city itself. Above the city, Cape Diamond hid the view, but could Wolfe have looked beyond it, he would have beheld a prospect still more disheartening. Here, mile after mile, the St. Lawrence was walled by a range of steeps, often inaccessible, and always so difficult that a few men at the top could hold an army in check, while at Cap Rouge, about 8 miles distant, the high plateau was cleft by the channel of a stream which formed a line of defence as strong as that of the Montmorency. Quebec was a natural fortress. Bougainville had long before examined the position and reported that by the help of entrenchments easily and quickly made, and defended by 3,000 or 4,000 men, I think the city would be safe. I do not believe that the English will make any attempt against it, but they may have the madness to do so, and it is well to be prepared against surprise. Not 4,000 men, but 4 times 4,000, now stood in its defence, and their chiefs wisely resolved not to throw away the advantages of their position. Nothing more was heard of Vaudreuil's bold plan of attacking the invaders at their landing, and Montcalm had declared that he would play the part not of Hannibal, but of Fabius. His plan was to avoid a general battle, run no risks, and protract the defence till the resources of the enemy were exhausted, or till approaching winter forced them to withdraw. Success was almost certain, but for one contingency. Amherst, with a force larger than that of Wolfe, was moving against Ticonderoga. If he should capture it and advance into the colony, Montcalm would be forced to weaken his army by sending strong detachments to oppose him. Here was Wolfe's best hope. This failing, his only chance was in audacity. The game was desperate, but intrepid gamester as he was in war, he was a man in the last resort to stake everything on the cast of the dice. The elements declared for France. On the afternoon of the day when Wolfe's army landed, a violent squall swept over the St. Lawrence, dashed the ships together, drove several ashore, and destroyed many of the flatboats from which the troops had just disembarked. "I never saw so much distress among shipping in my whole life," writes an officer to a friend in Boston. Fortunately, the storm subsided as quickly as it rose. Vaudreuil saw that the hoped-for deliverance had failed, and as the tempest had not destroyed the British fleet, he resolved to try the virtue of his fireships. "I am afraid," says Montcalm, "that they have cost us 1,000,000, and will be good for nothing after all." This remained to be seen. Vaudreuil gave the chief command of them to a naval officer named Delouche, and on the evening of the 28th, after long consultation and much debate among their respective captains, they set sail together at 10 o'clock. The night was moonless and dark. In less than an hour they were at the entrance of the North Channel. Delouche had been all enthusiasm, but as he neared the danger his nerves failed, and he set fire to his ship half an hour too soon, the rest following his example. There was an English outpost at the point of Orleans, and about 11 o'clock the sentries descried, through the gloom, the ghostly outlines of the approaching ships. As they gazed, these mysterious strangers began to dart tongues of flame. Fire ran like lightning up their masts and sails, and then they burst out like volcanoes. Filled as they were with pitch, tar, and every manner of combustible, mixed with fireworks, bombs, grenades, and old cannon, swivels, and muskets loaded to the throat, the effect was terrific. The troops at the point, amazed at the sudden eruption, the din of the explosions, and the shower of grape-shot that rattled among the trees, lost their wits and fled. The blazing dragons hissed and roared, spouted sheets of fire, vomited smoke in black pitchy volumes and vast illumined clouds, and shed their infernal glare on the distant city. The tents of Montcalm and the long red lines of the British army drawn up in array of battle, lest the French should cross from their encampments to attack them in the confusion. Knox calls the display the grandest fireworks that can possibly be conceived. Yet the fireships did no other harm than burning alive one of their own captains and 6 or 7 of his sailors who failed to escape in their boats. Some of them ran ashore before reaching the fleet. The others were seized by the intrepid English sailors, who, approaching in their boats, threw grappling irons upon them and towed them towards land, till they swung round and stranded. Here, after venting their fury for a while, they subsided into quiet conflagration, which lasted till morning. Vaudreuil watched the result of his experiment from the steeple of the church at Beauport, then returned dejected to Quebec. Wolfe longed to fight his enemy, but his sagacious enemy would not gratify him. From the heights of Beauport, the Rock of Quebec, or the summit of Cape Diamond, Montcalm could look down on the river and its shores as on a map, and watch each movement of the invaders. He was hopeful, perhaps confident, and for a month or more he wrote almost daily to Bourlamaque at Ticonderoga in a cheerful and often jocose vein, mingling orders and instructions with pleasantries and bits of news. Yet his vigilance was unceasing. "We pass every night in bivouac, or else sleep in our clothes. Perhaps you are doing as much, my dear Bourlamaque." Of the two commanders, Vaudreuil was the more sanguine, and professed full faith that all would go well. He too corresponded with Bourlamaque, to whom he gave his opinion, founded on the reports of deserters, that Wolfe had no chance of success unless Amherst should come to his aid. This he pronounced impossible, and he expressed a strong desire that the English would attack him, so that we may rid ourselves of them at once. He was courageous except in the immediate presence of danger, and failed only when the crisis came. Wolfe, held in check at every other point, had one movement in his power. He could seize the heights of Point Levis, opposite the city, and this, along with his occupation of the island of Orléans, would give him command of the basin of Quebec. Thence also he could fire on the place across the St. Lawrence, which is here less than a mile wide. The movement was begun on the afternoon of the 29th, when, shivering in a north wind and a sharp frost, a part of Monckton's brigade was ferried over to Beaumont on the south shore, and the rest followed in the morning. The Rangers had a brush with a party of Canadians whom they drove off, and the regulars then landed unopposed. Monckton ordered a proclamation, signed by Wolfe, to be posted on the door of the parish church. It called on the Canadians, in peremptory terms, to stand neutral in the contest, promised them, if they did so, full protection in property and religion, and threatened that if they presumed to resist the invaders, their houses, goods, and harvests should be destroyed, and their churches despoiled. As soon as the troops were out of sight, the inhabitants took down the placard and carried it to Vaudreuil. The brigade marched along the river road to Point Levis, drove off a body of French and Indians posted in the church, and took possession of the houses and the surrounding heights. In the morning they were entrenching themselves when they were greeted by a brisk fire from the edge of the woods. It came from a party of Indians, whom the Rangers presently put to flight, and, imitating their own ferocity, scalped 9 of them. Wolfe came over to the camp on the next day, went with an escort to the heights opposite Quebec, examined it with a spyglass, and chose a position from which to bombard it. Cannon and mortars were brought ashore, fascines and gabions made, entrenchments thrown up, and batteries planted. Knox came over from the main camp, and says that he had a most agreeable view of the city of Quebec. It is a very fair object for our artillery, particularly the lower town. But why did Wolfe wish to bombard it? Its fortifications were but little exposed to his fire, and to knock its houses, convents, and churches to pieces would bring him no nearer to his object. His guns at Point Levis could destroy the city, but could not capture it. Yet doubtless they would have good moral effect, discourage the French, and cheer his own soldiers with the flattering belief that they were achieving something. The guns of Quebec showered balls and bombs upon his workmen, but they still toiled on, and the French saw the fatal batteries fast growing to completion. The citizens, alarmed at the threatened destruction, begged the governor for leave to cross the river and dislodge their assailants. At length he consented. A party of 12 or 1500 was made up of armed burghers, Canadians from the camp, a few Indians, some pupils of the seminary, and about 100 volunteers from the regulars. Dumas, an experienced officer, took command of them, and going up to Sillery, they crossed the river on the night of the 12th of July. They had hardly climbed the heights of the south shore when they grew exceedingly nervous, though the enemy was still 3 miles off. The seminary scholars fired on some of their own party, whom they mistook for English, and the same mishap was repeated a second and a third time. A panic seized the whole body, and Dumas could not control them. They turned and made for their canoes, rolling over each other as they rushed down the heights, and reappeared at Quebec at 6 a.m, overwhelmed with despair and shame. The presentiment of the unhappy burghers proved too true. The English batteries fell to their work, and the families of the town fled to the country for safety. In a single day, 18 houses and the cathedral were burned by exploding shells, and fiercer the storm of fire and iron hailed upon Quebec. Wolfe did not rest content with distressing his enemy. With an ardor and a daring that no difficulties could cool, he sought means to strike an effective blow. It was nothing to lay Quebec in ruins if he could not defeat the army that protected it. To land from boats and attack Montcalm in front, through the mud of the Beauport Flats, or up the heights along the neighboring shore, was an enterprise too rash even for his temerity. It might, however, be possible to land below the cataract of Montmorency, cross that stream higher up, and strike the French army in flank or rear, and he had no sooner secured his positions at the point of Lévis and Orléans than he addressed himself to this attempt. On the 8th, several frigates and a bomb-ketch took their stations before the camp of the Chevalier de Lévis, who, with his division of Canadian militia, occupied the heights along the St. Lawrence just above the cataract. Here they shelled and cannonaded him all day, though from his elevated position with very little effect. Towards evening the troops on the point of Orléans broke up their camp. Major Hardy, with a detachment of Marines, was left to hold that post, while the rest embarked at night in the boats of the fleet. They were the brigades of Townsend and Murray, consisting of 5 battalions, with a body of grenadiers, light infantry, and rangers, in all 3,000 men. They landed before daybreak in front of the parish of L'Ange Gardien, a little below the cataract. The only opposition was from a troop of Canadians and Indians, whom they routed after some loss, climbed the heights, gained the plateau above, and began to entrench themselves. A company of rangers, supported by detachments of regulars, was sent into the neighboring forest to protect the parties who were cutting fascines, and apparently also to look for a fording place. Lévis, with his Scotch Jacobite aide-de-camp Johnston, had watched the movements of Wolfe from the heights across the cataract. Johnston says that he had asked his commander if he was sure there was no ford higher up on the Montmorency by which the English could cross. Lévis averred that there was none, and that he himself had examined the stream to its source, on which a Canadian who stood by whispered to the aide-de-camp, "The general is mistaken. There is a ford." Johnston told this to Levis, who would not believe it, and so browbeat the Canadian that he dared not repeat what he had said. Johnston, taking him aside, told him to go and find somebody who had lately crossed the ford and bring him at once to the general's quarters, whereupon he soon reappeared with a man who affirmed that he had crossed it the night before with a sack of wheat on his back. A detachment was immediately sent to the place, with orders to entrench itself, and Repentigny, lieutenant of Levis, was posted not far off with 1,100 Canadians. 400 Indians passed the ford under the partisan Langlade, discovered Wolfe's detachment, and sent their commander to tell Repentigny that there was a body of English in the forest who might all be destroyed if he would come over at once with his Canadians. Repentigny sent for orders to Levis, and Levis sent for orders to Vaudreuil, whose quarters were 3 or 4 miles distant. Vaudreuil answered that no risk should be run, and that he would come and see to the matter himself. It was about 2 hours before he arrived, and meanwhile the Indians grew impatient, rose from their hiding-place, fired on the Rangers, and drove them back with heavy loss upon the regulars, who stood their ground, and at last repulsed the assailants. The Indians recrossed the ford with 36 scalps. If Repentigny had advanced, and Levis had followed with his main body, the consequences to the English might have been serious, for, as Johnston remarks, a Canadian in the woods is worth 3 disciplined soldiers, as a soldier in a plain is worth 3 Canadians. Vaudreuil called a council of war. The question was whether an effort should be made to dislodge Wolfe's main force. Montcalm and the governor were this time of one mind, and both thought it inexpedient to attack with militia a body of regular troops whose numbers and position were imperfectly known. Bigot gave his voice for the attack. He was overruled, and Wolfe was left to fortify himself in peace. His occupation of the heights of Montmorency exposed him to great risks. The left wing of his party at Point Levi was 6 miles from its right wing at the cataract, and Major Hardy's detachment on the Point of Orleans was between them, separated from each by a wide arm of the St. Lawrence. Any one of the 3 camps might be overpowered before the others could support it, and Hardy with his small force was above all in danger of being cut to pieces. But the French kept persistently on the defensive, and after the failure of Dumas to dislodge the English from Point Levis, Vaudreuil would not hear of another such attempt. Wolfe was soon well entrenched, but it was easier to defend himself than to strike at his enemy. Montcalm, when urged to attack him, is said to have answered, "Let him amuse himself where he is. If we drive him off, he may go to some place where he can do us harm." His late movement, however, had a discouraging effect on the Canadians, who now for the first time began to desert. His batteries, too, played across the chasm of Montmorency upon the left wing of the French army with an effect extremely annoying. The position of the hostile forces was a remarkable one. They were separated by the vast gorge that opens upon the St. Lawrence, an amphitheatre of lofty precipices, their brows crested with forests, and their steep brown sides scantily feathered with stunted birch and fir. Into this abyss leaps the Montmorency with one headlong plunge of nearly 250 feet, a living column of snowy white, with its spray, its foam, its mists, and its rainbows, then spreads itself in broad, thin sheets over a floor of rock and gravel, and creeps tamely onto the St. Lawrence. It was but a gunshot across the gulf, and the sentinels on each side watched each other over the roar and turmoil of the cataract. Captain Knox, coming one day from Point Levy to receive orders from Wolfe, improved a spare hour to visit this marvel of nature. I had very nigh paid dear for my inquisitiveness, for while I stood on the eminence I was hastily called to by one of our sentinels, when, throwing my eyes about, I saw Frenchmen creeping under the eastern extremity of their breastwork to fire at me. This obliged me to retire as fast as I could out of his reach, and making up to the sentry to thank him for his attention, he told me that the fellow had snapped his piece twice, and the second time it flashed in the pan at the instant I turned away from the fall. Another officer, less fortunate, had a leg broken by a shot from the opposite cliffs. End of section 56. Section 57 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25, Part 3. Day after day went by, and the invaders made no progress. Flags of truce passed often between the hostile camps. "You will demolish the town, no doubt," said the bearer of one of them, "but you shall never get inside of it." To which Wolfe replied, "I will have Quebec if I stay here till the end of November." Sometimes the heat was intense, and sometimes there were floods of summer rain that inundated the tents. Along the river, from the Montmorency to Point Levi, there were ceaseless artillery fights between gunboats, frigates, and batteries on shore. Bands of Indians infested the outskirts of the camps, killing sentries and patrols. The Rangers chased them through the woods. There were brisk skirmishes and scalps lost and won. Sometimes the regulars took part in these forest battles, and once it was announced in orders of the day that the general has ordered 2 sheep and some rum to Captain Cosnan's company of grenadiers for the spirit they showed this morning in pushing those scoundrels of Indians. The Indians complained that the British soldiers were learning how to fight, and no longer stood still in a mass to be shot at, as in Braddock's time. The Canadian coureurs de bois mixed with their red allies and wore their livery. One of them was caught on the 18th. He was naked, daubed red and blue, and adorned with a bunch of painted feathers dangling from the top of his head. He and his companions used the scalping knife as freely as the Indians themselves, nor were the New England Rangers much behind them in this respect, till an order came from Wolfe forbidding the inhuman practice of scalping, except when the enemy are Indians or Canadians dressed like Indians. A part of the fleet worked up into the basin beyond the Point of Orleans, and here, on the warm summer nights, officers and men watched the cannon flashing and thundering from the heights of Montmorency on one side, and those of Point Levi on the other, and the bombs sailing through the air in fiery semicircles. Often the gloom was lighted up by the blaze of the burning houses of Quebec, kindled by incendiary shells. Both the lower and the upper town were nearly deserted by the inhabitants, some retreating into the country and some into the suburb of St. Roch, while the Ursulines and hospital nuns abandoned their convents to seek harbourage beyond the range of shot. The city was a prey to robbers who pillaged the empty houses, till an order came from headquarters promising the gallows to all who should be caught. News reached the French that Niagara was attacked, and that the army of Amherst was moving against Ticonderoga. The Canadians deserted more and more. They were disheartened by the defensive attitude in which both Vaudreuil and Montcalm steadily persisted, and accustomed as they were to rapid raids, sudden strokes, and a quick return to their home, they tired of long weeks of inaction. The English patrols caught one of them as he was passing the time in fishing. He seemed to be a subtle old rogue, says Knox, of 70 years of age, as he told us. We plied him well with port wine, and then his heart was more open, and seeing that we laughed at the exaggerated accounts he had given us, he said he wished the affair was well over, one way or the other, that his countrymen were all discontented, and would either surrender or disperse and act a neutral part, if it were not for the persuasions of their priests and the fear of being maltreated by the savages, with whom they are threatened on all occasions. A deserter reported on the 19th of July that nothing but dread of the Indians kept the Canadians in the camp. Wolfe's proclamation, at first unavailing, was now taking effect. A large number of Canadian prisoners, brought in on the 25th, declared that their countrymen would gladly accept his offers, but for the threats of their commanders that if they did so, the Indians should be set upon them. The prisoners said further that they had been under apprehension for several days past of having a body of 400 barbarians sent to rifle their parish and habitations. Such threats were not wholly effectual. A French chronicler of the time says, "The Canadians showed their disgust every day, and deserted at every opportunity, in spite of the means taken to prevent them. The people were intimidated, seeing all our army kept in one body and solely on the defensive, while the English, though far less numerous, divided their forces and undertook various bold enterprises without meeting resistance." On the 18th, the English accomplished a feat which promised important results. The French commanders had thought it impossible for any hostile ship to pass the batteries of Quebec, but about 11 o'clock at night, favoured by the wind, and covered by a furious cannonade from Point Levi, the ship Sutherland, with a frigate and several small vessels, sailed safely by and reached the river above the town. Here they at once attacked and destroyed a fireship and some small craft that they found there. Now for the first time it became necessary for Montcalm to weaken his army at Beauport by sending 600 men under Dumas to defend the accessible points in the line of precipices between Quebec and Cap Rouge. Several hundred more were sent on the next day, when it became known that the English had dragged a fleet of boats over Point Levi, launched them above the town, and dispatched troops to embark in them. Thus a new feature was introduced into the siege operations, and danger had risen on a side where the French thought themselves safe. On the other hand, Wolfe had become more vulnerable than ever. His army was now divided, not into 3 parts, but into 4, each so far from the rest that in case of sudden attack it must defend itself alone. That Montcalm did not improve his opportunity was apparently due to want of confidence in his militia. The force above the town did not lie idle. On the night of the 20th, Colonel Carleton, with 600 men, rowed 18 miles up the river and landed at Point aux Trembles on the north shore. Here some of the families of Quebec had sought asylum, and Wolfe had been told by prisoners that not only were stores in great quantity to be found here, but also letters and papers throwing light on the French plans. Carleton and his men drove off a band of Indians who fired on them, and spent a quiet day around the parish church, but found few papers and still fewer stores. They withdrew towards evening, carrying with them nearly 100 women, children, and old men, and they were no sooner gone than the Indians returned to plunder the empty houses of their unfortunate allies. The prisoners were treated with great kindness. The ladies among them were entertained at supper by Wolfe, who jested with them on the caution of the French generals, saying, "I have given good chances to attack me, and am surprised that they have not profited by them." On the next day, the prisoners were all sent to Quebec under a flag of truce. Thus far, Wolfe had refrained from executing the threats he had affixed the month before to the Church of Beaumont. But now he issued another proclamation. It declared that the Canadians had shown themselves unworthy of the offers he had made them, and that he had therefore ordered his light troops to ravage their country and bring them prisoners to his camp. Such of the Canadian militia as belonged to the parishes near Quebec were now in a sad dilemma, for Montcalm threatened them on one side and Wolfe on the other. They might desert to their homes, or they might stand by their colours. In the one case their houses were to be burned by French savages, and in the other by British light infantry. Wolfe at once gave orders in accord with his late proclamation, but he commanded that no church should be profaned, and no woman or child injured. The first effects of his stern policy are thus recorded by Knox. Major Dalling's light infantry brought in this afternoon to our camp 250 male and female prisoners. Among this number was a very respectable-looking priest and about 40 men fit to bear arms. There was almost an equal number of black cattle, with about 70 sheep and lambs, and a few horses. Brigadier Monckton entertained the Reverend Father and some other fashionable personages in his tent, and most humanely ordered refreshments to all the rest of the captives, which noble example was followed by the soldiery, who generously crowded about those unhappy people, sharing the provisions, rum, and tobacco with them. They were sent in the evening on board of transports in the river. Again, 2 days later, Colonel Fraser's detachment returned this morning and presented us with more scenes of distress and the dismal consequences of war, by a great number of wretched families, whom they brought in prisoners, with some of their effects, and near 300 black cattle, sheep, hogs, and horses. On the next night, the attention of the excellent journalist was otherwise engaged. Vaudreuil tried again to burn the English fleet. Late last night, writes Knox, under date of the 28th, the enemy sent down a most formidable fire raft, which consisted of a parcel of schooners, shallops, and stages chained together. It could not be less than 100 fathoms in length, and was covered with grenades, old swivels, guns, and pistol barrels loaded up to their muzzles, and various other inventions and combustible materials. This seemed to be their last attempt against our fleet, which happily miscarried, as before, for our gallant seamen, with their usual expertness, grappled them before they got down above a third part of the basin, towed them safe to shore, and left them at anchor, continually repeating, "All's well." A remarkable expression from some of these intrepid souls to their comrades on this occasion I must not admit, on account of its singular uncouthness, namely, "Damn, Jack, didst thee ever take hell in tow before?" According to a French account, this aquatic infernal machine consisted of 70 rafts, boats, and schooners. Its failure was due to no shortcoming on the part of its conductors, who, under a brave Canadian named Corval, acted with coolness and resolution. Nothing saved the fleet but the courage of the sailors, swarming out in their boats to fight the approaching conflagration. It was now the end of July. More than half the summer was gone, and Quebec seemed as far as ever beyond the grasp of Wolfe. Its buildings were in ruins, and the neighboring parishes were burned and ravaged, but its living rampart, the army of Montcalm, still lay in patient defiance along the shores of Beauport, while above the city every point where a wildcat could climb the precipices was watched and guarded, and Dumas, with 1,000 men, held the impregnable heights of Cap Rouge. Montcalm persisted in doing nothing that his enemy wished him to do. He would not fight on Wolfe's terms, and Wolfe resolved at last to fight him on his own, that is, to attack his camp in front. The plan was desperate, for after leaving troops enough to hold Point Levi and the heights of Montmorency, less than 5,000 men would be left to attack a position of commanding strength, where Montcalm, at an hour's notice, could collect twice as many to oppose them. But Wolfe had a boundless trust in the disciplined valor of his soldiers, and an utter scorn of the militia who made the greater part of his enemy's force. Towards the Montmorency, the borders of the St. Lawrence are, as we have seen, extremely high and steep. At a mile from the gorge of the cataract, there is, at high tide, a strand about the 1/8 of a mile wide, between the foot of these heights and the river, and beyond this strand the receding tide lays bare a tract of mud nearly half a mile wide. At the edge of the dry ground the French had built a redoubt mounted with cannon, and there were other similar works on the strand 1/4 of a mile nearer the cataract. Wolfe could not see from the river that these redoubts were commanded by the musketry of the entrenchments along the brink of the heights above. These entrenchments were so constructed that they swept with crossfires the whole face of the declivity, which was covered with grass and was very steep. Wolfe hoped that if he attacked one of the redoubts, the French would come down to defend it, and so bring on a general engagement, or, if they did not, that he should gain an opportunity of reconnoitring the heights to find some point where they could be stormed with a chance of success. In front of the gorge of the Montmorency there was a ford during several hours of low tide, so that troops from the adjoining British camp might cross to cooperate with their comrades landing in boats from Point Levis and the island of Orleans. On the morning of the 31st of July, the tide then being at the flood, the French saw the ship Centurion of 64 guns anchor near the Montmorency and open fire on the redoubts. Then 2 armed transports, each of 14 guns, stood in as close as possible to the first redoubt and fired upon it, stranding as the tide went out, till in the afternoon they lay bare on the mud. At the same time, a battery of more than 40 heavy pieces, planted on the lofty promontory beyond the Montmorency, began a furious cannonade upon the flank of the French entrenchments. It did no great harm, however, for the works were protected by a great number of traverses, which stopped the shot, and the Canadians who manned this part of the lines held their ground with excellent steadiness. About 11 o'clock, a fleet of boats filled with troops, chiefly from Point Levi, appeared in the river and hovered off the shore west of the parish church of Beauport, as if meaning to land there. Montcalm was perplexed, doubting whether the real attack was to be made here or toward the Montmorency. Hour after hour the boats moved to and fro to increase his doubts and hide the real design. But he soon became convinced that the camp of Lévis at the Montmorency was the true object of his enemy, and about 2 o'clock he went thither, greeted as he rode along the lines by shouts of "Vive notre général!" Lévis had already made preparations for defence with his usual skill. His Canadians were reinforced by the battalions of Béarn, Guyenne, and Royal Roussillon, and as the intentions of Wolfe became certain, the right of the camp was nearly abandoned, the main strength of the army being gathered between the river of Beauport and the Montmorency, where, according to a French writer, there were, towards the end of the afternoon, about 12,000 men. At 5:30 o'clock the tide was out, and the crisis came. The batteries across the Montmorency, the distant batteries of Point Levi, the cannon of the Centurion, and those of the 2 stranded ships, all opened together with redoubled fury. The French batteries replied, and amid this deafening roar of artillery, the English boats set their troops ashore on the edge of the broad tract of sedgy mud that the receding river had left bare. At the same time, a column of 2,000 men was seen, a mile away, moving in perfect order across the Montmorency ford. The first troops that landed from the boats were 13 companies of grenadiers and detachments of Royal Americans. They dashed swiftly forward, while at some distance behind came Monckton's brigade, composed of the 15th, or Amherst's regiment, and the 78th, or Fraser's Highlanders. The day had been fair and warm, but the sky was now thick with clouds, and large raindrops began to fall, the precursors of a summer storm. With the utmost precipitation, without orders, and without waiting for Monckton's brigade to come up, the grenadiers in front made a rush for the redoubt near the foot of the hill. The French abandoned it, but the assailants had no sooner gained their prize than the thronged heights above blazed with musketry, and a tempest of bullets fell among them. Nothing daunted, they dashed forward again, reserving their fire and struggling to climb the steep ascent, while with yells and shouts of "Vive le Roi," the troops and Canadians at the top poured upon them a hailstorm of musket balls and buckshot, and dead and wounded in numbers rolled together down the slope. At that instant the clouds burst, and the rain fell in torrents. "We could not see halfway down the hill," says the Chevalier Johnson, who was at this part of the line. Ammunition was wet on both sides, and the grassy steeps became so slippery that it was impossible to climb them. The English say that the storm saved the French, with as much reason that it saved the English. The baffled grenadiers drew back into the redoubt. Wolfe saw the madness of persisting and ordered a retreat. The rain ceased, and troops of Indians came down the heights to scalp the fallen. Some of them ran towards Lieutenant Peyton of the Royal Americans, as he lay disabled by a musket shot. With his double-barreled gun he brought down 2 of his assailants, when a Highland sergeant snatched him in his arms, dragged him half a mile over the mudflats, and placed him in one of the boats. A friend of Peyton, Captain Ochterlony, had received a mortal wound, and an Indian would have scalped him but for the generous intrepidity of a soldier of the battalion of Guyenne, who, seizing the enraged savage, held him back till several French officers interposed, and had the dying man carried to a place of safety. The English retreated in good order, after setting fire to the 2 stranded vessels. Those of the Grenadiers and Royal Americans who were left alive rowed for the Point of Orleans, the 15th Regiment rowed for Point Levis, and the Highlanders, led by Wolfe himself, joined the column from beyond the Montmorency, placing themselves in its rear as it slowly retired along the flats and across the ford, the Indians yelling and the French shouting from the heights, while the British waved their hats, daring them to come down and fight. The Grenadiers and the Royal Americans, who had borne the brunt of the fray, bore also nearly all the loss, which in proportion to their numbers was enormous. Knox reports it at 443 killed, wounded, and missing, including 1 colonel, 8 captains, 21 lieutenants, and 3 ensigns. Vaudreuil, delighted, wrote to Bourlamaque an account of the affair. "I have no more anxiety about Quebec. Monsieur Wolfe, I can assure you, will make no progress. Luckily for him, his prudence saved him from the consequences of his mad enterprise, and he contented himself with losing about 500 of his best soldiers. Deserters say that he will try us again in a few days. That is what we want. He'll find somebody to talk to. Il trouvera à qui parler." End of section 57. Section 58 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26, Part 1, 1759. Amherst, Niagara. Pitt had directed that while Quebec was attacked, an attempt should be made to penetrate into Canada by way of Ticonderoga and Crown Point. Thus the two armies might unite in the heart of the colony, or at least a powerful diversion might be effected in behalf of Wolfe. At the same time, Oswego was to be re-established, and the possession of Fort Duquesne, or Pittsburgh, secured by reinforcements and supplies, while Amherst, the commander-in-chief, was further directed to pursue any other enterprise which, in his opinion, would weaken the enemy without detriment to the main objects of the campaign. He accordingly resolved to attempt the capture of Niagara. Brigadier Prideaux was charged with this stroke. Brigadier Stanwix was sent to conduct the operations for the relief of Pittsburgh, and Amherst himself prepared to lead the grand central advance against Ticonderoga, Crown Point, and Montreal. Towards the end of June he reached that valley by the head of Lake George, which for 5 years past had been the annual mustering place of armies. Here were now gathered about 11,000 men, half regulars and half provincials, drilling every day, firing by platoons, firing at marks, practicing maneuvers in the woods, going out on scouting parties, bathing parties, fishing parties, gathering wild herbs to serve for greens, cutting brushwood and meadow hay to make hospital beds. The sick were ordered on certain mornings to repair to the surgeon's tent, there in prompt succession to swallow such doses as he thought appropriate to their several ailments. And it was further ordered that every fair day that they can walk be paraded together and marched down to the lake to wash their hands and faces. Court-martials were numerous. Culprits were flogged at the head of each regiment in turn, and occasionally one was shot. A frequent employment was the cutting of spruce tops to make spruce beer. This innocent beverage was reputed sovereign against scurvy, and such was the fame of its virtues that a copious supply of the West Indian molasses used in concocting it was thought indispensable to every army or garrison in the wilderness. Throughout this campaign it is repeatedly mentioned in general orders, and the soldiers are promised that they shall have as much of it as they want at a halfpenny a quart. The rear of the army was well protected from insult. Fortified posts were built at intervals of 3 or 4 miles along the road to Fort Edward, and especially at the station called Halfway Brook, while for the whole distance a broad belt of wood on both sides was cut down and burned to deprive a skulking enemy of cover. Amherst was never long in one place without building a fort there. He now began one, which proved wholly needless, on that flat rocky hill where the English made their entrenched camp during the siege of Fort William Henry. Only one bastion of it was ever finished, and this is still shown to tourists under the name of Fort George. The army embarked on Saturday, the 21st of July. The Reverend Benjamin Pomeroy watched their departure in some concern, and wrote on Monday to Abigail his wife, "I could wish for more appearance of dependence on God than was observable among them. Yet I hope God will grant deliverance unto Israel by them." There was another military pageant, another long procession of boats and banners among the mountains and islands of Lake George. Night found them near the outlet, and here they lay till morning, tossed unpleasantly on waves ruffled by a summer gale. At daylight they landed, beat back a French detachment, and marched by the portage road to the sawmill at the waterfall. There was little resistance. They occupied the heights, and then advanced to the famous line of entrenchment, against which the army of Abercrombie had hurled itself in vain. These works had been completely reconstructed, partly of earth and partly of logs. Amherst's followers were less numerous than those of his predecessor, while the French commander Bourlamaque had a force nearly equal to that of Montcalm in the summer before. Yet he made no attempt to defend the entrenchment, and the English, encamping along its front, found it an excellent shelter from the cannon of the fort beyond. Amherst brought up his artillery and began approaches in front, when on the night of the 23rd it was found that Bourlamaque had retired down Lake Champlain, leaving 400 men under Hebecourt to defend the place as long as possible. This was in obedience to an order from Vaudreuil, requiring him on the approach of the English to abandon both Ticonderoga and Crown Point, retreat to the outlet of Lake Champlain, take post at Île aux Noix, and there defend himself to the last extremity, a course unquestionably the best that could have been taken, since obstinacy in holding Ticonderoga might have involved the surrender of Bourlamaque's whole force, while Île aux Noix offered rare advantages for defence. The fort fired briskly. A cannon shot killed Colonel Townsend, and a few soldiers were killed and wounded by grape and bursting shells, when at dusk on the evening of the 26th, an unusual movement was seen among the garrison, and about 10 o'clock 3 deserters came in great excitement to the English camp. They reported that Hebecourt and his soldiers were escaping in their boats, and that a match was burning in the magazine to blow Ticonderoga to atoms. Amherst offered 100 guineas to any one of them who would point out the match, that it might be cut, but they shrank from the perilous venture. All was silent till 11 o'clock, when a broad, fierce glare burst on the night, and a roaring explosion shook the promontory. Then came a few breathless moments, and then the fragments of Fort Ticonderoga fell with clatter and splash on the water and the land. It was but one bastion, however, that had been thus hurled skyward. The rest of the fort was little hurt, though the barracks and other combustible parts were set on fire, and by the light the French flag was seen still waving on the rampart. A sergeant of the light infantry, braving the risk of other explosions, went and brought it off. Thus did this redoubted stronghold of France fall at last into English hands, as in all likelihood it would have done a year sooner, if Amherst had commanded in Abercrombie's place. For with the deliberation that marked all his proceedings, he would have sat down before Montcalm's wooden wall and knocked it to splinters with his cannon. He now set about repairing the damaged works and making ready to advance on Crown Point, when on the 1st of August his scouts told him that the enemy had abandoned this place also, and retreated northward down the lake. Well pleased, he took possession of the deserted fort, and in the animation of success thought for a moment of keeping the promise he had made to Pitt, to make an irruption into Canada with the utmost vigour and dispatch. Wolfe, his brother in arms and his friend, was battling with the impossible under the rocks of Quebec, and every motive, public and private, impelled Amherst to push to his relief, not counting costs or balancing risks too nicely. He was ready enough to spur on others, for he wrote to Gage, "We must all be alert and active day and night. If we all do our parts, the French must fall." But far from doing his, he set the army to building a new fort at Crown Point, telling them that it would give plenty, peace, and quiet to His Majesty's subjects for ages to come. Then he began 3 small additional forts as outworks to the first, sent 2 parties to explore the sources of the Hudson, 1 party to explore Otter Creek, another to explore South Bay, which was already well known, another to make a road across what is now the state of Vermont, from Crown Point to Charlestown, or No. 4, on the Connecticut, and another to widen and improve the old French road between Crown Point and Ticonderoga. His industry was untiring. A great deal of useful work was done, but the essential task of making a diversion to aid the army of Wolfe was needlessly postponed. It is true that some delay was inevitable. The French had 4 armed vessels on the lake, and this made it necessary to provide an equal or superior force to protect the troops on their way to Île-aux-Noix. Captain Loring, the English naval commander, was therefore ordered to build a brigantine, and this being thought insufficient, he was directed to add a kind of floating battery moved by sweeps. 3 weeks later, in consequence of farther information concerning the force of French vessels, Amherst ordered an armed sloop to be put on the stocks, and this involved a long delay. The sawmill at Ticonderoga was to furnish planks for the intended navy, but being overtasked in sawing timber from the new works at Crown Point, it was continually breaking down. Hence much time was lost, and autumn was well advanced before Loring could launch his vessels. Meanwhile, news had come from Prideaux and the Niagara expedition. That officer had been ordered to ascend the Mohawk with 5,000 regulars and provincials, leave a strong garrison at Fort Stanwix on the great carrying place, establish posts at both ends of Lake Oneida, descend the Onondaga to Oswego, leave nearly half his force there under Colonel Haldimand, and proceed with the rest to attack Niagara. These orders he accomplished. Haldimand remained to reoccupy that spot that Montcalm had made desolate 3 years before, and while preparing to build a fort, he barricaded his camp with pork and flour barrels, lest the enemy should make a dash upon him from their station at the head of the St. Lawrence Rapids. Such an attack was probable, for if the French could seize Oswego, the return of Prideaux from Niagara would be cut off, and when his small stock of provisions had failed, he would be reduced to extremity. St. Luc de la Corne left the head of the rapids early in July with 1,000 French and Canadians, and a body of Indians, who soon made their appearance among the stumps and bushes that surrounded the camp at Oswego. The priest Piquet was of the party, and 5 deserters declared that he solemnly blessed them and told them to give the English no quarter. Some valuable time was lost in bestowing the benediction, yet Haldimand's men were taken by surprise. Many of them were dispersed in the woods, cutting timber for the intended fort, and it might have gone hard with them had not some of La Corne's Canadians become alarmed and rushed back to their boats, oversetting Father Piquet on the way. These being rallied, the whole party ensconced itself in a tract of felled trees so far from the English that their fire did little harm. They continued it about 2 hours, and resumed it the next morning, when, 3 cannon being brought to bear on them, they took to their boats and disappeared, having lost about 30 killed and wounded, including 2 officers and La Corne himself, who was shot in the thigh. The English loss was slight. Prideaux safely reached Niagara and laid siege to it. It was a strong fort, lately rebuilt in regular form by an excellent officer, Captain Pouchot, of the battalion of Béarn, who commanded it. It stood where the present fort stands, in the angle formed by the junction of the river Niagara with Lake Ontario, and was held by about 600 men, well supplied with provisions and munitions of war. Higher up the river, 1.5 miles above the cataract, there was another fort called Little Niagara, built of wood, and commanded by the half-breed officer, Joncaire Chabert, who, with his brother, Joncaire Clauzon, and a numerous clan of Indian relatives, had so long thwarted the efforts of Johnson to engage the Five Nations in the English cause. But recent English successes had had their effect. Joncaire's influence was waning, and Johnson was now in Prideaux's camp with 900 Five Nation warriors pledged to fight the French. Joncaire, finding his fort untenable, burned it, and came with his garrison and his Indian friends to reinforce Niagara. Pouchot had another resource on which he confidently relied. In obedience to an order from Vaudreuil, the French population of the Illinois, Detroit, and other distant posts, joined with troops of Western Indians, had come down the lakes to recover Pittsburgh, undo the work of Forbes, and restore French ascendancy on the Ohio. Pittsburgh had been in imminent danger, nor was it yet safe, though General Stanwix was sparing no effort to succor it. These mixed bands of white men and red, bushrangers and savages, were now gathered partly at Le Bœuf and Venango, but partly at Presquisle, under command of Aubry, Ligneris, Marin, and other partisan chiefs, the best in Canada. No sooner did Pouchot learn that the English were coming to attack him than he sent a messenger to summon them all to his aid. The siege was begun in form, though the English engineers were so incompetent that the trenches, as first laid out, were scoured by the fire of the place, and had to be made anew. At last the batteries opened fire. A shell from a cohorn burst prematurely just as it left the mouth of the piece, and a fragment, striking Prideaux on the head, killed him instantly. Johnson took command in his place, and made up in energy what he lacked in skill. In 2 or 3 weeks the fort was in extremity. The rampart was breached, more than 100 of the garrison were killed or disabled, and the rest were exhausted with want of sleep. Pouchot watched anxiously for the promised succours, and on the morning of the 24th of July, a distant firing told him that they were at hand. Aubry and Ligneris, with their motley following, had left Presqu'Isle a few days before, to the number, according to Vaudreuil, of 1,100 French and 200 Indians. Among them was a body of colony troops, but the Frenchmen of the party were chiefly traders and bushrangers from the west, connecting links between civilization and savagery. Some of them, indeed, were mere white Indians, imbued with the ideas and morals of the wigwam, wearing hunting shirts of smoked deerskin embroidered with quills of the Canadian porcupine, painting their faces black and red, tying eagle feathers in their long hair, or plastering it on their temples with a compound of vermilion and glue. They were excellent woodsmen, skilful hunters, and perhaps the best bushfighters in all Canada. When Pouchot heard the firing, he went with a wounded artillery officer to the bastion next the river, and as the forest had been cut away for a great distance, they could see more than 1.5 miles along the shore. There, by glimpses among trees and bushes, they descried bodies of men now advancing and now retreating, Indians in rapid movement, and the smoke of guns, the sound of which reached their ears in heavy volleys or a sharp and angry rattle. Meanwhile, the English cannon had ceased their fire, and the silent trenches seemed deserted, as if their occupants were gone to meet the advancing foe. There was a call in the fort for volunteers to sally and destroy the works, but no sooner did they show themselves along the covered way than the seemingly abandoned trenches were thronged with men and bayonets, and the attempt was given up. The distant firing lasted half an hour, then ceased, and Pouchot remained in suspense, till at 2 p.m, a friendly Onondaga, who had passed unnoticed through the English lines, came to him with the announcement that the French and their allies had been routed and cut to pieces. Pouchot would not believe him. End of section 58. Section 59 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26, Part 2. Nevertheless, his tale was true. Johnson, besides his Indians, had with him about 2,300 men, whom he was forced to divide into 3 separate bodies, one to guard the bateau, one to guard the trenches, and one to fight Aubry and his band. This last body consisted of the provincial light infantry and the pickets, 2 companies of grenadiers, and 150 men of the 46th Regiment, all under command of Colonel Massey. They took post behind an abattis at a place called La Belle Famille, and the Five Nation warriors placed themselves on their flanks. These savages had shown signs of disaffection, and when the enemy approached, they opened a parley with the French Indians, which, however, soon ended, and both sides raised the war whoop. The fight was brisk for a while, but at last Aubry's men broke away in a panic. The French officers seem to have made desperate efforts to retrieve the day, for nearly all of them were killed or captured, while their followers, after heavy loss, fled to their canoes and boats above the cataract, hastened back to Lake Erie, burned Presqu'Isle, Le Boeuf, and Venango, and, joined by the garrisons of those forts, retreated to Detroit, leaving the whole region of the upper Ohio in undisputed possession of the English. At 4 o'clock on the day of the battle, after a furious cannonade on both sides, a trumpet sounded from the trenches, and an officer approached the fort with a summons to surrender. He brought also a paper containing the names of the captive French officers, though some of them were spelled in a way that defied recognition. Pouchot, feigning incredulity, sent an officer of his own to the English camp, who soon saw unanswerable proof of the disaster, for here, under a shelter of leaves and boughs near the tent of Johnson, sat Ligneris, severely wounded, with Aubry, Villiers, Montigny, Marin, and their companions in misfortune, in all 16 officers, 4 cadets, and a surgeon. Pouchot had now no choice but surrender. By the terms of the capitulation, the garrison were to be sent prisoners to New York, though honours of war were granted them in acknowledgment of their courageous conduct. There was a special stipulation that they should be protected from the Indians, of whom they stood in the greatest terror, lest the massacre of Fort William Henry should be avenged upon them. Johnson restrained his dangerous allies, and though the fort was pillaged, no blood was shed. The capture of Niagara was an important stroke. Therefore Detroit, Michilimackinac, the Illinois, and all the other French interior posts were severed from Canada and left in helpless isolation. But Amherst was not yet satisfied. On hearing of Prideaux's death, he sent Brigadier Gage to supersede Johnson and take command on Lake Ontario, directing him to descend the St. Lawrence, attack the French posts at the head of the rapids, and hold them, if possible, for the winter. The attempt was difficult, for the French force on the St. Lawrence was now greater than that which Gage could bring against it, after providing for the safety of Oswego and Niagara, nor was he by nature prone to dashing and doubtful enterprise. He reported that the movement was impossible, much to the disappointment of Amherst, who seemed to expect from subordinates an activity greater than his own. He, meanwhile, was working at his fort at Crown Point, while the season crept away, and Bourlamaque lay ready to receive him at Île-aux-Noix. "I wait his coming with impatience," writes the French commander, "though I doubt if he will venture to attack a post where we are entrenched to the teeth and armed with 100 pieces of cannon." Bourlamaque now had with him 3,500 men, in a position of great strength. Île-aux-Noix, planted in mid-channel of the Richelieu soon after it issues from Lake Champlain, had been diligently fortified since the spring. On each side of it was an arm of the river, closed against an enemy with chevaux de frise. To attack it in the face of its formidable artillery would be a hazardous attempt, and the task of reducing it was likely to be a long one. The French forts in these parts had lately received accessions. After the fall of Niagara, the danger seemed so great, both in the direction of Lake Ontario and that of Lake Champlain, that Lévis had been sent up from Quebec with 800 men to command the whole department of Montreal. A body of troops and militia was encamped opposite that town, ready to march towards either quarter as need might be, while the abundant crops of the neighbouring parishes were harvested by armed bands, ready at a word to drop the sickle for the gun. Thus the promised advance of Amherst into Canada would not be without its difficulties, even when his navy, too tardily begun, should be ready to act its part. But if he showed no haste in succouring Wolfe, he at least made some attempt to communicate with him. Early in August he wrote him a letter, which Ensign Hutchins of the Rangers carried to him in about a month by the long and circuitous route of the Kennebec, and which, after telling the news of the campaign, ended thus: "You may depend on my doing all I can for effectually reducing Canada. Now is the time." Amherst soon after tried another expedient, and sent Captains Kennedy and Hamilton with a flag of truce and message of peace to the Abenakis of St. Francis, who, he thought, won over by these advances, might permit the two officers to pass unmolested to Quebec. But the Abenakis seized them and carried them prisoners to Montreal, on which Amherst sent Major Robert Rogers and a band of Rangers to destroy their town. It was the 11th of October before the miniature navy of Captain Loring's, the floating battery, the brig, and the sloop, that had been begun 3 weeks too late, was ready for service. They sailed at once to look for the enemy. The 4 French vessels made no resistance. One of them succeeded in reaching Île aux Noix. 1 was run aground, and 2 were sunk by their crews, who escaped to the shore. Amherst, meanwhile, leaving the provincials to work at the fort, embarked with the regulars in bateaux and proceeded on his northern way till, on the evening of the 12th, a headwind began to blow, and rising to a storm drove him for shelter into Ligonier Bay on the west side of the lake. On the 13th it blew a gale. The lake raged like an angry sea, and the frail bateau, fit only for smooth water, could not have lived a moment. Through all the next night the gale continued with floods of driving rain. "I hope it will soon change," wrote Amherst on the 15th, "for I have no time to lose." He was right. He had waited till the season of autumnal storms, when nature was more dangerous than man. On the 16th there was frost, and the wind did not abate. On the next morning it shifted to the south, but soon turned back with violence to the north, and the ruffled lake put on a look of winter, which determined me, says the general, not to lose time by striving to get to the Île aux Noix, where I should arrive too late to force the enemy from their post, but to return to Crown Point and complete the works there. This he did, and spent the remnant of the season in the congenial task of finishing the fort, of which the massive remains still bear witness to his industry. When Lévis heard that the English army had fallen back, he wrote, well pleased, to Bourlamaque, "I don't know how General Amherst will excuse himself to his court, but I am very glad he let us alone, because the Canadians are so backward that you could count on nobody but the regulars." Concerning this year's operations on the lakes, it may be observed that the result was not what the French feared, or what the British colonists had cause to hope. If at the end of winter Amherst had begun, as he might have done, the building of armed vessels at the head of the navigable waters of Lake Champlain, where Whitehall now stands, he would have had a navy ready to his hand before August, and would have been able to follow the retreating French without delay, and attack them at Île aux Noix before they had finished their fortification. And if at the same time he had directed Prideaux, instead of attacking Niagara, to cooperate with him by descending the St. Lawrence towards Montreal, the prospect was good that the two armies would have united at the place and ended the campaign by the reduction of all Canada. In this case, Niagara and all the western posts would have fallen without a blow. Major Robert Rogers, sent in September to punish the Abenakis of St. Francis, had addressed himself to the task with his usual vigour. These Indians had been settled for about 3/4 of a century on the river St. Francis, a few miles above its junction with the St. Lawrence. They were nominal Christians, and had been under the control of their missionaries for 3 generations. But though zealous and sometimes fanatical in their devotion to the forms of Romanism, they remained thorough savages in dress, habits, and character. They were the scourge of New England borders, where they surprised and burned farmhouses and small hamlets, killed men, women, and children without distinction, carried others prisoners to their village, subjected them to the torture of running the gauntlet, and compelled them to witness dances of triumph around the scalps of parents, children, and friends. Amherst's instructions to Rogers contained the following: "Remember the barbarities that have been committed by the enemy's Indian scoundrels. Take your revenge, but don't forget, though these dastardly villains have promiscuously murdered women and children of all ages, it is my order that no women or children be killed or hurt." Rogers and his men set out in whaleboats, and eluding the French armed vessels then in full activity, came on the 10th day to Missisquoi Bay, at the north end of Lake Champlain. Here he hid his boats, leaving 2 friendly Indians to watch them from a distance, and inform him should the enemy discover them. He then began his march for St. Francis, when, on the evening of the 2nd day, the 2 Indians overtook him with the startling news that a party of about 400 French had found the boats, and that half of them were on his tracks in hot pursuit. It was certain that the alarm would soon be given, and other parties sent to cut him off. He took the bold resolution of outmarching his pursuers, pushing straight for St. Francis, striking it before succors could arrive, and then returning by Lake Memphremagog and the Connecticut. Accordingly, he dispatched Lieutenant McMullen by a circuitous route back to Crown Point, with a request to Amherst that provisions should be sent up the Connecticut to meet him on the way down. Then he set his course for the Indian town, and for 9 more days toiled through the forest with desperate energy. Much of the way was through dense spruce swamps, with no dry resting place at night. At length the party reached the river St. Francis, 15 miles above the town, and hooking their arms together for mutual support, forded it with extreme difficulty. Towards evening, Rogers climbed a tree and descried the town 3 miles distant. Accidents, fatigue, and illness had reduced his followers to 142 officers and men. He left them to rest for a time, and taking with him Lieutenant Turner and Ensign Avery, went to reconnoitre the place, left his 2 companions, entered it disguised in an Indian dress, and saw the unconscious savages yelling and signing in the full enjoyment of a grand dance. At 2 o'clock in the morning he rejoined his party, and at 3 led them to the attack, formed them in a semicircle, and burst in upon the town half an hour before sunrise. Many of the warriors were absent, and the rest were asleep. Some were killed in their beds, and some shot down in trying to escape. About 7 o'clock in the morning, he says, the affair was completely over, in which time we had killed at least 200 Indians, and taken 20 of their women and children prisoners, 15 of whom I let go their own way, and 5 I brought with me, namely 2 Indian boys and 3 Indian girls. I likewise retook 5 English captives. English scalps in hundreds were dangling from poles over the doors of the houses. The town was pillaged and burned, not excepting the church, where ornaments of some value were found. On the side of the Rangers, Captain Ogden and 6 men were wounded, and a Mohegan Indian from Stockbridge was killed. Rogers was told by his prisoners that a party of 300 French and Indians was encamped on the river below, and that another party of 215 was not far distant. They had been sent to cut off the retreat of the invaders, but were doubtful as to their designs till after the blow was struck. There was no time to lose. The Rangers made all haste southward, up the St. Francis, subsisting on corn from the Indian town, till, near the eastern borders of Lake Memphremagog, the supply failed, and they separated into small parties, the better to sustain life by hunting. The enemy followed close, attacked Ensign Avery's party and captured 5 of them, then fell on a band of about 20 under Lieutenants Dunbar and Turner, and killed or captured nearly all. The other bands eluded their pursuers, turned southeastward, reached the Connecticut, some here, some there, and giddy with fatigue and hunger, toiled wearily down the wild and lonely stream to the appointed rendezvous at the mouth of the Ammonoosuc. This was the place to which Rogers had requested that provisions might be sent, and the hope of finding them there had been the breath of life to the famished wayfarers. To their horror, the place was a solitude. There were fires still burning, but those who made them were gone. Amherst had sent Lieutenant Stephen up the river from Charlestown with an abundant supply of food, but finding nobody at the Ammonoosuc, he had waited there 2 days, and then returned, carrying the provisions back with him, for which outrageous conduct he was expelled from the service. It is hardly possible, says Rogers, to describe our grief and consternation. Some gave themselves up to despair. Few but their indomitable chief had strength to go farther. There was scarcely any game, and the barren wilderness yielded no sustenance, but a few lily bulbs and the tubers of the climbing plant, called in New England the groundnut. Leaving his party to these miserable resources, and promising to send them relief within 10 days, Rogers made a raft of dry pine logs and drifted on it down the stream, with Captain Ogden, a ranger, and 1 of the captive Indian boys. They were stopped on the 2nd day by rapids and gained the shore with difficulty. At the foot of the rapids, while Ogden and the ranger went in search of squirrels, Rogers set himself to making another raft, and having no strength to use the axe, he burned down the trees, which he then divided into logs by the same process. 5 days after leaving his party, he reached the first English settlement, Charlestown, or Number 4, and immediately sent a canoe with provisions to the relief of the sufferers, following himself with other canoes 2 days later. Most of the men were saved, though some died miserably of famine and exhaustion. Of the few who had been captured, we are told by French contemporary that they became victims of the fury of the Indian women, from whose clutches the Canadians tried in vain to save them. End of section 59. Section 60 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27, Part 1, 1759, The Heights of Abraham. Wolfe was deeply moved by the disaster at the heights of Montmorency, and in a general order on the next day he rebuked the grenadiers for their precipitation. Such impetuous, irregular, and unsoldierly-like proceedings destroy all order, make it impossible for the commanders to form any disposition for an attack, and put it out of the general's power to execute his plans. The generals could not suppose that they could beat the French alone. The French were elated by their success. Everybody, says the Commissary Berniers, thought that the campaign was as good as ended gloriously for us. They had been sufficiently confident even before their victory, and the bearer of a flag of truce told the British officers that he had never imagined they were such fools as to attack Quebec with so small a force. Wolfe, on the other hand, had every reason to despond. At the outset, before he had seen Quebec and learned the nature of the ground, he had meant to begin the campaign by taking post on the Plains of Abraham, and thence laying siege to the town. But he soon discovered that the Plains of Abraham were hardly more within his reach than was Quebec itself. Such hope as was left him lay in the composition of Montcalm's army. He respected the French commander, and thought his disciplined soldiers not unworthy of the British steel. But he held his militia in high scorn, and could he but face them in the open field, he never doubted the result. But Montcalm also distrusted them, and persisted in refusing the coveted battle. Wolfe, therefore, was forced to the conviction that his chances were of the smallest. It is said that, despairing of any decisive stroke, he conceived the idea of fortifying Isle aux Coudres, and leaving a part of his troops there when he sailed for home, against another attempt in the spring, the more to weaken the enemy and prepare his future conquest. He began at the same time a course of action which, for his credit, one would gladly wipe from the record. For, though far from inhuman, he threw himself with extraordinary intensity into whatever work he had in hand, and, to accomplish it, spared others scarcely more than he spared himself. About the middle of August he issued a third proclamation to the Canadians, declaring that as they had refused his offers of protection, and had made such ungrateful returns in practising the most unchristian barbarities against his troops on all occasions, he could no longer refrain in justice to himself and his army from chastising them as they deserved. The barbarities in question consisted in the frequent scalping and mutilating of sentinels and men on outpost duty, perpetrated no less by Canadians than by Indians. Wolfe's object was twofold: first, to cause the militia to desert, and secondly, to exhaust the colony. Rangers, light infantry, and Highlanders were sent to waste the settlements far and wide. Wherever resistance was offered, farmhouses and villages were laid in ashes, though churches were generally spared. St. Paul, far below Quebec, was sacked and burned, and the settlements of the opposite shore were partially destroyed. The parishes of L'Ange Gardien, Château Richer, and St. Joachim were wasted with fire and sword. Night after night the garrison of Quebec could see the light of burning houses as far down as the mountain of Cape Tourmente. Near St. Joachim there was a severe skirmish, followed by atrocious cruelties. Captain Alexander Montgomery, of the 43rd Regiment, who commanded the detachment, and who has been most unjustly confounded with the Revolutionary General Richard Montgomery, ordered the prisoners to be shot in cold blood, to the indignation of his own officers. Robineau de Portneuf, curé of St. Joachim, placed himself at the head of 30 parishioners, and took possession of a large stone house in the adjacent parish of Château Richer, where for a time he held the English at bay. At length he and his followers were drawn out into ambush, where they were surrounded and killed, and being disguised as Indians, the Rangers scalped them all. Most of the French writers of the time mentioned these barbarities without much comment, while Vaudreuil loudly denounces them. Yet he himself was answerable for atrocities incomparably worse and on a far larger scale. He had turned loose his savages, red and white, along a frontier of 600 miles to waste, burn, and murder at will. Women and children, such were the orders of Wolfe, are to be treated with humanity. If any violence is offered to a woman, the offender shall be punished with death. These orders were generally obeyed. The English, with the single exception of Montgomery, killed none but armed men in the act of resistance or attack. Vaudreuil's war parties spared neither age nor sex. Montcalm let the parishes burn, and still lay fast entrenched in his lines of Beauport. He would not imperil all Canada to save a few hundred farmhouses, and Wolfe was as far as ever from the battle that he coveted. Hitherto his attacks had been made chiefly below the town, but these having failed, he now changed his plan and renewed on a larger scale the movements begun above it in July. With every fair wind, ships and transports passed the batteries of Quebec, favoured by a hot fire from Point Levi, and generally succeeded with more or less damage in gaining the upper river. A fleet of flatboats was also sent thither, and 1,200 troops marched overland to embark in them, under Brigadier Murray. Admiral Holmes took command of the little fleet now gathered above the town, and operations in that quarter were systematically resumed. To oppose them, Bougainville was sent from the camp at Beauport with 1,500 men. His was a most arduous and exhausting duty. He must watch the shores for 15 or 20 miles, divide his force into detachments, and subject himself and his followers to the strain of incessant vigilance and incessant marching. Murray made a descent at Point aux Trembles and was repulsed with loss. He tried a second time at another place, was met before landing by a body of ambushed Canadians, and was again driven back, his foremost boats full of dead and wounded. A third time he succeeded, landed at Deschambault, and burned a large building filled with stores and all the spare baggage of the French regular officers. The blow was so alarming that Montcalm hastened from Beauport to take command in person, but when he arrived the English were gone. Vaudreuil now saw his mistake in sending the French frigates up the river out of harm's way, and withdrawing their crews to serve the batteries of Quebec. Had these ships been there, they might have overpowered those of the English in detail as they passed the town. An attempt was made to retrieve the blunder. The sailors were sent to man the frigates anew and attack the squadron of Holmes. It was too late. Holmes was already too strong for them, and they were recalled. Yet the difficulties of the English still seemed insurmountable. Dysentery and fever broke out in their camps. The number of their effective men was greatly reduced, and the advancing season told them that their work must be done quickly or not done at all. On the other side, the distress of the French grew greater every day. Their army was on short rations. The operations of the English above the town filled the camp of Beauport with dismay, for troops and Canadians alike dreaded the cutting off of their supplies. These were all drawn from the districts of Three Rivers and Montreal, and at best they were in great danger, since when brought down in boats at night they were apt to be intercepted, while the difficulty of bringing them by land was extreme, through scarcity of cattle and horses. Discipline was relaxed, disorder and pillage were rife, and the Canadians deserted so fast that towards the end of August 200 of them, it is said, would sometimes go off in one night. Early in the month, the disheartening news came of the loss of Ticonderoga and Crown Point, the retreat of Bourlamaque, the fall of Niagara, and the expected advance of Amherst on Montreal. It was then that Lévis was dispatched to the scene of danger, and Quebec was deplorably weakened by his absence. About this time the Lower Town was again set on fire by the English batteries, and 167 houses were burned in a night. In the front of the Upper Town nearly every building was a ruin. At the General Hospital, which was remote enough to be safe from the bombardment, every barn, shed, and garret, and even the chapel itself, were crowded with sick and wounded, with women and children from the town, and the nuns of the Ursulines and the Hôtel Dieu driven thither for refuge. Bishop Pontbriand, though suffering from a mortal disease, came almost daily to visit and console them from his lodging in the house of the curé at Charlesbourg. Towards the end of August the sky brightened again. It became known that Amherst was not moving on Montreal, and Bourlamaque wrote that his position at Île-aux-Noix was impregnable. On the 27th, a deserter from Wolfe's army brought the welcome assurance that the invaders despaired of success, and would soon sail for home, while there were movements in the English camps and fleet that seemed to confirm what he said. Vaudreuil breathed more freely, and renewed hope and confidence visited the army of Beauport. Meanwhile, a deep cloud fell on the English. Since the siege began, Wolfe had passed with ceaseless energy from camp to camp, animating the troops, observing everything and directing everything. But now the pale face and tall lean form were seen no more, and the rumour spread that the general was dangerously ill. He had in fact been seized by an access of the disease that had tortured him for some time past, and fever had followed. His quarters were at a French farmhouse in the camp at Montmorency, and here, as he lay in an upper chamber, helpless in bed, his singular and most unmilitary features haggard with disease and drawn with pain, no man could less have looked the hero. But as the needle, though quivering, points always to the pole, so, through torment and languor and the heats of fever, the mind of Wolfe dwelt on the capture of Quebec. His illness, which began before the 20th of August, had so far subsided on the 25th that Knox wrote in his diary of that day, "His Excellency General Wolfe is on the recovery, to the inconceivable joy of the whole army." On the 29th he was able to write or dictate a letter to the three brigadiers, Monckton, Townsend, and Murray, that the public service may not suffer by the general's indisposition. He begs the brigadiers will meet and consult together for the public utility and advantage, and consider the best method to attack the enemy. The letter then proposes 3 plans, all bold to audacity. The first was to send a part of the army to ford the Montmorency 8 or 9 miles above its mouth, march through the forest, and fall on the rear of the French at Beauport. while the rest landed and attacked them in front. The second was to cross the ford at the mouth of the Montmorency and march along the Strand under the French entrenchments, till a place could be found where the troops might climb the heights. The third was to make a general attack from boats at the Beauport Flats. Wolfe had before entertained two other plans, one of which was to scale the heights at Saint-Michel, about a league above Quebec, but this he had abandoned on learning that the French were there in force to receive him. The other was to storm the lower town, but this also he had abandoned because the upper town, which commanded it, would still remain inaccessible. The brigadiers met in consultation, rejected the three plans proposed in the letter, and advised that an attempt should be made to gain a footing on the north shore above the town, place the army between Montcalm and his base of supply, and so force him to fight or surrender. The scheme was similar to that of the heights of Saint-Michel. It seemed desperate, but so did all the rest, and if by chance it should succeed, the gain was far greater than could follow any success below the town. Wolfe embraced it at once. Not that he saw much hope in it. He knew that every chance was against him. Disappointment in the past and doom in the future, the pain and exhaustion of disease, toils and anxiety too great, in the words of Burke, to be supported by a delicate constitution, and a body unequal to the vigorous and enterprising soul that it lodged, threw him at times into deep dejection. By those intimate with him, he was heard to say that he would not go back defeated, to be exposed to the censure and reproach of an ignorant populace. In other moods, he felt that he ought not to sacrifice what was left of his diminished army in vain conflict with hopeless obstacles. But his final resolve once taken, he would not swerve from it. His fear was that he might not be able to lead his troops in person. "I know perfectly well you cannot cure me," he said to his physician, "but pray make me so that I may be without pain for a few days, and able to do my duty. That is all I want." In a dispatch which Wolfe had written to Pitt, Admiral Saunders conceived that he had ascribed to the fleet more than its just share in the disaster at Montmorency, and he sent him a letter on the subject. Major Barre kept it from the invalid till the fever had abated. Wolfe then wrote a long answer, which reveals his mixed dejection and resolve. He owns the justice of what Saunders had said, but adds, "I cannot leave out that part of my letter to Mr. Pitt which you object to. I am sensible of my own errors in the course of the campaign, see clearly wherein I have been deficient, and think a little more or less blame to a man that must necessarily be ruined of little or no consequences. I take the blame of that unlucky day entirely upon my own shoulders, and I expect to suffer for it." Then, speaking of the new project of an attack above Quebec, he says despondingly, "My ill state of health prevents me from executing my own plan. It is of too desperate a nature to order others to execute." He proceeds, however, to give directions for it. It will be necessary to run as many small craft as possible above the town, with provisions for 6 weeks, for about 5,000, which is all I intend to take. My letters, I hope, will be ready tomorrow, and I hope I shall have strength to lead those men to wherever we can find the enemy. On the next day, the last of August, he was able for the first time to leave the house. It was on this same day that he wrote his last letter to his mother. My writing to you will convince you that no personal evils worse than defeats and disappointments have fallen upon me. The enemy puts nothing to risk, and I can't in conscience put the whole army to risk. My antagonist has wisely shut himself up in inaccessible entrenchments, so that I can't get at him without spilling a torrent of blood, and that perhaps to little purpose. The Marquis de Montcalm is at the head of a great number of bad soldiers, and I am at the head of a small number of good ones, that wish for nothing so much as to fight him. But the wary old fellow avoids an action, doubtful of the behaviour of his army. People must be of the profession to understand the disadvantages and difficulties we labour under, arising from the uncommon natural strength of the country. On the 2nd of September, a vessel was sent to England with his last dispatch to Pitt. It begins thus: "The obstacles we have met with in the operations of the campaign are much greater than we had reason to expect or could foresee, not so much from the number of the enemy, though superior to us, as from the natural strength of the country, which the Marquis of Montcalm seems wisely to depend upon. When I learned that succours of all kinds had been thrown into Quebec, that 5 battalions of regular troops, completed from the best inhabitants of the country, some of the troops of the colony, and every Canadian that was able to bear arms, besides several nations of savages, had taken the field in a very advantageous situation, I could not flatter myself that I should be able to reduce the place. I sought, however, an occasion to attack their army, knowing well that with these troops I was able to fight, and hoping that a victory might disperse them." Then, after recounting the events of the campaign with admirable clearness, he continues, "I find myself so ill, and am still so weak, that I begged the general officers to consult together for the general utility. They are all of opinion that, as more ships and provisions are now got above the town, they should try, by conveying up a corps of 4,000 or 5,000 men, which is nearly the whole strength of the army after the points of Levi and Orléans are left in a proper state of defence, to draw the enemy from their present situation and bring them to an action. I have acquiesced in the proposal, and we are preparing to put it into execution." The letter ends thus: "By the list of disabled officers, many of whom are rank, you may perceive that the army is much weakened. By the nature of the river, the most formidable part of this armament is deprived of the power of acting, yet we have almost the whole force of Canada to oppose. In this situation there is such a choice of difficulties that I own myself at a loss how to determine. The affairs of Great Britain, I know, require the most vigorous measures, but the courage of a handful of brave troops should be exerted only when there is some hope of a favorable event. However, you may be assured that the small part of the campaign which remains shall be employed, as far as I am able, for the honour of His Majesty and the interest of the nation, in which I am sure of being well seconded by the Admiral and by the generals, happy if our efforts here can contribute to the success of His Majesty's arms in any other parts of America." Some days later he wrote to the Earl of Holdernesse, "The Marquis of Montcalm has a numerous body of armed men, I cannot call it an army, and the strongest country perhaps in the world. Our fleet blocks up the river above and below the town, but can give no manner of aid in an attack upon the Canadian army. We are now here, off Cap Rouge, with about 3,600 men, waiting to attack them when and wherever they can best be got at. I am so far recovered as to do business, but my constitution is entirely ruined without the consolation of doing any considerable service to the state, and without any prospect of it. He had just learned, through the letter brought from Amherst by Ensign Hutchins, that he could expect no help from that quarter. End of section 60. Section 61 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27, Part 2. Perhaps he was as near despair as his undaunted nature was capable of being. In his present state of body and mind, he was a hero without the light and cheer of heroism. He flattered himself with no illusions, but saw the worst and faced it all. He seems to have been entirely without excitement. The languor of disease, the desperation of the chances, and the greatness of the stake may have wrought to tranquilize him. His energy was doubly tasked, to bear up his own sinking frame, and to achieve an almost hopeless feat of arms. Audacious as it was, his plan cannot be called rash if we may accept the statement of two well-informed writers on the French side. They say that on the 10th of September the English naval commanders held a council on board the flagship, in which it was resolved that the lateness of the season required the fleet to leave Quebec without delay. They say further that Wolfe then went to the admiral, told him that he had found a place where the heights could be scaled, that he would send up 150 picked men to feel the way, and that if they gained a lodgment at the top, the other troops should follow. If, on the other hand, the French were there in force to oppose them, he would not sacrifice the army in a hopeless attempt, but embark them for home, consoled by the thought that all had been done that man could do. On this, concludes the story, the admiral and his officers consented to wait the result. As Wolfe had informed Pitt, his army was greatly weakened. Since the end of June, his loss in killed and wounded was more than 850, including 2 colonels, 2 majors, 19 captains, and 34 subalterns, and to these were to be added a greater number disabled by disease. The squadron of Admiral Holmes above Quebec had now increased to 22 vessels, great and small. One of the last that went up was a diminutive schooner armed with a new swivels and jocosely named the Terror of France. She sailed by the town in broad daylight, the French, incensed at her impudence, blazing at her from all their batteries. But she passed unharmed, anchored by the admiral's ship, and saluted him triumphantly with her swivels. Wolfe's first move towards executing his plan was the critical one of evacuating the camp at Montmorency. This was accomplished on the 3rd of September. Montcalm sent a strong force to fall on the rear of the retiring English. Monckton saw the movement from Point Levi, embarked 2 battalions in the boats of the fleet, and made a feint of landing at Beauport. Montcalm recalled his troops to repulse the threatened attack, and the English withdrew from Montmorency unmolested, some to the point of Orléans, others to Point Levi. On the night of the 4th, a fleet of flatboats passed above the town with the baggage and stores. On the 5th, Murray, with 4 battalions, marched up to the river Etechemin and forded it under a hot fire from the French batteries at Sillery. Monckton and Townshend followed with 3 more battalions, and the united force of about 3,600 men was embarked on board the ships of Holmes, where Wolfe joined them on the same evening. These movements of the English filled the French commanders with mingled perplexity, anxiety, and hope. A deserter told them that Admiral Saunders was impatient to be gone. Vaudreuil grew confident. The breaking up of the camp at Montmorency, he says, and the abandonment of the entrenchments there, the re-embarkation on board the vessels above Quebec of the troops who had encamped on the south bank, the movements of these vessels, the removal of the heaviest pieces of artillery from the batteries of Point Levi, these and the lateness of the season all combined to announce the speedy departure of the fleet, several vessels of which had even sailed down the river already. The prisoners and the deserters who daily came in told us that this was the common report in their army. He wrote to Bourlamaque on the 1st of September, "Everything proves that the grand design of the English has failed." Yet he was ceaselessly watchful. So was Montcalm, and he too, on the night of the 2nd, snatched a moment to write to Bourlamaque from his headquarters in the stone house by the river of Beauport. "The night is dark. It rains. Our troops are in their tents with clothes on, ready for an alarm. I in my boots, my horses saddled. In fact, this is my usual way. I wish you were here, for I cannot be everywhere, though I multiply myself and have not taken off my clothes since the 23rd of June." On the 11th of September he wrote his last letter to Bourlamaque, and probably the last that his pen ever traced. "I am overwhelmed with work, and should often lose temper, like you, if I did not remember that I am paid by Europe for not losing it. Nothing new since my last. I give the enemy another month, or something less, to stay here. The more sanguine Vaudreuil would hardly give them a week." Meanwhile, no precaution was spared. The force under Bougainville above Quebec was raised to 3,000 men. He was ordered to watch the shore as far as Jacques-Cartier, and follow with his main body every movement of Holmes's squadron. There was little fear for the heights near the town. They were thought inaccessible. Even Montcalm believed them safe, and had expressed himself to that effect some time before. "We need not suppose," he wrote to Vaudreuil, "that the enemy have wings." And again, speaking of the very place where Wolfe afterwards landed, "I swear to you that 100 men posted there would stop their whole army." He was right. 100 watchful and determined men could have held the position long enough for reinforcements to come up. The 100 men were there. Captain de Vergor of the colony troops commanded them, and reinforcements were within his call, for the battalion of Guienne had been ordered to encamp close at hand on the Plains of Abraham. Vergor's post, called Anse de Foulon, was 1.5 miles from Quebec. A little beyond it, by the brink of the cliffs, was another post called Samos, held by 70 men with 4 cannon, and beyond this again the heights of Sillery were guarded by 130 men, also with cannon. These were outposts of Bougainville, whose headquarters were at Cap Rouge, 6 miles above Sillery, and whose troops were in continual movement among the intervening shore. Thus all was vigilance, for while the French were strong in the hope of speedy delivery, they felt that there was no safety till the tents of the invader had vanished from their shores and his ships from their river. "What we knew," says one of them, "of the character of Monsieur Wolfe, that impetuous, bold, and intrepid warrior, prepared us for a last attack before he left us. Wolfe had been very ill on the evening of the 4th. The troops knew it, and their spirits sank. But after a night of torment he grew better, and was soon among them again, rekindling their ardour and imparting a cheer that he could not share. For himself he had no pity, but when he heard of the illness of 2 officers in one of the ships, he sent them a message of warm sympathy, advised them to return to Point Levi, and offered them his own barge and an escort. They thanked him, but replied that, come what might, they would see the enterprise to an end. Another officer remarked in his hearing that one of the invalids had a very delicate constitution. "Don't tell me of constitution," said Wolfe. "He has good spirit, and good spirit will carry a man through everything." An immense moral force bore up his own frail body and forced it to its work. Major Robert Stobo, who 5 years before had been given as a hostage to the French at the capture of Fort Necessity, arrived about this time in a vessel from Halifax. He had long been a prisoner at Quebec, not always in close custody, and had used his opportunities to acquaint himself with the neighbourhood. In the spring of this year, he and an officer of Rangers named Stevens had made their escape with extraordinary skill and daring, and he now returned to give his countrymen the benefit of his local knowledge. His biographer says that it was he who directed Wolfe in the choice of a landing place. Be this as it may, Wolfe in person examined the river and the shore as far as Point aux Trembles, till at length, landing on the south side a little above Quebec, and looking across the water with a telescope, he descried a path that ran with a long slope up the face of the woody precipice, and saw at the top a cluster of tents. They were of Vergor's guard at the Anse de Foulon, now called Wolfe's Cove. As he could see but 10 or 12 of them, he thought that the guard could not be numerous, and might be overpowered. His hope would have been stronger if he had known that Vergor had once been tried for misconduct and cowardice in the surrender of Beauséjour, and saved from merited disgrace by the friendship of Bigot and the protection of Vaudreuil. The morning of the 7th was fair and warm, and the vessels of Holmes, their crowded decks gay with scarlet uniforms, sailed up the river to Cap Rouge. A lively scene awaited them, for here were the headquarters of Bougainville, and here lay his principal force, while the rest watched the banks above and below. The cove into which the little river runs was guarded by floating batteries. The surrounding shore was defended by breastworks, and a large body of regulars, militia, and mounted Canadians in blue uniforms moved to and fro with restless activity on the hills behind. When the vessels came to anchor, the horsemen dismounted and formed in line with the infantry. Then, with loud shouts, the whole rushed down the heights to man their works at the shore. That true Briton, Captain Knox, looked on with a critical eye from the gangway of his ship, and wrote that night in his diary that they had made a ridiculous noise. "How different," he exclaims, "how nobly artful and expressive of true valor is the customary silence of the British troops." In the afternoon the ships opened fire, while the troops entered the boats and rowed up and down as if looking for a landing place. It was but a feint of Wolfe to deceive Bougainville as to his real design. A heavy easterly rain set in on the next morning and lasted 2 days without respite. All operations were suspended, and the men suffered greatly in the crowded transports. Half of them were therefore landed on the south shore, where they made their quarters in the village of St. Nicholas, refreshed themselves, and dried their wet clothing, knapsacks, and blankets. For several successive days the squadron of Holmes was allowed to drift up the river with the flood tide, and down with the ebb, thus passing and repassing incessantly between the neighbourhood of Quebec on one hand, and a high point above Cap Rouge on the other, while Bougainville, perplexed and always expecting an attack, followed the ships to and fro along the shore, by day and by night, till his men were exhausted with ceaseless forced marches. At last the time for action came. On Wednesday the 12th, the troops at St. Nicholas were embarked again, and all were told to hold themselves in readiness. Wolfe, from the flagship Sutherland, issued his last general orders. The enemy's force is now divided, great scarcity of provisions in their camp, and universal discontent among the Canadians. Our troops below are in readiness to join us. All the light artillery and tools are embarked at the Point of Levi, and the troops will land where the French seem least to expect it. The first body that gets on shore is to march directly to the enemy and drive them from any little post they may occupy. The officers must be careful that the succeeding bodies do not by any mistake fire on those who go before them. The battalions must form on the upper ground with expedition and be ready to charge whatever presents itself. When the artillery and troops are landed, a corps will be left to secure the landing place, while the rest march on and endeavour to bring the Canadians and French to a battle. The officers and men will remember what their country expects from them, and what a determined body of soldiers inured to war is capable of doing against 5 weak French battalions mingled with a disorderly peasantry. The spirit of the army answered to that of its chief. The troops loved and admired their general, trusted their officers, and were ready for any attempt. Nay, how could it be otherwise? Quaintly asks honest Sergeant John Johnson of the 58th Regiment, being at the heels of gentlemen whose whole thirst equals with their general was for glory. We had seen them tried, and always found them sterling. We knew that they would stand by us to the last extremity. Wolfe had 3,600 men and officers with him on board the vessels of Holmes, and he now sent orders to Colonel Burton at Point Levi to bring to his aid all who could be spared from that place and the Point of Orleans. They were to march along the south bank after nightfall and wait further orders at a designated spot convenient for embarkation. Their number was about 1,200, so that the entire force destined for the enterprise was at the utmost 4,800. With these, Wolfe meant to climb the heights of Abraham in the teeth of an enemy who, though much reduced, were still twice as numerous as their assailants. Admiral Saunders lay with the main fleet in the basin of Quebec. This excellent officer, whatever may have been his views as to the necessity of a speedy departure, aided Wolfe to the last with unfailing energy and zeal. It was agreed between them that while the general made the real attack, the admiral should engage Montcalm's attention by a pretended one. As night approached, the fleet ranged itself along the Beauport shore. The boats were lowered and filled with sailors, marines, and the few troops that had been left behind, while ship signalled to ship, cannon flashed and thundered, and shot ploughed the beach, as if to clear a way for assailants to land. In the gloom of the evening the effect was imposing. Montcalm, who thought that the movements of the English above the town were only a feint, that their main force was still below it, and that their real attack would be made there, was completely deceived, and massed his troops in front of Beauport to repel the expected landing. But while in the fleet of Saunders all was uproar and ostentatious menace, the danger was 10 miles away, where the squadron of Holmes lay tranquil and silent at its anchorage off Cap Rouge. It was less tranquil than it seemed. All on board knew that a blow would be struck that night, though only a few high officers knew where. Colonel Howe of the light infantry called for volunteers to lead the unknown and desperate venture, promising, in the words of one of them, that if any of us survived, we might depend on being recommended to the general. As many as were wanted, 24 in all, soon came forward. 30 large bateaux and some boats belonging to the squadron lay moored alongside the vessels, and late in the evening the troops were ordered into them, the 24 volunteers taking their place in the foremost. They held in all about 1,700 men. The rest remained on board. Bougainville could discern the movement and misjudged it, thinking that he himself was to be attacked. The tide was still flowing, and the better to deceive him, the vessels and boats were allowed to drift upward with it for a little distance, as if to land above Cape Rouge. The day had been fortunate for Wolfe. 2 deserters came from the camp of Bougainville with intelligence that, at ebb tide on the next night, he was to send down a convoy of provisions to Montcalm. The necessities of the camp at Beauport and the difficulties of transportation by land had before compelled the French to resort to this perilous means of conveying supplies, and their boats, drifting in darkness under the shadows of the northern shore, had commonly passed in safety. Wolfe saw at once that if his own boats went down in advance of the convoy, he could turn the intelligence of the deserters to good account. He was still on board the Sutherland. Every preparation was made and every order given. It only remained to wait the turning of the tide. Seated with him in the cabin was the commander of the sloop of war, Porcupine, his former schoolfellow, John Jervis, afterwards Earl St. Vincent. Wolfe told him that he expected to die in the battle of the next day, and taking from his bosom a miniature of Miss Lowther, his betrothed, he gave it to him with a request that he would return it to her if the presentiment should prove true. Towards 2:00 the tide began to ebb, and a fresh wind blew down the river. 2 lanterns were raised into the maintop shrouds of the Sutherland. It was the appointed signal. The boats cast off and fell down with the current, those of the light infantry leading the way. The vessels with the rest of the troops had orders to follow a little later. To look for a moment at the chances on which this bold adventure hung. First, the deserters told Wolfe that provision boats were ordered to go down to Quebec that night. Secondly, Bougainville countermanded them. Thirdly, the sentries posted along the heights were told of the order, but not of the countermand. Fourthly, Vergor at the Anse de Foulon had permitted most of his men, chiefly Canadians from Lorette, to go home for a time and work at their harvesting, on condition, it is said, that they should afterwards work in a neighbouring field of his own. Fifthly, he kept careless watch and went quietly to bed. Sixthly, the battalion of Guyenne, ordered to take post on the Plains of Abraham, had, for reasons unexplained, remained encamped by the St. Charles, and lastly, when Bougainville saw Holmes's vessels drift down the stream, he did not tax his weary troops to follow them, thinking that they would return as usual with the flood tide. But for these conspiring circumstances, New France might have lived a little longer, and the fruitless heroism of Wolfe would have passed, with countless other heroisms, into oblivion. End of section 61. Section 62 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27, Part 3. For full 2 hours the procession of boats, borne on the current, steered silently down the St. Lawrence. The stars were visible, but the night was moonless and sufficiently dark. The general was in one of the foremost boats, and near him was a young midshipman, John Robison, afterwards professor of natural philosophy in the University of Edinburgh. He used to tell in his later life how Wolfe, with a low voice, repeated Gray's elegy in a country churchyard to the officers about him. Probably it was to relieve the intense strain of his thoughts. Among the rest was the verse which his own fate was soon to illustrate. The paths of glory lead but to the grave. Gentlemen, he said, as his recital ended, I would rather have written those lines than take Quebec. None were there to tell him that the hero is greater than the poet. As they neared their destination, the tide bore them in towards the shore, and the mighty wall of rock and forest towered in darkness on their left. The dead stillness was suddenly broken by the sharp qui vive of a French sentry in the thick gloom. France, answered a Highland officer of Fraser's regiment from one of the boats of the light infantry. He had served in Holland and spoke French fluently. À quel régiment? De la Reine, replied the Highlander. He knew that a part of the corps was with Bougainville. The sentry, expecting the convoy of provisions, was satisfied and did not ask for the password. Soon after, the foremost boats were passing the heights of Samos, where another sentry challenged them, and they could see him through the darkness, running down to the edge of the water within range of a pistol shot. In answer to his questions, the same officer replied in French, Provision boats, don't make a noise, the English will hear. In fact, the sloop of war Hunter was anchored in the stream not far off. This time again the sentry let them pass. In a few moments they rounded the headland above the Anse de Foulon. There was no sentry there. The strong current swept the boats of the light infantry a little below the intended landing place. They disembarked on a narrow strand at the foot of heights as steep as a hill covered with trees can be. The 24 volunteers led the way, climbing with what silence they might, closely followed by a much larger body. When they reached the top, they saw in the dim light a cluster of tents at a short distance, and immediately made a dash at them. Vergor leapt from bed and tried to run off, but was shot in the heel and captured. His men, taken by surprise, made little resistance. 1 or 2 were caught, the rest fled. The main body of troops waited in their boats by the edge of the strand. The heights nearby were cleft by a great ravine choked with forest trees, and in its depths ran a little brook called Rosseuil Saint-Denis, which, swollen by the late rains, fell plashing in the stillness over a rock. Other than this, no sound could reach the strained ear of Wolfe but the gurgle of tide and the cautious climbing of his advance parties as they mounted the steeps at some little distance from where he sat listening. At length, from the top, came a sound of musket shots, followed by loud huzzas, and he knew that his men were masters of the position. The word was given. The troops leapt from the boats and scaled the heights, some here, some there, clutching at trees and bushes, their muskets slung at their backs. Tradition still points out the place near the mouth of the ravine, where the foremost reached the top. Wolfe said to an officer near him, "You can try it, but I don't think you'll get up." He himself, however, found strength to drag himself up with the rest. The narrow slanting path on the face of the heights had been made impassable by trenches and abattis, but all obstructions were soon cleared away, and then the ascent was easy. In the grey of the morning, the long file of red-coated soldiers moved quickly upward and formed in order on the plateau above. Before many of them had reached the top, cannon were heard close on the left. It was the battery at Samos firing on the boats in the rear and the vessels descending from Cap Rouge. A party was sent to silence it. This was soon effected, and the more distant battery at Sillery was next attacked and taken. As fast as the boats were emptied, they returned for the troops left on board the vessels and for those waiting on the southern shore under Colonel Burton. The day broke in clouds and threatening rain. Wolfe's battalions were drawn up along the crest of the heights. No enemy was in sight, though a body of Canadians had sallied from the town and moved along the strand towards the landing place, whence they were quickly driven back. He had achieved the most critical part of his enterprise, yet the success that he coveted placed him in immediate danger. On one side was the garrison of Quebec and the army of Beauport, and Bougainville was on the other. Wolfe's alternative was victory or ruin, for if he should be overwhelmed by a combined attack, retreat would be hopeless. His feelings no man can know, but it would be safe to say that hesitation or doubt had no part in them. He went to reconnoitre the ground, and soon came to the Plains of Abraham, so called from Abraham Martin, a pilot known as Maître Abraham, who had owned a piece of land here in the early times of the colony. The plains were a tract of grass, tolerably level in most parts, patched here and there with cornfields, studded with clumps of bushes, and forming a part of the high plateau at the eastern end of which Quebec stood. On the south it was bounded by the declivities along the St. Lawrence, on the north by those along the St. Charles, or rather along the meadows through which that lazy stream crawled like a writhing snake. At the place that Wolfe chose for his battlefield, the plateau was less than a mile wide. Thither the troops advanced, marched by files till they reached the ground, and then wheeled to form their line of battle, which stretched across the plateau and faced the city. It consisted of 6 battalions and the detached grenadiers from Louisbourg, all drawn up in ranks 3 deep. Its right wing was near the brink of the heights above the St. Lawrence, but the left could not reach those along the St. Charles. On this side a wide space was perforce left open, and there was danger of being outflanked. To prevent this, Brigadier Townshend was stationed here with 2 battalions, drawn up at right angles with the rest, and fronting the St. Charles. The battalion of Webb's regiment, under Colonel Burton, formed the reserve. The 3rd Battalion of Royal Americans was left to guard the landing, and Howe's light infantry occupied a wood far in the rear. Wolfe, with Monckton and Murray, commanded the front line, on which the heavy fighting was to fall, and which, when all the troops had arrived, numbered less than 3,500 men. Quebec was not a mile distant, but they could not see it, for a ridge of broken ground intervened, called Butte à Nouveau, about 600 paces off. The 1st Division of troops had scarcely come up when, about 6 o'clock, this ride was suddenly thronged with white uniforms. It was the battalion of Guyenne, arrived at the 11th hour from its camp by the St. Charles. Some time after there was hot firing in the rear. It came from a detachment of Bougainville's command attacking a house where some of the light infantry were posted. The assailants were repulsed and the firing ceased. Light showers fell at intervals, besprinkling the troops as they stood patiently waiting the event. Montcalm had passed a troubled night. Through all the evening the cannon bellowed from the ships of Saunders, and the boats of the fleet hovered in the dusk off the Beauport shore, threatening every moment to land. Troops lined entrenchments till day, while the general walked the field that adjoined his headquarters, till 1 in the morning, accompanied by the Chevalier Johnston and Colonel Poulariez. Johnston says that he was in great agitation and took no rest all night. At daybreak he heard the sound of cannon above the town. It was the battery at Samos firing on the English ships. He had sent an officer to the quarters of Vaudreuil, which were much nearer Quebec, with orders to bring him word at once should anything unusual happen. But no word came, and about 6 o'clock he mounted and rode thither with Johnston. As they advanced, the country behind the town opened more and more upon their sight, till at length, when opposite Vaudreuil's house, they saw across the St. Charles, some 2 miles away, the red ranks of British soldiers on the heights beyond. "This is a serious business," Montcalm said, and sent off Johnston at full gallop to bring up the troops from the centre and left of the camp. Those of the right were in motion already, doubtless by the governor's order. Vaudreuil came out of the house. Montcalm stopped for a few words with him, then set spurs to his horse, and rode over the bridge of the St. Charles to the scene of danger. He rode with a fixed look, uttering not a word. The army followed in such order as it might, crossed the bridge in hot haste, passed under the northern rampart of Quebec, entered the palace gate, and pressed on in headlong march along the quaint, narrow streets of the warlike town. Troops of Indians in scalp locks and war paint, a savage glitter in their deep-set eyes, bands of Canadians whose all was at stake, faith, country, and home, the colony regulars, the battalions of Old France, a torrent of white uniforms and gleaming bayonets, La Sarre, Languedoc, Roussillon, Béarn, victors of Oswego, William Henry, and Ticonderoga. So they swept on, poured out upon the plain, some by the gate of St. Louis, and some by that of St. John, and hurried breathless to where the banners of Guyenne still fluttered on the ridge. Montcalm was amazed at what he saw. He had expected a detachment, and he found an army. Full in sight before him stretched the lines of Wolfe, the close ranks of the English infantry, a silent wall of red, and the wild army of the Highlanders with their waving tartans and bagpipes screaming defiance. Vaudreuil had not come, but not the less was felt the evil of a divided authority and the jealousy of the rival chiefs. Montcalm waited long for the forces he had ordered to join him from the left wing of the army. He waited in vain. It is said that the governor had detained them, lest the English should attack the Beauport shore. Even if they did so, and succeeded, the French might defy them, could they but put Wolfe to rout on the Plains of Abraham. Neither did the garrison of Quebec come to the aid of Montcalm. He sent to Ramsay, its commander, for 25 field pieces, which were on the Palace Battery. Ramsay would give him only 3, saying that he wanted them for his own defence. There were orders and counter-orders, misunderstanding, haste, delay, perplexity. Montcalm and his chief officers held a council of war. It is said that he and they alike were for immediate attack. His enemies declare that he was afraid lest Vaudreuil should arrive and take command. But the governor was not a man to assume responsibility at such a crisis. Others say that his impetuosity overcame his better judgment, and of this charge it is hard to acquit him. Bougainville was but a few miles distant, and some of his troops were much nearer. A messenger sent by way of Old Lorette could have reached him in an hour and a half at most, and a combined attack in front and rear might have been concerted with him. If, moreover, Montcalm could have come to an understanding with Vaudreuil, his own force might have been strengthened by 2,000 or 3,000 additional men from the town at the camp of Beauport. But he felt there was no time to lose, for he imagined that Wolfe would soon be reinforced, which was impossible, and he believed that the English were fortifying themselves, which was no less an error. He has been blamed not only for fighting too soon, but for fighting at all, and in this he could not choose. Fight he must, for Wolfe was now in a position to cut off all his supplies. His men were full of ardour, and he resolved to attack before their ardour cooled. He spoke a few words to them in his keen, vehement way. I remember very well how he looked, one of the Canadians, then a boy of 18, used to say in his old age. He rode a black or dark bay horse along the front of our lines, brandishing his sword, as if to excite us to do our duty. He wore a coat with wide sleeves, which fell back as he raised his arm, and showed the white linen of his wristband. The English waited the result with a composure which, if not quite real, was at least well feigned. The 3 field pieces sent by Ramsay plied them with canister shot, and 1,500 Canadians and Indians fusilladed them in front and flank. All over the plain, from behind bushes and knolls and the edge of cornfields, puffs of smoke sprang incessantly from the guns of these hidden marksmen. Skirmishers were thrown out before the lines to hold them in check, and the soldiers were ordered to lie on the grass to avoid the shot. The firing was liveliest on the English left, where bands of sharpshooters got under the edge of the declivity, among thickets and behind scattered houses, whence they killed and wounded a considerable number of Townshend's men. The light infantry were called up from the rear. The houses were taken and retaken, and one or more of them was burned. Wolfe was everywhere. How cool he was, and why his followers loved him, is shown by an incident that happened in the course of the morning. One of his captains was shot through the lungs, and on recovering consciousness he saw the general standing at his side. Wolfe pressed his hand, told him not to despair, praised his services, promised him early promotion, and sent an aide-de-camp to Moncton to beg that officer to keep the promise if he himself should fall. It was towards 10 o'clock when, from the high ground on the right of the line, Wolfe saw that the crisis was near. The French on the ridge had formed themselves into three bodies, regulars in the centre, regulars and Canadians on right and left. Two field pieces which had been dragged up the heights at Anse-du-Foulon fired on them with grape shot, and the troops, rising from the ground, prepared to receive them. In a few moments more they were in motion. They came on rapidly, uttering loud shouts, and firing as soon as they were within range. Their ranks, ill-ordered at the best, were further confused by a number of Canadians who had been mixed among the regulars, and who, after hastily firing, threw themselves on the ground to reload. The British advanced a few rods, then halted and stood still. When the French were within 40 paces, the word of command rang out, and a crash of musketry answered all along the line. The volley was delivered with remarkable precision. In the battalions of the centre, which had suffered least from the enemy's bullets, the simultaneous explosion was afterwards said by French officers to have sounded like a cannon shot. Another volley followed, and then a furious clattering fire that lasted but a minute or two. When the smoke rose, a miserable sight was revealed. The ground cumbered with dead and wounded, the advancing masses stopped short and turned into a frantic mob, shouting, cursing, gesticulating. The order was given to charge. Then over the field rose the British cheer, mixed with the fierce yell of the Highland slogan. Some of the corps pushed forward with the bayonet, some advanced firing. The clansmen drew their broadswords and dashed on, keen and swift as bloodhounds. At the English right, though, the attacking column was broken to pieces. A fire was still kept up, chiefly, it seems, by sharpshooters from the bushes and cornfields, where they had lain for an hour or more. Here Wolfe himself led the charge, at the head of the Louisbourg Grenadiers. A shot shattered his wrist. He wrapped his handkerchief about it and kept on. Another shot struck him, and he still advanced, when a third lodged in his breast. He staggered and sat on the ground. Lieutenant Brown of the Grenadiers, one Henderson, a volunteer in the same company, and a private soldier, aided by an officer of artillery who ran to join them, carried him in their arms to the rear. He begged them to lay him down. They did so, and asked if he would have a surgeon. "There's no need," he answered. "It's all over with me." A moment after, one of them cried, "They run! See how they run!" "Who run?" Wolfe demanded, like a man roused from sleep. "The enemy, sir. Egad, they give way everywhere." "Go one of you to Colonel Burton," returned the dying man. "Tell him to march Webb's regiment down to Charles River to cut off their retreat from the bridge." Then turning on his side, he murmured, "Now God be praised, I will die in peace." And in a few moments his gallant soul had fled. Montcalm, still on horseback, was borne with the tide of fugitives towards the town. As he approached the walls, a shot passed through his body. He kept his seat. 2 soldiers supported him, 1 on each side, and led his horse through the St. Louis gate. On the open space within, among the excited crowd, were several women, drawn, no doubt, by eagerness to know the result of the fight. One of them recognized him, saw the streaming blood, and shrieked, "Oh, mon Dieu, le Marquis est tué." "It's nothing," replied the death-stricken man. "Don't be troubled for me, my good friends. Ce n'est rien. Ne vous affligez pas pour moi, mes bons amis." End of section 62. Section 63 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28, Part 1, 1759. Fall of Quebec. Never was rout more complete than that of our army, says a French official. It was the more so because Montcalm held no troops in reserve, but launched his whole force at once against the English. Nevertheless, there was some resistance to the pursuit. It came chiefly from the Canadians, many of whom had not advanced with the regulars to the attack. Those on the right wing, instead of doing so, threw themselves into an extensive tract of bushes that lay in front of the English left, and from this cover they opened a fire, too distant for much effect, till the victors advanced in their turn, when the shot of the hidden marksman told severely upon them. 2 battalions, therefore, deployed before the bushes, fired volleys into them, and drove their occupants out. Again, those of the Canadians who, before the main battle began, attacked the English left from the brink of the plateau towards the St. Charles, withdrew when the rout took place, and ran along the edge of the declivity till, at the part of it called Côte Sainte-Geneviève, they came to a place where it was overgrown with thickets. Into these they threw themselves, and were no sooner under cover than they faced about to fire upon the Highlanders, who presently came up. As many of these mountaineers, according to their old custom, threw down their muskets when they charged, and had no weapons but their broadswords, they tried in vain to dislodge the marksmen, and suffered greatly in the attempt. Other troops came to their aid, cleared the thickets, and after stout resistance drove their occupants across the meadow to the bridge of boats. The conduct of the Canadians at the Côte Sainte-Geneviève went far to atone for the shortcomings of some of them in the battlefield. A part of the fugitives escaped into the town by the gates of St. Louis and St. John, while the greater number fled along the front of the ramparts, rushed down the declivity to the suburb of St. Roch, and ran over the meadows to the bridge, protected by the cannon of the town and 2 armed hulks in the river. The rout had but just begun when Vaudreuil crossed the bridge from the camp of Beauport. It was 4 hours since he first heard the alarm, and his quarters were not much more than 2 miles from the battlefield. He does not explain why he did not come sooner. It is certain that his coming was well timed to throw the blame on Montcalm in case of defeat, or to claim some of the honor for himself in case of victory. Monsieur the Marquis of Montcalm, he says, unfortunately made his attack before I had joined him. His joining him could have done no good, for though he had at last brought with him the rest of the militia from the Beauport camp, they had come no farther than the bridge over the St. Charles, having, as he alleges, been kept there by an unauthorized order from the Chief of Staff, Montreuil. He declares that the regulars were in such a fright that he could not stop them, but that the Canadians listened to his voice, and that it was he who rallied them at the Côte Sainte-Geneviève. Of this the evidence is his own word. From other accounts it would appear that the Canadians rallied themselves. Vaudreuil lost no time in recrossing the bridge and joining the militia in the redoubt at the farther end, where a crowd of fugitives soon poured in after him. The aide-de-camp Johnston, mounted on horseback, had stopped for a moment in what is now the suburb of St. John to encourage some soldiers who were trying to save a cannon that had stuck fast in a marshy hollow, when, on spurring his horse to the higher ground, he saw within a musket shot a long line of British troops, who immediately fired upon him. The bullets whistled about his ears, tore his clothes, and wounded his horse, which, however, carried him along the edge of the declivity to a windmill, near which was a roadway to a bakehouse on the meadow below. He descended, crossed the meadow, reached the bridge, and rode over it to the great redoubt or hornwork that guarded its head. The place was full of troops and Canadians in a wild panic. It is impossible, says Johnston, to imagine the disorder and confusion I found in the hornwork. Consternation was general. Monsieur de Vaudreuil listened to everybody, and was always of the opinion of him who spoke last. On the appearance of the English troops on the plain by the bakehouse, Montguet and Lamotte, two old captains of the regiment of Béarn, cried out with vehemence to Monsieur de Vaudreuil that the hornwork would be taken in an instant by assault, sword in hand, that we should all be cut to pieces without quarter, and that nothing would save us but an immediate and general capitulation of Canada, giving it up to the English. Yet the river was wide and deep, and the hornwork was protected on the water side by strong palisades with cannon. Nevertheless, there rose a general cry to cut the bridge of boats. By doing so, more than half the army who had not yet crossed would have been sacrificed. The axemen were already at work when they were stopped by some officers who had not lost their wits. Monsieur de Vaudreuil, pursues Johnston, was closeted in a house in the inside of the hornwork with the intendant and some other persons. I suspected they were busy drafting the articles for a general capitulation, and I entered the house, where I had only time to see the intendant, with a pen in his hand, writing upon a sheet of paper, when Monsieur de Vaudreuil told me that I had no business there. Having answered him that what he had said was true, I retired immediately, in wrath, to see them intent on giving up so scandalously a dependency for the preservation of which so much blood and treasure had been expended. On going out, he met Lieutenant Colonels Dalquier and Poulariez, whom he begged to prevent the apprehended disgrace, and in fact, if Vaudreuil really meant to capitulate for the colony, he was presently dissuaded by firmer spirits than his own. Johnston, whose horse could carry him no farther, set out on foot for Beauport, and in his own words continued sorrowfully jogging on, with a very heavy heart for the loss of my dear friend Monsieur de Montcalm, sinking with weariness, and lost in reflection upon the changes which Providence had brought about in the space of 3 or 4 hours. Great indeed were these changes. Montcalm was dying, his second in command, the Brigadier Senezergues, was mortally wounded, the army, routed and demoralized, was virtually without a head, and the colony, yesterday cheered as on the eve of deliverance, was plunged into sudden despair. "Ah, what a cruel day!" cries Bougainville. "How fatal to all that was dear to us! My heart is torn in its most tender parts. We shall be fortunate if the approach of winter saves the country from total ruin." The victors were fortifying themselves on the field of battle. Like the French, they had lost 2 generals, for Monckton, second in rank, was disabled by a musket shot, and the command had fallen upon Townshend at the moment when the enemy were in full flight. He had recalled the pursuers and formed them again in line of battle, knowing that another foe was at hand. Bougainville, in fact, appeared at noon from Cap Rouge with about 2,000 men, but withdrew on seeing double that force prepared to receive him. He had not heard till 8 o'clock that the English were on the Plains of Abraham, and the delay of his arrival was no doubt due to his endeavors to collect as many as possible of his detachments posted along the St. Lawrence for many miles towards Jacques-Cartier. Before midnight, the English had made good progress in their redoubts and entrenchments, had brought cannon up the heights to defend them, planted a battery on the Côte Sainte-Geneviève, descended into the shadows of the St. Charles, and taken possession of the General Hospital, with its crowds of sick and wounded. Their victory had cost them 664 of all ranks, killed, wounded, and missing. The French loss is placed by Vaudreuil at about 640, and by the English official reports at about 1,500. Measured by the numbers engaged, the Battle of Quebec was but a heavy skirmish. Measured by results, it was one of the great battles of the world. Vaudreuil went from the Hornwork to his quarters on the Beauport road and called a council of war. It was a tumultuous scene. A letter was dispatched to Quebec to ask for advice of Montcalm. The dying general sent a brief message to the effect that there was a threefold choice: to fight again, retreat to Jacques-Cartier, or give up the colony. There was much in favor of fighting. When Bougainville had gathered all his force from the river above, he would have 3,000 men, and these, joined to the garrison of Quebec, the sailors at the batteries, and the militia and artillerymen of the Beauport camp, would form a body of fresh soldiers more than equal to the English then on the Plains of Abraham. Add to these the defeated troops, and the victors would be greatly outnumbered. Bigot gave his voice for fighting. Vaudreuil expressed himself to the same effect, but he says that all the officers were against him. In vain I remarked to these gentlemen that we were superior to the enemy, and should beat them if we managed well. I could not at all change their opinion, and my love for the service and for the colony made me subscribe to the views of the council. In fact, if I had attacked the English against the advice of all the principal officers, their ill will would have exposed me to the risk of losing the battle and the colony also. It was said at the time that the officers voted for retreat because they thought Vaudreuil unfit to command an army, and, still more, to fight a battle. There was no need, however, to fight at once. The object of the English was to take Quebec, and that of Vaudreuil should have been to keep it. By a march of a few miles he could have joined Bougainville, and by then entrenching himself at or near Ste. Foy, he would have placed a greatly superior force in the English rear, where his position might have been made impregnable. Here he might be easily furnished with provisions, and from hence he could readily throw men and supplies into Quebec, which the English were too few to invest. He could harass the besiegers or attack them, should opportunity offer, and either raise the siege or so protract it that they would be forced by approaching winter to sail homeward, robbed of the fruit of their victory. At least he might have taken a night for reflection. He was safe behind the St. Charles. The English, spent by fighting, toil, and want of sleep, were in no condition to disturb him. A part of his own men were in deadly need of rest. The night would have brought refreshment, and the morning might have brought wise counsel. Vaudreuil would not wait, and orders were given at once for retreat. It began at 9 o'clock that evening. Quebec was abandoned to its fate. The cannon were left in the lines of Beauport, the tents in the encampments, and provisions enough in the storehouses to supply the army for a week. The loss of the Marquis de Montcalm, says a French officer then on the spot, robbed his successors of their senses, and they thought of nothing but flight. Such was their fear that the enemy would attack the entrenchments the next day. The army abandoned the camp in such disorder that the like was never known. It was not a retreat, says Johnston, who himself was a part of it, but an abominable flight with such disorder and confusion that, had the English known it, 300 men sent after us would have been sufficient to cut all our army to pieces. The soldiers were all mixed and scattered, dispersed, and running as hard as they could, as if the English army were at their heels. They passed Charlesbourg, Lorette, and St. Augustin, till on the 15th they found rest on the impregnable hill of Jacques Cartier, by the brink of the St. Lawrence, 30 miles from danger. In the night of humiliation when Vaudreuil abandoned Quebec, Montcalm was breathing his last within its walls. When he was brought wounded from the field, he was placed in the house of the surgeon Arnoux, who was then with Bourlamaque at Île-aux-Noix, but whose younger brother, also a surgeon, examined the wound and pronounced it mortal. "I am glad of it," Montcalm said quietly, and then asked how long he had to live. 12 hours, more or less, was the reply. "So much the better," he returned. "I am happy that I shall not live to see the surrender of Quebec." He is reported to have said that since he had lost the battle, it consoled him to have been defeated by so brave an enemy, and some of his last words were in praise of his successor, Lévis, for whose talents and fitness for command he expressed high esteem. When Vaudreuil sent to ask his opinion, he gave it, but when Ramsay, commandant of the garrison, came to receive his orders, he replied, "I will neither give orders nor interfere any further. I have much business that must be attended to, of greater moment than your ruined garrison and this wretched country. My time is very short. There pray leave me. I wish you all comfort, and to be happily extricated from your present perplexities." Nevertheless, he thought to the last of those who had been under his command, and sent the following note to Brigadier Townshend. "Monsieur, the humanity of the English sets my mind at peace concerning the fate of the French prisoners and the Canadians. Feel towards them as they have caused me to feel. Do not let them perceive that they have changed masters. Be their protector as I have been their father." Bishop Pontbriand, himself fast sinking with mortal disease, attended his deathbed and administered the last sacraments. He died peacefully at 4 o'clock on the morning of the 14th. He was in his 48th year. In the confusion of the time, no workman could be found to make a coffin, and an old servant of the Ursulines, known as Bonhomme Michel, gathered a few boards and nailed them together so as to form a rough box. In it was laid the body of the dead soldier, and late in the evening of the same day he was carried to his rest. There was no tolling of bells or firing of cannon. The officers of the garrison followed the bier, and some of the populace, including women and children, joined the procession as it moved in dreary silence along the dusky street, shattered with cannonball and bomb, to the chapel of the Ursuline convent. Here a shell, bursting under the floor, had made a cavity which had been hollowed into a grave. 3 priests of the cathedral, several nuns, Ramsay with his officers, and a throng of townspeople were present at the rite. After the service and the chant, the body was lowered into the grave by the light of torches, and then, says the chronicle, the tears and sobs burst forth. It seemed as if the last hope of the colony were buried with the remains of the general. In truth, the funeral of Montcalm was the funeral of New France. It was no time for grief. The demands of the hour were too exigent and stern. When on the morning after the battle the people of Quebec saw the tents standing in the camp of Beauport, they thought the army still there to defend them. Ramsay knew that the hope was vain. On the evening before, Vaudreuil had sent 2 hasty notes to tell him of his flight. The position of the enemy, wrote the governor, becomes stronger every instant, and this, with other reasons, obliges me to retreat. I have received all your letters. As I set out this moment, I pray you not to write again. You shall hear from me tomorrow. I wish you good evening. With these notes came the following order. Monsieur de Ramsay is not to wait till the enemy carries the town by assault. As soon as provisions fail, he will raise the white flag. The order was accompanied by a memorandum of terms which Ramsay was to ask of the victors. What a blow for me, says the unfortunate commandant, to find myself so soon abandoned by the army, which alone could defend the town. His garrison consisted of between 100 and 200 troops of the line, some 400 or 500 colony troops, a considerable number of sailors, and the local militia. These last were in a state of despair. The inhabitants, during the siege, had sought refuge in the suburb of St. Roch, had returned after the battle, and there were now 2,600 women and children, with about 1,000 invalids and other non-combatants to be supported, though the provisions in the town, even at half rations, would hardly last a week. Ramsay had not been informed that a good supply was left in the camps of Beauport, and when he heard at last that it was there, and sent out parties to get it, they found that the Indians and the famished country people had carried it off. Despondency, he says again, was complete. Discouragement extreme and universal. Murmurs and complaints against the army that had abandoned us rose to a general outcry. I could not prevent the merchants, all of whom were officers of the town militia, from meeting at the house of Monsieur Dane, the mayor. There they declared for capitulating, and presented me a petition to that effect, signed by Monsieur Dane and all the principal citizens. Ramsay called a council of war. One officer alone, Piedmont, captain of artillery, was for reducing the rations still more, and holding out to the last. All the others gave their voices for capitulation. Ramsay might have yielded without dishonor, but he still held out till an event fraught with new hope took place at Jacques-Cartier. This event was the arrival of Lévis. On the afternoon of the battle, Vaudreuil took one rational step. He sent a courier to Montreal to summon that able officer to his aid. Lévis set out at once, reached Jacques Cartier, and found his worst fears realized. The great number of fugitives that I began to meet at Three Rivers prepared me for the disorder in which I found the army. I never in my life knew the like of it. They left everything behind in the camp at Beauport: tents, baggage, and kettles. End of section 63. Section 64 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28, Part 2. He spoke his mind freely, loudly blamed the retreat, and urged Vaudreuil to march back with all speed to whence he came. The governor, stiff at ordinary times, but pliant at a crisis, welcomed the firmer mind that decided for him, consented that the troops should return, and wrote afterwards in his dispatch to the minister, "I was much charmed to find Monsieur de Lévis disposed to march with the army towards Quebec." Lévis, on his part, wrote, "The condition in which I found the army, bereft of everything, did not discourage me, because Monsieur de Vaudreuil told me that Quebec was not taken, and that he had left there a sufficiently numerous garrison. I therefore resolved, in order to repair the fault that had been committed, to engage Monsieur de Vaudreuil to march the army back to the relief of the place. I represented to him that this was the only way to prevent the complete defection of the Canadians and Indians, that our knowledge of the country would enable us to approach very near the enemy, whom we knew to be entrenching themselves on the heights of Quebec and constructing batteries to breach the walls, that if we found their army ill-posted, we could attack them, or at any rate could prolong the siege by throwing men and supplies into the town, and that if we could not save it, we could evacuate and burn it, so that the enemy could not possibly winter there." Lévis quickly made his presence felt in the military chaos about him. Bigot bestirred himself with his usual vigor to collect provisions, and before the next morning all was ready. Bougainville had taken no part in the retreat, but sturdily held his ground at Cap Rouge, while the fugitive mob swept by him. 100 of the mounted Canadians who formed part of his command were now sent to Quebec, each with a bag of biscuit across his saddle. They were to circle round to the Beauport side, where there was no enemy, and whence they could cross the St. Charles in canoes to the town. Bougainville followed close with a larger supply. Vaudreuil sent Ramsay a message revoking his order to surrender if threatened with an assault, telling him to hold out to the last, and assuring him that the whole army was coming to his relief. Lévis hastened to be gone, but first he found time to write a few lines to Bourlamaque. "We have had a very great loss, for we have lost Monsieur de Montcalm. I regret him as my general and my friend. I found our army here. It is now on the march to retrieve our fortunes. I can trust you to hold your position, as I have not Monsieur de Montcalm's talents. I look to you to second me and advise me. Put a good face on it. Hide this business as long as you can. I am mounting my horse this moment. Write me all the news." The army marched that morning, the 18th. In the evening it reached St. Augustin, and here it was stopped by the chilling news that Quebec had surrendered. Utter confusion had reigned in the disheartened garrison. Men deserted hourly, some to the country and some to the English camp, while Townshend pushed his trenches nearer and nearer to the walls, in spite of the cannonade with which Piedmont and his artillerymen tried to check them. On the evening of the 17th, the English ships of war moved towards the lower town, and a column of troops was seen approaching over the meadows of the St. Charles, as if to storm the palace gate. The drums beat the alarm, but the militia refused to fight. Their officers came to Ramsay in a body, declared that they had no mind to sustain an assault, that they knew he had orders against it, that they would carry their guns back to the arsenal, that they were no longer soldiers but citizens, that if the army had not abandoned them, they would fight with as much spirit as ever, but they would not get themselves killed to no purpose. The town major, Johannes, in a rage, beat two of them with the flat of his sword. The white flag was raised. Johannes pulled it down, thinking or pretending to think that it was raised without authority, but Ramsay presently ordered him to go to the English camp and get what terms he could. He went through driving rain to the quarters of Townshend, and in hope of the promised succour, spun out the negotiation to the utmost, pretended that he had no power to yield certain points demanded, and was at last sent back to confer with Ramsay, under a promise from the English commander that if Quebec were not given up before 11 o'clock, he would take it by storm. On this, Ramsay signed the articles, and Johannes carried them back within the time prescribed. Scarcely had he left the town when the Canadian horsemen appeared with their sacks of biscuit and a renewed assurance that help was near. But it was too late. Ramsay had surrendered and would not break his word. He dreaded an assault which he knew he could not withstand, and he but half believed in the promised succour. How could I trust it, he asks. The army had not dared to face the enemy before he had fortified himself, and could I hope that it would come to attack him in an entrenched camp defended by a formidable artillery? Whatever may be thought of his conduct, it was to Vaudreuil and not to him that the loss of Quebec was due. The conditions granted were favourable, for Townshend knew the danger of his position, and was glad to have Quebec on any terms. The troops and sailors of the garrison were to march out of the place with the honours of war, and to be carried to France. The inhabitants were to have protection in person and property, and free exercise of religion. In the afternoon, a company of artillerymen with a field-piece entered the town, and marched to the place of arms, followed by a body of infantry. Detachments took post at all the gates. The British flag was raised on the heights near the top of Mountain Street, and the capital of New France passed into the hands of its hereditary foes. The question remained, should they keep or destroy it? It was resolved to keep it at every risk. The Marines, the Grenadiers from Louisbourg, and some of the Rangers were to re-embark in the fleet, while the 10 battalions with the artillery and 1 company of Rangers were to remain behind, bide the Canadian winter, and defend the ruins of Quebec against the efforts of Lévis. Monckton, the oldest brigadier, was disabled by his wound, and could not stay, while Townshend returned home to parade his laurels and claim more than his share of the honours of victory.
The command, therefore, rested with Murray. The troops were not idle. Levelling their own field works, repairing the defences of the town, storing provisions sent ashore from the fleet, making fascines, and cutting firewood, busied them through the autumn days bright with sunshine, or dark and chill with premonition of the bitter months to come. Admiral Saunders put off his departure longer than he had once thought possible, and it was past the middle of October when he fired a parting salute and sailed down the river with his fleet. In it was the ship Royal William, carrying the embalmed remains of Wolfe. Montcalm lay in his soldier's grave before the humble altar of the Ursulines, never more to see the home for which he yearned, the wife, mother, and children whom he loved, the olive trees and chestnut groves of his beloved Candiac. He slept in peace among triumphant enemies who respected his memory, though they hardly knew his resting place. It was left for a fellow countryman, a colleague and a brother in arms, to belittle his achievements and blacken his name. The jealous spite of Vaudreuil pursued him even in death. Leaving Lévis to command at Jacques-Cartier, whither the army had again withdrawn, the governor retired to Montreal, whence he wrote a series of dispatches to justify himself at the expense of others, and above all of the slain general, against whom his accusations were never so bitter as now, when the lips were cold that could have answered them. First he threw on Ramsay all the blame of the surrender of Quebec. Then he addressed himself to the chief task, the defamation of his unconscious rival. The letter that you wrote in cipher on the 10th of February to Monsieur the Marquis of Montcalm and me in common, flattered his self-love to such a degree that, far from seeking conciliation, he did nothing but try to persuade the public that his authority surpassed mine. From the moment of Monsieur de Montcalm's arrival in this colony, down to that of his death, he did not cease to sacrifice everything to his boundless ambition. He sowed dissension among the troops, tolerated the most indecent talk against the government, attached himself to the most disreputable persons, used means to corrupt the most virtuous, and when he could not succeed, became their cruel enemy. He wanted to be Governor-General. He privately flattered with favours and promises of patronage every officer of the colony troops who adopted his ideas. He spared no pains to gain over the people of whatever calling and persuade them of his attachment, while either by himself or means of the troops of the line he made them bear the most frightful yoke, le joug le plus affreux. He defamed honest people, encouraged insubordination, and closed his eyes to the rapine of his soldiers. This letter was written to Vaudreuil's official superior and confidant, the Minister of the Marine and Colonies. In another letter, written about the same time to the Minister of War, who held similar relations to his rival, he declares that he greatly regretted Monsieur de Montcalm. His charges are strange ones, from a man who was by turns the patron, advocate, and tool of the official villains who cheated the king and plundered the people. Bigot, Cadet, and the rest of the harpies that preyed on Canada looked to Vaudreuil for support, and found it. It was but 3 or 4 weeks since he had written to the court in high eulogy of Bigot and effusive praise of Cadet, coupled with the request that a patent of nobility should be given to that notorious public thief. The corruptions which disgraced his government were rife, not only in the civil administration, but also among the officers of the colony troops, over whom he had complete control. They did not, as has been seen already, extend to the officers of the line, who were outside the circle of peculation. It was these who were the habitual associates of Montcalm, and when Vaudreuil charges him with attaching himself to the most disreputable persons, and using means to corrupt the most virtuous, the true interpretation of his words is that the former were disreputable because they disliked him, the governor, and the latter virtuous because they were his partisans. Vaudreuil continues thus: I am in despair, Monseigneur, to be under the necessity of painting you such a portrait after death of Monsieur the Marquis of Montcalm. Though it contains the exact truth, I would have deferred it if his personal hatred to me were alone to be considered. But I feel too deeply the loss of the colony to hide from you the cause of it. I can assure you that if I had been the sole master, Quebec would still belong to the king, and that nothing is so disadvantageous in a colony as a division of authority and the mingling of troops of the line with marine colony troops. Thoroughly knowing Monsieur de Montcalm, I did not doubt in the least that unless I condescended to all his wishes, he would succeed in ruining Canada and wrecking all my plans. He then charges the dead man with losing the Battle of Quebec by attacking before he, the governor, arrived to take command, and this, he says, was due to Montcalm's absolute determination to exercise independent authority without caring whether the colony was saved or lost. I cannot hide from you, Monseigneur, that if he had had his way in past years, Oswego and Fort George, William Henry, would never have been attacked or taken, and he owed the success at Ticonderoga to the orders I had given him. Montcalm, on the other hand, declared at the time that Vaudreuil had ordered him not to risk a battle, and that it was only through his disobedience that Ticonderoga was saved. 10 days later Vaudreuil wrote again: I have already had the honour, by my letter written in cipher on the 13th of last month, to give you a sketch of the character of Monsieur the Marquis of Montcalm. But I have just been informed of a stroke so black that I think, Monseigneur, that I should fail in my duty to you if I did not tell you of it. He goes on to say that a little before his death, and no doubt in fear of the fate that befell him, Montcalm placed in the hands of Father Roubaud, missionary at St. Francis, 2 packets of papers containing remarks on the administration of the colony, and especially on the manner in which the military posts were furnished with supplies. That these observations were accompanied by certificates, and that they involved charges against him, the governor, of complicity in peculation. Roubaud, he continues, was to send these papers to France. But now, Monseigneur, that you are informed about them, I feel no anxiety, and I am sure that the king will receive no impression from them without acquainting himself with their truth or falsity. Vaudreuil's anxiety was natural, and so was the action of Montcalm in making known to the court the outrageous abuses that threatened the king's service with ruin. His doing so was necessary both for his own justification and for the public good. And afterwards, when Vaudreuil and others were brought to trial at Paris, and when one of the counsellor for the defence charged the late general with slanderously accusing his clients, the court ordered the charge to be struck from the record. The papers, the existence of which, if they did exist, so terrified Vaudreuil, have thus far escaped research, but the correspondence of the two rivals with the chiefs of the departments on which they severally depended is in large measure preserved, and while that of the governor is filled with defamation of Montcalm and praise of himself, that of the general is neither egotistic nor abusive. The faults of Montcalm have sufficiently appeared. They were those of an impetuous, excitable, and impatient nature, by no means free from either ambition or vanity, but they were never inconsistent with the character of a man of honour. His impulsive utterances, reported by retainers and sycophants, kept Vaudreuil in a state of chronic rage, and void as he was of all magnanimity, gnawed with undying jealousy, and mortally in dread of being compromised by the knaveries to which he had lent his countenance. He could not contain himself within the bounds of decency or sense. In another letter he had the baseness to say that Montcalm met his death in trying to escape from the English. Among the governor's charges are some which cannot be flatly denied. When he accuses his rival of haste and precipitation in attacking the English army, he touches a fair subject of criticism, but as a whole he is as false in his detraction of Montcalm as in his praises of Bigot and Cadet. The letter which Wolfe sent to Pitt a few days before his death, written in what may be called a spirit of resolute despair, and representing success as almost hopeless, filled England with a dejection that found utterance in loud grumblings against the ministry. Horace Walpole wrote the bad news to his friend Man, ambassador at Florence. 2 days ago came letters from Wolfe, despairing as much as heroes can despair. Quebec is well victualled. Amherst is not arrived, and 15,000 men are encamped to defend it. We have lost many men by the enemy, and some by our friends. That is, we now call our 9,000 only 7,000. How this little army will get away from a much larger, and in this season, in that country, I don't guess. Yes, I do. Hardly were these lines written when tidings came that Montcalm was defeated, Quebec taken, and Wolfe killed. A flood of mixed emotions swept over England. Even Walpole grew half serious as he sent a packet of newspapers to his friend the ambassador. You may now give yourself what airs you please. An ambassador is the only man in the world whom bullying becomes. All precedents are on your side. Persians, Greeks, Romans always insulted their neighbours when they took Quebec. Think how pert the French would have been on such an occasion. What a scene! An army in the night dragging itself up a precipice by stumps of trees to assault a town and attack an enemy strongly entrenched and double in numbers. The king is overwhelmed with addresses on our victories. We will have enough to paper his palace. When in soberer mood, he wrote the annals of his time, and turned, not for the better, from the epistolary style to the historical. He thus described the impression made on the English public by the touching and inspiring story of Wolfe's heroism and death. The incidents of dramatic fiction could not be conducted with more address to lead an audience from despondency to sudden exaltation than accident prepared to excite the passions of a whole people. They despaired, they triumphed, and they wept, for Wolfe had fallen in the hour of victory. Joy, curiosity, astonishment was painted on every countenance. The more they inquired, the more their admiration rose. Not an incident but was heroic and affecting. England blazed with bonfires. In one spot alone all was dark and silent, for here a widowed mother mourned for a loving and devoted son, and the people forbore to profane her grief with the clamour of their rejoicings. New England had still more cause of joy than old, and she filled the land with jubilation. The pulpits resounded with sermons of thanksgiving, some of which were worthy of the occasion that called them forth. Among the rest, Jonathan Mayhew, a young but justly celebrated minister of Boston, pictured with enthusiasm the future greatness of the British American colonies, with the continent thrown open before them, and foretold that, with the continued blessing of heaven, they will become, in another century or two, a mighty empire, adding in cautious parenthesis, "I do not mean an independent one." He read Wolfe's victory aright, and divined its far-reaching consequence. End of section 64.
Section 65 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29, Part 1, 1759 to 1760, Saint Foy. The fleet was gone, the great river was left to solitude, and the chill days of a fitful November passed over Quebec in alternations of rain and frost, sunshine and snow. The troops, driven by cold from their encampment on the plains, were all gathered within the walls. Their own artillery had so battered the place that it was not easy to find shelter. The lower town was a wilderness of scorched and crumbling walls. As you ascend Mountain Street, the bishop's palace on the right was a skeleton of tottering masonry, and the buildings on the left were a mass of ruin, where ragged boys were playing at seesaw among the fallen planks and timbers. Even in the upper town, few of the churches and public buildings had escaped. The cathedral was burned to a shell. The solid front of the College of the Jesuits was pockmarked by numberless cannonballs, and the adjacent Church of the Order was woefully shattered. The Church of the Recollects suffered still more. The bombshells that fell through the roof had broken into the pavement, and as they burst had thrown up the bones and skulls of the dead from the graves beneath. Even the more distant Hôtel Dieu was pierced by 15 projectiles, some of which had exploded into the halls and chambers. The Commissary General, Berniers, thus describes to Bourlamaque the state of the town. Quebec is nothing but a shapeless mass of ruins. Confusion, disorder, pillage reign even among the inhabitants, for the English make examples of severity every day. Everybody rushes hither and thither without knowing why. Each searches for his possessions, and, not finding his own, seizes those of other people. English and French, all is chaos alike. The inhabitants, famished and destitute, escape to the country. Never was there seen such a sight. Quebec swarmed with troops. There were guardhouses at 20 different points. Sentinels paced the ramparts. Squads of men went the rounds. Soldiers off duty strolled the streets, some in mitre caps and some black three-cornered hats, while a ceaseless rolling of drums and a rigid observation of military forms betrayed the sense of a still imminent danger. While some of the inhabitants left town, others remained, having no refuge elsewhere. They were civil to the victors, but severe towards their late ruler. The citizens, says Knox, particularly the females, reproach Monsieur Vaudreuil upon every occasion, and give full scope to bitter invectives. He praises the agreeable manners and cheerful spirit of the Canadian ladies, concerning whom another officer also writes, "It is very surprising with what ease the gaiety of their tempers enables them to bear misfortunes which to us would be insupportable. Families whom the calamities of war have reduced from the heights of luxury to the want of common necessaries, laugh, dance, and sing, comforting themselves with this reflection, fortune de guerre. Their young ladies take the utmost pains to teach our officers French, with what view I know not, if it is not that they may hear themselves praised, flattered, and courted, without loss of time." Knox was quartered in a small stable, with a hayloft above and a rack and manger at one end, a lodging better than fell to the lot of many of his brother officers, and, by means of a stove and some help from a carpenter, he says that he made himself tolerably comfortable. The change, however, was an agreeable one when he was ordered for a week to the General Hospital, a mile out of the town, where he was to command the guard stationed to protect the inmates and watch the enemy. Here were gathered the sick and wounded of both armies, nursed with equal care by the nuns, of whom Knox speaks with gratitude and respect. When our poor fellows were ill and ordered to be removed from their odious regimental hospital to this general receptacle, they were indeed rendered inexpressibly happy. Each patient has his bed, with curtains allotted to him, and a nurse to attend him. Every sick or wounded officer has an apartment to himself, and is attended by one of these religious sisters, who in general are young, handsome, courteous, rigidly reserved, and very respectful. Their office of nursing the sick furnishes them with opportunities of taking great latitudes if they are so disposed, but I never heard any of them charged with the least levity. The nuns, on their part, were well pleased with the conduct of their new masters, whom one of them describes as the most moderate of all conquerors. "I lived here," Knox continues, "at the French king's table, with an agreeable, polite society of officers, directors, and commissaries. Some of the gentlemen were married, and their ladies honored us with their company. They were generally cheerful, except when we discoursed on the late revolution and the affairs of the campaign. Then they seemingly gave way to grief, uttered by profound sighs, followed by an "Oh, mon Dieu!" He walked in the garden with the French officers, played at cards with them, and passed the time so pleasantly that his short stay at the hospital seemed an oasis in his hard life of camp and garrison. Mère de Saint-Claude, the superior, a sister of Ramsay, late commandant of Quebec, one morning sent him a note of invitation to what she called an English breakfast.
and though the repast answered to nothing within his experience, he says that he fared exceedingly well, and passed near 2 hours most agreeably in the society of this ancient lady and her virgin sisters. The excellent nuns of the General Hospital are today what their predecessors were, and the scene of their useful labours still answers at many points to that described by the careful pen of their military guest. Throughout the war, they and the nuns of the Hôtel Dieu had been above praise in their assiduous devotion to the sick and wounded. Brigadier Murray, now in command of Quebec, was a gallant soldier, upright, humane, generous, eager for distinction, and more daring than prudent. He befriended the Canadians, issued strict orders against harming them in person or property, hanged a soldier who had robbed a citizen of Quebec, and severely punished others for slighter offences of the same sort. In general, the soldiers themselves showed kindness towards the conquered people. During harvest, they were seen helping them to reap their fields without compensation, and sharing with them their tobacco and rations. The inhabitants were disarmed and required to take the oath of allegiance. Murray reported in the spring that the whole country, from Cap Rouge downward, was in subjection to the British Crown. Late in October, it was rumoured that some of the French ships in the river above Quebec were preparing to run by the batteries. This was the squadron which had arrived in the spring with supplies, and had lain all summer at Batiscan, in the Richelieu, and at other points beyond reach of the English. After nearly a month of expectancy, they at length appeared, anchored off Sillery on the 21st of November, and tried to pass the town on the dark night of the 24th. 7 or 8 of them succeeded. 4 others ran aground and were set on fire by their crews, excepting one which was stranded on the south shore and abandoned. Captain Miller, with a lieutenant and above 40 men, boarded her when, apparently through their own carelessness, she blew up. Most of the party were killed by the explosion, and the rest, including the 2 officers, were left in a horrible condition between life and death. Thus they remained till a Canadian, venturing on board in search of plunder, found them, called his neighbours to his aid, carried them to his own house, and after applying with the utmost kindness what simple remedies he knew, went over to Quebec and told of the disaster. Fortunately for themselves, the sufferers soon died. December came and brought the Canadian winter, with its fierce light and cold, glaring snowfields, and piercing blasts that scorched the cheek like a firebrand. The men were frostbitten as they dug away the dry, powdery drifts that the wind had piled against the rampart. The sentries were relieved every hour, yet feet and fingers were continually frozen. The clothing of the troops was ill-suited to the climate, and though stoves had been placed in the guard and barrack rooms, the supply of fuel constantly fell short. The cutting and dragging of wood was the chief task of the garrison for many weeks. Parties of axemen, strongly guarded, were always at work in the forest of Ste. Foy, 4 or 5 miles from Quebec, and the logs were brought to town on sledges dragged by the soldiers. 8 of them were harnessed in pairs to each sledge, and as there was always danger from Indians and bushrangers, every man carried his musket slung at his back. The labour was prodigious, for frequent snowstorms made it necessary again and again to beat a fresh track through the drifts. The men bore their hardships with admirable good humour, and once a party of them on their return, dragging their load through the street, met a Canadian, also with a load of wood, which was drawn by a team of dogs, harnessed much like themselves. They accosted them as yokefellows, comrades and brothers, asked them what allowance of pork and rum they got, and invited them and their owner to mess at the regimental barracks. The appearance of the troops on duty within the town, as described by Knox, was scarcely less eccentric. Our guards on the grand parade make a most grotesque appearance in their different dresses, and our inventions to guard us against the extreme rigour of this climate are various beyond imagination. The uniformity as well as nicety of the clean, methodical soldier is buried in the rough, fur-wrought garb of the frozen Laplander, and we rather resemble a masquerade than a body of regular troops, insomuch that I have frequently been accosted by my acquaintances, whom, though their voices were familiar to me, I could not discover or conceive who they were. Besides, every man seems to be in a continual hurry, for instead of walking soberly through the streets, we are obliged to observe a running or trotting pace. Early in January there was a storm of sleet, followed by severe frost, which glazed the streets with ice. Knox, being ordered to mount guard in the lower town, found the descent of mountain streets so slippery that it was impossible to walk down with safety, especially as the muskets of the men were loaded, and the whole party, seating themselves on the ground, slid one after another to the foot of the hill. The Highlanders, in spite of their natural hardihood, suffered more from the cold than the other troops, as their national costume was but a sorry defence against the Canadian winter. A detachment of these breechless warriors being on guard at the General Hospital, the nuns spent their scanty leisure in knitting for them long woolen hose, which they gratefully accepted, though at a loss to know whether modesty or charity inspired the gift. From the time when the English took possession of Quebec, reports had come in through deserters that Lévis meant to attack and recover it. Early in November there was a rumour that he was about to march upon it with 15,000 men. In December word came that he was on his way, resolved to storm it on or about the 22nd, and dine within the walls under the French flag on Christmas Day. He failed to appear, but in January a deserter said that he had prepared scaling ladders and was training his men to use them by assault on mock ramparts of snow. There was more tangible evidence that the enemy was astir. Murray had established 2 fortified outposts, one at St. Foy and the other farther on at Old Lorette. War parties hovered round both and kept the occupants in alarm. A large body of French grenadiers appeared at the latter place in February and drove off a herd of cattle, when a detachment of rangers, much inferior in number, set upon them, put them to flight, and recovered the plunder. At the same time, a party of regulars, Canadians, and Indians took up a strong position near the church at Point Levi, and sent a message to the English officers that a large company of expert hairdressers were ready to wait upon them whenever they required their services. The allusion, of course, was to the scalp-lifting practices of the Indians and bushrangers. The river being now hard frozen, Murray sent over a detachment of light infantry under Major Dalling. A sharp fight ensued on the snow around the church and in the neighbouring forest, where the English soldiers, taught to use snowshoes by the rangers, routed the enemy and killed or captured a considerable number. A third post was then established at the church and the priest's house adjacent. Some days after, the French came back in large numbers, fortified themselves with felled trees, and then attacked the English position. The firing being heard at Quebec, the light infantry went over to the scene of action, and Murray himself followed on the ice, with the Highlanders and other troops. Before he came up, the French drew off and retreated to their breastwork, where they were attacked and put to flight, the nimble Highlanders capturing a few, while the greater part made their escape. As it became known that the French held a strong post at Les Calvaires, near St. Augustin, 2 days' march from Quebec, Captain Donald MacDonald was sent with 500 men to attack it. He found the enemy behind a breastwork of logs protected by an abattis. The light infantry advanced and poured in a brisk fire, on which the French threw down their arms and fled. About 80 of them were captured, but their commander, Herbin, escaped, leaving to the victors his watch, hat, and feather, wine, liquor case, and mistress. The English had 6 men wounded and nearly 100 frostbitten. End of section 65. Section 66 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29, Part 2. Captain Hazen and his rangers soon after had a notable skirmish. They were posted in a house not far from the station at Lorette. A scout came in with news that a large party of the enemy was coming to attack them, on which Hazen left a sergeant and 14 men in the house, and set out for Lorette with the rest to ask a reinforcement. On the way he met the French, who tried to surround him, and he told his men to fall back to the house. They remonstrated, saying that they felt spry, and wanted to show the regulars that provincials could fight as well as redcoats. Thereupon they charged the enemy, gave them a close volley of buckshot and bullets, and put them to flight. But scarcely had they reloaded their guns when they were fired upon from behind. Another body of assailants had got into their rear in order to cut them off. They faced about, attacked them, and drove them back like the first. The 2 French parties then joined forces, left Hazen to pursue his march, and attacked the 14 rangers in the house, who met them with a brisk fire. Hazen and his men heard the noise, and hastening back fell upon the rear of the French, while those in the house sallied and attacked them in front. They were again routed, and the rangers chased them 2 miles, killing 6 of them and capturing 7. Knox, in whose eyes provincials usually find no favour, launches this time into warm commendation of our simply honest New England men. Fresh reports came in from time to time that the French were gathering all their strength to recover Quebec, and late in February these stories took a definite shape. A deserter from Montreal brought Murray a letter from an officer of Rangers who was a prisoner at that place, warning him that 11,000 men were on the point of marching to attack him. 3 other deserters soon after confirmed the news, but added that the scheme had met with a check, for as it was intended to carry the town by storm, a grand rehearsal had taken place with the help of scaling ladders placed against the wall of a church, whereupon the Canadians rushed with such zeal to the assault that numerous broken arms, legs, and heads ensued, along with ruptures, sprains, bruises, and dislocation, insomuch, said the story, that they became disgusted with the attempt. All remained quiet till after the middle of April, when the garrison was startled by repeated assurances that at the first breaking up of the ice all Canada would be upon them. Murray accordingly ordered the French inhabitants to leave the town within 3 days. In some respects the temper of the troops was excellent. In the petty warfare of the past winter they had generally been successful, proving themselves a match for the bushrangers and Indians on their own ground, so that, as Sergeant Johnson remarks in his odd way, very often a small number of our men would put to flight a considerable party of those cannibals. They began to think themselves invincible, yet they had the deepest cause for anxiety. The effective strength of the garrison was reduced to less than half, and of those that remained fit for duty, hardly a man was entirely free from scurvy. The rank and file had no fresh provisions, and in spite of every precaution, this malignant disease, aided by fever and dysentery, made no less havoc among them than among the crews of Jacques Cartier at this same place 2 centuries before. Of about 7,000 men left at Quebec in the autumn, scarcely more than 3,000 were fit for duty on the 24th of April. About 700 had found temporary burial in the snowdrifts, as the frozen ground was impenetrable as a rock. Meanwhile, Vaudreuil was still at Montreal, where he says that he arrived just in time to take the most judicious measures and prevent General Amherst from penetrating into the colony. During the winter, some of the French regulars were kept in garrison at the outposts, and the rest quartered on the inhabitants, while the Canadians were dismissed to their homes, subject to be mustered again at the call of the governor. Both he and Lévis were full of the hope of retaking Quebec. He had spies and agents among Murray's soldiers, and though the citizens had sworn allegiance to King George, some of them were exceedingly useful to his enemies. Vaudreuil had constant information of the state of the garrison. He knew that the scurvy was his active and powerful ally, and that the hospitals and houses of Quebec were crowded with the sick. At the end of March he was informed that more than half the British were on the sick list, and it was presently rumoured that Murray had only 2,000 men able to bear arms. With every allowance for exaggeration in these reports, it was plain that the French could attack their invaders in overwhelming force. The difficulty was to find means of transportation. The depth of the snow and the want of draught animals made it necessary to wait till the river should become navigable, but preparation was begun at once. Lévis was the soul of the enterprise. Provisions were gathered from far and near. Cannon, mortars, and munitions of war were brought from the frontier posts, and butcher knives were fitted to the muzzles of guns to serve the Canadians in place of bayonets. All the workmen about Montreal were busied in making tools and gun carriages. Stores were impressed from the merchants, and certain articles which could not otherwise be had were smuggled with extraordinary address out of Quebec itself. Early in spring, the militia received orders to muster for the march. There were doubts and discontent, but, says a contemporary, sensible people dared not speak, for if they did, they were set down as English. Some there were who in secret called the scheme Lévis's folly, yet it was perfectly rational, well conceived, and conducted with vigour and skill. 2 frigates, 2 sloops of war, and a number of smaller craft still remained in the river, under command of Vauquelin, the brave officer who had distinguished himself at the siege of Louisbourg. The stores and cannon were placed on board these vessels. The army embarked in a fleet of bateaux, and on the 20th of April the whole set out together for the scene of action. They comprised 8 batteries of troops of the line and 2 of colony troops, with the Colonial artillery, 3,000 Canadians, and 400 Indians. When they left Montreal, their effective strength, besides Indians, is said by Levis to have been 6,910, a number which was increased as he advanced by the garrison of Jacques Cartier, Deschambault, and Pointe-aux-Trembles, as well as by the Canadians on both sides of the St. Lawrence below. 3 Rivers, for Vaudreuil had ordered the militia captains to join his standard, with all their followers armed and equipped on pain of death. These accessions appear to have raised his force to between 8,000 and 9,000. The ice still hung to the river banks. The weather was bad and the navigation difficult, but on the 26th the army landed at St. Augustin, crossed the river of Cap Rouge on bridges of their own making, and moved upon the English outpost at Old Lorette. The English abandoned it and fell back to St. Foy. Levis followed. Night came on with a gale from the southwest, a driving rain and violent thunder, unusual at that season. The road, a bad and broken one, led through the marsh called La Suède. Causeways and bridges broke down under the weight of the marching columns and plunged the men into water, mud, and half-thawed ice. It was a frightful night, said Levis, so dark that but for the flashes of lightning we should have been forced to stop. The break of day found the vanguard at the edge of the woods bordering the farther side of the marsh. The storm had abated, and they saw before them, a few hundred yards distant, through the misty air, a ridge of rising ground on which stood the parish church of St. Foy, with a row of Canadian houses stretching far to right and left. This ridge was the declivity of the plateau of Quebec, the same which, as it approaches the town some 5 or 6 miles towards the left, takes the name of Côte d'Abraham and Côte de Sainte-Geneviève. The church and the houses were occupied by British troops, who, as the French debouched from the woods, opened on them with cannon and compelled them to fall back. Though the ridge at this point is not steep, the position was a strong one, but had Levis known how few were as yet there to oppose him, he might have carried it by an assault in front. As it was, he resolved to wait till night, and then flank the enemy by a march to the right along the border of the wood. It was the morning of Sunday the 27th. Till late in the night before, Murray and the garrison of Quebec were unaware of the immediate danger, and they learned it at last through a singular stroke of fortune. Some time after midnight, the watch on board the frigate Racehorse, which had wintered in the dock at the lower town, heard a feeble cry of distress from the midst of the darkness that covered the St. Lawrence. Captain Macartney was at once informed of it, and through an impulse of humanity, he ordered a boat to put out amid the drifting ice that was sweeping up the river with the tide. Guided by the faint cries, the sailor found a man lying on a large cake of ice, drenched and half dead with cold, and, taking him with difficulty into their boat, they carried him to the ship. It was long before he was able to speak intelligibly, but at last, being revived by cordials and other remedies, he found strength to tell his benefactors that he was a sergeant of artillery in the army that had come to retake Quebec, that in trying to land a little above Cap Rouge, his boat had been overset, his companions drowned, and he himself saved by climbing upon the cake of ice where they had discovered him, that he had been borne by the ebb tide down to the island of Orleans, and then brought up to Quebec by the flow, and finally that Lévis was marching on the town with 12,000 men at his back. He was placed in a hammock and carried up Mountain Street to the quarters of the general, who was roused from sleep at 3 o'clock in the morning to hear his story. The troops were ordered under arms, and soon after daybreak Murray marched out with 10 pieces of cannon and more than half the garrison. His principal object was to withdraw the advanced posts at St. Foy, Cap Rouge, Sillery, and Anse-de-Foulon. The storm had turned into a cold, drizzling rain, and the men, as they dragged their cannon through snow and mud, were soon drenched to the skin. On reaching St. Foy, they opened a brisk fire from the heights upon the woods, which now covered the whole army of Lévis, and being rejoined by the various outposts, returned to Quebec in the afternoon after blowing up the church, which contained a store of munitions that they had no means of bringing off. When they entered Quebec, a gill of rum was served out to each man. Several houses in the suburb of St. Roch were torn down to supply them with firewood for drying their clothes, and they were left to take what rest they could against the morrow. The French, meanwhile, took possession of the abandoned heights, and while some filled the houses, barns, and sheds of St. Foy and its neighbourhood, others, chiefly Canadians, crossed the plateau to seek shelter in the village of Sillery. 3 courses were open to Murray. He could defend Quebec, fortify himself outside the walls on the Butte à Neveu, or fight Lévis at all risks. The walls of Quebec could not withstand a cannonade, and he had long intended to entrench his army on the Buttes as a better position of defence, but the ground, frozen like a rock, had thus far made the plan impracticable. Even now, though the surface was thawed, the soil beneath was still frost-bound, making the task of fortification extremely difficult, if indeed the French would give him time for it. Murray was young in years, and younger still in impulse. He was ardent, fearless, ambitious, and emulous of the fame of Wolfe. The enemy, he soon after wrote to Pitt, was greatly superior in number, it is true, but when I considered that our little army was in the habit of beating the enemy, and had a very fine train of field artillery, that shutting ourselves at once within the walls was putting all upon the single chance of holding out for a considerable time a wretched fortification, I resolved to give them battle, and half an hour after 6 in the morning we marched with all the force I could muster, namely 3,000 men. Some of these had left the hospitals of their own accord in their eagerness to take part in the fray. The rain had ceased, but as the column emerged from St. Louis Gate, the scene before them was a dismal one. As yet there was no sign of spring. Each leafless bush and tree was dark with clammy moisture. Patches of bare earth lay oozy and black on the southern slopes, but elsewhere the ground was still covered with snow, in some places piled in drifts, and everywhere sodden with rain, while each hollow and depression was full of that half-liquid, lead-coloured mixture of snow and water which New England schoolboys call slush, for all drainage was stopped by the frozen subsoil. The troops had with them 2 howitzers and 20 field pieces, which had been captured when Quebec surrendered, and had formed a part of that very battery which Ramsay refused to Montcalm at the battle of the autumn before. As there were no horses, the cannon were dragged by some of the soldiers, while others carried picks and spades, for as yet Murray seems not to have made up his mind whether to fortify or fight. Thus they advanced nearly half a mile, till reaching the Butte à Neveu, they formed in order of battle along their farther slopes, on the same ground that Montcalm had occupied on the morning of his death. Murray went forward to reconnoitre. Immediately before him was a rising ground, and beyond it a tract of forest called Sillery Wood, a mile or more distant. Nearer on the left he could see 2 blockhouses built by the English in the last autumn, not far from the brink of the plateau above the Anse du Foulon, where Wolfe climbed the heights. On the right, at the opposing brink of the plateau, was a house and a fortified windmill belonging to one Dumont. The blockhouses, the mill, and the rising ground between them were occupied by the vanguard of Lévis's army, while behind he could descry the main body moving along the road from Saint Foy. Then, turning battalion after battalion, and rapidly marching across the plateau along the edge of Sillery Wood. The 2 brigades of the leading column had already reached the blockhouses by the Anse du Foulon, and formed themselves as the right wing of the French line of battle, but those behind were not yet in position. End of section 66.
Section 67 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29, Part 3. Murray, kindling at the sight, thought that so favourable a moment was not to be lost, and ordered an advance. His line consisted of 8 battalions, numbering a little above 2,000. In the intervals between them, the cannon were dragged through slush and mud by 500 men, and at a little distance behind, the remaining 2 battalions followed as a reserve. The right flank was covered by Dalling's light infantry, the left by Hazen's company of Rangers and 100 volunteers under Major MacDonald. They all moved forward till they were on nearly the same ground where Wolfe's army had been drawn up. Then the cannon unlimbered, and opened on the French with such effect that Lévis, who was on horseback in the middle of the field, sent orders to the corps of his left to fall back to the cover of the woods. The movement caused some disorder. Murray mistook it for retreat, and commanded a farther advance. The whole British line, extending itself towards the right, pushed eagerly forward, in doing which it lost the advantage of the favourable position it had occupied, and the battalions of the right soon found themselves on low grounds, wading in half-melted snow, which in some parts was knee-deep. Here the cannon could no longer be worked with effect. Just in front, a small brook ran along the hollow, through soft mud and saturated snowdrifts, then gurgled down the slope on the right to lose itself in the meadows of the St. Charles. A few rods before this brook stood the house and windmill of Dumont, occupied by 5 companies of French grenadiers. The light infantry at once attacked them. A furious struggle ensued, till at length the French gave way, and the victors dashed forward to follow up their advantage. Their ardour cost them dear. The corps on the French left, which had fallen back into the woods, now advanced again as the cannon ceased to play, rushing on without order but with the utmost impetuosity, led by a gallant old officer, Colonel Dalquier, of the battalion of Béarn. A bullet in the body could not stop him. The light infantry were overwhelmed, and such of them as were left alive were driven back in confusion upon the battalions behind them, along the front of which they remained dispersed for some minutes, preventing the troops from firing on the advancing French, who thus had time to reform their ranks. At length the light infantry got themselves out of the way and retired to the rear, where, having lost nearly all their officers, they remained during the rest of the fight. Another struggle followed for the house and mill of Dumont, of which the French again got possession, to be again driven out, and it remained, as if by mutual consent, unoccupied for some time by either party. For above an hour more the fight was hot and fierce. We drove them back as long as we had ammunition for our cannon, says Sergeant Johnson. But now it failed, and no more was to be had, because, in the eccentric phrase of the regiment, the tumbrils were bogged in deep pits of snow. While this was passing on the English right, it fared still worse with them on the left. The advance of the line was no less disastrous here than there. It brought the troops close to the woods which circled round to this point from the French rear, and from which the Canadians, covered by the trees, now poured on them a deadly fire. Here, as on the right, Lévis had ordered his troops to fall back for a time, but when the fire of the English cannon ceased, they advanced again, and their artillery, though consisting of only 3 pieces, played its part with good effect. Hazen's Rangers and MacDonald's Volunteers attacked and took the 2 adjacent blockhouses, but could not hold them. Hazen was wounded, MacDonald killed, and their party overpowered. The British battalions held their ground till the French, whose superior numbers enabled them to extend themselves on both sides beyond the English line, made a furious attack on the left wing, in front and flank. The reserves were ordered up, and the troops stood for a time in sullen desperation under the storm of bullets. But they were dropping fast in the blood-stained snow, and the order came at length to fall back. They obeyed with curses. "Damn it, what is falling back but retreating?" The right wing, also outflanked, followed the example of the left. Some of the old corps tried to drag off their cannon, but being prevented by the deep mud and snow, they spiked the pieces and abandoned them. The French followed close, hoping to cut off the fugitives from the gates of Quebec, till Lévis, seeing that the retreat, though precipitate, was not entirely without order, thought best to stop the pursuit. The fight lasted about 2 hours, and did credit to both sides. The Canadians not only showed their usual address and courage when under cover of woods, but they also fought well in the open field, and the conduct of the whole French force proved how completely they had recovered from the panic of the last autumn. From the first they were greatly superior in number, and at the middle and end of the affair, when they had all reached the field, they were more than 2 against 1. The English, on the other hand, besides the opportunity of attacking before their enemies had completely formed, had a vastly superior artillery and a favourable position, both which advantages they lost after their second advance. Some curious anecdotes are told of the retreat. Colonel Fraser of the Highlanders received a bullet which was no doubt half spent, and which, with excellent precision, hit the base of his queue, so deadening the shock that it gave him no other inconvenience than a stiff neck. Captain Hazen of the Rangers, badly wounded, was making his way towards the gate, supported by his servant, when he saw at a great distance a French officer leading a file of men across a rising ground, whereupon he stopped and told the servant to give him his gun. A volunteer named Thompson, who was nearby and who tells the story, thought that he was out of his senses, but Hazen persisted, seated himself on the ground, took a long aim, and brought down his man. Thompson congratulated him. "A chance shot may kill the devil," replied Hazen, and resigning himself again to the arms of his attendant, he reached the town, recovered from his wound, and lived to be a general of the Revolution. The English lost above 1,000, or more than a third of their whole number, killed, wounded, and missing. They carried off some of their wounded, but left others behind, and the greater part of these were murdered, scalped, and mangled by the Indians, all of whom were converts from the mission villages. English writers put the French loss at 2,000 and upwards, which is no doubt a gross exaggeration. Levis declares that the number did not exceed 600 or 800, but afterwards gives a list which makes it 833. Murray had left 300 or 400 men to guard Quebec when the rest marched out, and adding them to those who had returned scatheless from the fight, he now had about 2,400 rank and file fit for duty. Yet even the troops that were rated as effective were in so bad a condition that the hyperbolical Sergeant Johnson calls them half-starved, scorbutic skeletons. That worthy soldier, commonly a model of dutiful respect to those above him, this time so far forgets himself as to criticize his general for the mad, enthusiastic zeal by which he nearly lost the fruits of Wolfe's victory. In fact, the fate of Quebec trembled in the balance. "We were too few and weak to stand an assault," continues Johnson, "and we were almost in as deep a distress as we could be. At first there was some drunkenness and some plundering of private houses, but Murray stopped the one by staving the rum barrels of the sutlers, and the other by hanging the chief offender. Within 3 days' order, subordination, hope, and almost confidence were completely restored. Not a man was idle. The troops left their barracks and lay in tents close to their respective alarm post. On the open space by St. Louis Gate, a crowd of convalescents were busy in filling sandbags to strengthen the defences, while the sick and wounded in the hospitals made wadding for the cannon. The ramparts were faced with fascines, of which a large stock had been provided in the autumn. Chevaux de frise were planted in exposed places, an outwork was built to protect St. Louis Gate, embrasures were cut along the whole length of the walls, and the French cannon captured when the town was taken were planted against their late owners. Every man was tasked to the utmost of his strength, and the garrison, gaunt, worn, besmirched with mud, looked less like soldiers than like overworked labourers. The conduct of the officers troubled the spirit of Sergeant Johnson. It shocked his sense of the fitness of things to see them sharing the hard work of the private men, and he thus gives utterance to his feelings. None but those who were present on the spot can imagine the grief of heart the soldiers felt to see their officers yoked in the harness, dragging up cannon from the lower town, to see gentlemen who were sent over them by His Majesty to command and keep them to their duty, working at the batteries with the barrow, pickaxe, and spade. The effect, however, was admirable. The spirit of the men rose to the crisis. Murray, no less than his officers, had all their confidence, for if he had fallen into a fatal error, he atoned for it now by unconquerable resolution and exhaustless fertility of resource. Deserters said that Levis would assault the town, and the soldiers replied,
Let him come on. He will catch a Tartar."
Levis and his army were no less busy in digging trenches along the stony back of the Butte à Neveu. Every day the English fire grew hotter, till at last nearly 150 cannon vomited iron upon them from the walls of Quebec, and May was well advanced before they could plant a single gun to reply. Their vessels had landed artillery at the Anse de Foulon, but their best hope lay in the succours they daily expected from the river below. In the autumn, Levis, with a view to his intended enterprise, had sent a request to Versailles that a ship laden with munitions and heavy siege guns should be sent from France in time to meet him at Quebec in April, while he looked also for another ship which had wintered at Gaspé, and which therefore might reach him as soon as navigation opened. The arrival of these vessels would have made the position of the English doubly critical, and on the other hand, should an English squadron appear first, Levis would be forced to raise the siege. Thus each side watched the river with an anxiety that grew constantly more intense, and the English presently descried signals along the shore which seemed to say that French ships were moving up the St. Lawrence. Meanwhile, doing their best to compass each other's destruction, neither side forgot the courtesies of war. Levis heard that Murray liked spruce beer for his table, and sent him a flag of truce with a quantity of spruce boughs and a message of compliment. Murray responded with a Cheshire cheese, and Levis rejoined with a present of partridges. Bad and scanty fare, excessive toil and broken sleep were telling ominously on the strength of the garrison, when, on the 9th of May, Murray, as he sat pondering over the fire at his quarters in St. Louis Street, was interrupted by an officer who came to tell him that there was a ship of war in the basin beating up towards the town. Murray started from his reverie and directed that British colours should be raised immediately on Cape Diamond. The halyards being out of order, a sailor climbed the staff and drew up the flag to its place. The news had spread. Men and officers, divided between hope and fear, crowded to the rampart by the château, where Durham Terrace now overlooks the St. Lawrence, and every eye was strained on the approaching ship, eager to see whether she would show the red flag of England or the white one of France. Slowly her colours rose to the masthead and unfurled to the wind the red cross of St. George. It was the British frigate Lowestoft. She anchored before the lower town and saluted the garrison with 21 guns. The gladness of the troops, says Knox, is not to be expressed. Both officers and soldiers mounted the parapet in the face of the enemy, and huzzaed with their hats in the air for almost an hour. The garrison, the enemy's camp, the bay, and circumjacent country resounded with our shouts and the thunder of our artillery, for the gunners were so elated that they did nothing but load and fire for a considerable time. In short, the general satisfaction is not to be conceived, except by a person who had suffered the extremities of a siege, and been destined, with his brave friends and countrymen, to the scalping knives of a faithless conqueror and his barbarous allies. The Lowestoft brought news that a British squadron was at the mouth of the St. Lawrence, and would reach Quebec in a few days. Levis, in ignorance of this, still clung to the hope that French ships would arrive strong enough to overpower the unwelcome stranger. His guns, being at last in position, presently opened fire upon a wall that was not built to bear the brunt of heavy shot, but an artillery better and more numerous than his own almost silenced them, and his gunners were harassed by repeated sallies. The besiegers had now no real chance of success unless they could carry the place by storm, to which end they had provided abundant scaling ladders, as well as petards to burst in the gates. They made, however, no attempt to use them. A week passed when, on the evening of the 15th, the ship of the line Vanguard and the frigate Diana sailed into the harbour, and on the next morning the Diana and the Lowestoft passed the town to attack the French vessels in the river above. These were 6 in all, 2 frigates, 2 smaller armed ships, and 2 schooners, the whole under command of the gallant Vauquelin. He did not belie his reputation, fought his ship with persistent bravery till his ammunition was spent, refused even then to strike his flag, and being made prisoner, was treated by his captors with distinguished honour. The other vessels made little or no resistance. One of them threw her guns overboard and escaped. The rest ran ashore and were burned. The destruction of his vessels was a death blow to the hopes of Lévis, for they contained his stores of food and ammunition. He had passed the preceding night in great agitation, and when the cannonade on the river ceased, he hastened to raise the siege. In the evening, deserters from his camp told Murray that the French were in full retreat, on which all the English batteries opened, firing at random through the darkness, and sending cannonballs en ricochet, bowling by scores together over the plains of Abraham on the heels of the retiring enemy. Murray marched out at dawn of day to fall upon their rear, but with 150 cannon bellowing behind them, they had made such speed that though he pushed over the marsh to Old Lorette, he could not overtake them. They had already crossed the river of Cap Rouge. Why, with numbers still superior, they went off in such haste, it is hard to say. They left behind them 34 cannon and 6 mortars, with petards, scaling ladders, tents, ammunition, baggage, entrenching tools, many of their muskets, and all their sick and wounded. The effort to recover Quebec did great honour to the enterprise of the French, but it availed them nothing, served only to waste resources that seemed already at the lowest ebb, and gave fresh opportunity of plunder to Cadet and his crew, who failed not to make use of it. After the Battle of Saint Foy, Murray sent the frigate Racehorse to Halifax with news of his defeat, and from Halifax it was sent to England. The British public were taken by surprise. Who the deuce was thinking of Quebec? Says Horace Walpole. America was like a book one has read and done with, but here we are, on a sudden, reading our book backwards. 10 days passed, and then came word that the siege was raised and that the French were gone, upon which Walpole wrote to General Conway, "Well, Quebec is come to life again. Last night I went to see the Holdernesses. I met my lady in a triumphal car drawn by a Manx horse, 13 little fingers high, with Lady Emily. Mr. Milbank was walking by himself in ovation after the car, and they were going to see the bonfire at the alehouse at the corner. The whole procession returned with me, and from the Countess's dressing-room we saw a battery fired before the house, the mob crying, 'God bless the good news.' These are all the particulars I know of the siege. My lord would have shown me the journal, but we amused ourselves much better in going to eat peaches from the new Dutch stoves, hothouses." End of section 67. Section 68 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30, Part 1, 1760, Fall of Canada. The retreat of Lévis left Canada little hope but in a speedy peace. This hope was strong, for a belief widely prevailed that even if the colony should be subdued, it would be restored to France by treaty. Its available force did not exceed 8,000 or 10,000 men, as most of the Canadians below the district of Three Rivers had sworn allegiance to King George, and though many of them had disregarded the oath to join the standard of Lévis, they could venture to do so no longer. The French had lost the best of their artillery, their gunpowder was falling short, their provisions would barely carry them to harvest time, and no more was to be hoped for, since a convoy of ships which had sailed from France at the end of winter, laden with supplies of all kinds, had been captured by the English. The blockade of the St. Lawrence was complete. The Western Indians would not fight, and even those of the mission villages were wavering and insolent. Yet Vaudreuil and Lévis exerted themselves for defence with an energy that does honour to them both. Far from showing the least timidity, says the ever-modest governor, I have taken positions such as may hide our weakness from the enemy. He stationed Rochebeaucourt with 300 men at Pointe-aux-Trembles, Repentigny with 200 at Jacques-Cartier, and Dumas with 1,200 at Deschambault to watch the St. Lawrence, and if possible prevent Murray from moving up the river. Bougainville was stationed at Île-aux-Noix to bar the approach from Lake Champlain, and a force under La Corne was held ready to defend the rapids above Montreal, should the English attempt that dangerous passage. Prisoners taken by war parties near Crown Point gave exaggerated reports of hostile preparation, and doubled and trebled the forces that were mustering against Canada. These forces were nevertheless considerable. Amherst had resolved to enter the colony by all its three gates at once, and advancing from east, west, and south, unite at Montreal and crush it as in the jaws of a vice. Murray was to ascend the St. Lawrence from Quebec, while Brigadier Haviland forced an entrance by way of Lake Champlain, and Amherst himself led the main army down the St. Lawrence from Lake Ontario. This last route was long, circuitous, difficult, and full of danger from the rapids that obstructed the river. His choice of it for his chief line of operation, instead of the shorter and easier way of Lake Champlain, was meant, no doubt, to prevent the French army from escaping up the lakes to Detroit and the other wilderness posts, where it might have protracted the war for an indefinite time, while the plan adopted, if successful, would make its capture certain. The plan was a critical one. 3 armies advancing from 3 different points, hundreds of miles apart, by routes full of difficulty, and with no possibility of intercommunication, were to meet at the same place at the same time, or failing to do so, run the risk of being destroyed in detail. If the French troops could be kept together, and if the small army of Murray or of Haviland should reach Montreal a few days before the cooperating force appeared, it might be separately attacked and overpowered. In this lay the hope of Vaudreuil and Lévis. After the siege of Quebec was raised, Murray had an effective force of about 2,500 rank and file. As the spring opened, the invalids were encamped on the island of Orléans, where fresh air, fresh provisions, and the change from the pestiferous town hospitals wrought such wonders on the scorbutic patients that in a few weeks a considerable number of them were again fit for garrison duty, if not for the field. Thus it happened that on the 2nd of July, 2,450 men and officers received orders to embark for Montreal, and on the 15th they set sail in 32 vessels with a number of boats and bateaux. They were followed some time after by Lord Rollo, with 1,300 additional men just arrived from Louisbourg, the king having ordered that fortress to be abandoned and dismantled. They advanced slowly, landing from time to time, skirmishing with detachments of the enemy who followed them along the shore, or more frequently trading with the farmers who brought them vegetables, poultry, eggs, and fresh meat. They passed the fortified hill of Jacques Cartier, whence they were saluted with shot and shell, stopped at various parishes, disarmed the inhabitants, administered oaths of neutrality which were taken without much apparent reluctance, and on the 4th of August came within sight of the Three Rivers, then occupied by a body of troops expecting an attack. But, says Knox, a delay here would be absurd, as that wretched place must share the fate of Montreal. Our fleet sailed this morning. The French troops, apparently about 2,000, lined their different works, and were in general clothed as regulars, except a very few Canadians and about 50 naked Picts or savages, their bodies being painted of a reddish colour and their faces of different colours, which I plainly discerned with my glass. Their light cavalry, who paraded along shore, seemed to be well appointed, clothed in blue, faced with scarlet, but their officers had white uniforms. In fine, their troops' batteries, fair-looking houses, their situations on the banks of a delightful river, our fleet sailing triumphantly before them, with our floating batteries drawn up in line of battle, the country on both sides interspersed with neat settlements, together with the verdure of the fields and trees, and the clear, pleasant weather, afforded as agreeable a prospect as the most lively imagination can conceive. This excellent lover of the picturesque was still more delighted as the fleet sailed among the islands of St. Peter. I think nothing could equal the beauties of our navigation this morning. The meandering course of the narrow channel, the awfulness and solemnity of the dark forests with which these islands are covered, the fragrancy of the spontaneous fruits, shrubs, and flowers, the verdure of the water by the reflection of the neighbouring woods, the wild chirping notes of the feathered inhabitants, the masts and sails of ships appearing as if among the trees, both ahead and astern, formed altogether an enchanting diversity. The evening recalled him from dreams to realities, for towards 7 o'clock they reached the village of Sorel, where they found a large body of troops and militia entrenched along the strand. Bourlamaque was in command here with 2,000 or 3,000 men, and Dumas, with another body, was on the northern shore. Both had orders to keep abreast of the fleet as it advanced, and thus French and English alike drew slowly towards Montreal, where lay the main French force under Lévis, ready to unite with Bourlamaque and Dumas, and fall upon Murray at the first opportunity. Montreal was now but a few leagues distant, and the situation was becoming delicate. Murray sent 5 rangers towards Lake Champlain to get news of Haviland, and took measures at the same time to cause the desertion of the Canadians, who formed the largest part of the opposing force. He sent a proclamation among the parishes, advising the inhabitants to remain peacefully at home, promising that those who did so should be safe in person and property, and threatening to burn every house from which the men of the family were absent. These were not idle words. A detachment sent for the purpose destroyed a settlement near Sorel, the owners of which were in arms under Bourlamaque. "I was under the cruel necessity of burning the greatest part of these poor, unhappy people's houses," wrote Murray. "I pray God this example may suffice, for my nature revolts when this becomes a necessary part of my duty." On the other hand, he treated with great kindness all who left the army and returned to their families. The effect was soon felt. The Canadians came in by scores and by hundreds to give up their arms and take the oath of neutrality, till before the end of August half Bourlamaque's force had disappeared. Murray encamped on Île Sainte-Thérèse, just below Montreal, and watched and waited for Haviland and Amherst to appear. Vaudreuil, on his part, was not idle. He sent a counter-proclamation through the parishes as an antidote to that of Murray. "I have been compelled," he writes to the minister, "to decree the pain of death to the Canadians who are so dastardly as to desert or give up their arms to the enemy, and to order that the houses of those who do not join our army shall be burned." Execution was to be summary, without court-martial. Yet desertion increased daily. The Canadians felt themselves doubly ruined, for it became known that the court had refused to redeem the paper that formed the whole currency of the colony, and in their desperation they preferred to trust the tried clemency of the enemy rather than exasperate him by persisting in a vain defense. Vaudreuil writes in his usual strain, "I am taking the most just measures to unite our forces, and, if our situation permits, fight a battle or several battles. It is to be feared that we shall go down before an enemy so numerous and strong. But whatever may be the event, we will save the honour of the King's arms. I have the honour to repeat to you, Monseigneur, that if any resource were left to me, whatever the progress the English might make, I would maintain myself in some part of the colony with my remaining troops, after having fought with the greatest obstinacy. But I am absolutely without the least remnant of the necessary means. In these unhappy circumstances, I shall continue to use every maneuver and device to keep the enemy in check. But if we succumb in the battles we shall fight, I shall apply myself to obtaining a capitulation which may avert the total ruin of a people who will remain forever French, and who could not survive their misfortunes but for the hope of being restored by the treaty of peace to the rule of His Most Christian Majesty. It is with this view that I shall remain in this town, the Chevalier de Lévis having represented to me that it would be an evil to the colonists past remedy if any accident should happen to me." Lévis was willing to go very far in soothing the susceptibilities of the governor, but it may be suspected this time that he thought him more useful within four walls than in the open field. There seemed good hope of stopping the advance of Haviland. To this end, Vaudreuil had stationed Bougainville at Île aux Noix with 1,700 men, and Rocamart at St. John, a few miles distant, with 1,200 or 1,500 more, besides all the Indians. Haviland embarked at Crown Point with 3,400 regulars, provincials, and Indians. 4 days brought him to Île aux Noix. He landed, planted cannon in the swamp, and opened fire. Major Darby with the light infantry and Rogers with the Rangers dragged 3 light pieces through the forest and planted them on the river bank in the rear of Bougainville's position, where lay the French naval force, consisting of 3 armed vessels and several gunboats. The cannon were turned upon the principal ship. A shot cut her cable, and a strong west wind drove her ashore into the hands of her enemies. The other vessels and gunboats made all sail for St. John, but stranded in a bend of the river, where the Rangers, swimming out with their tomahawks, boarded and took one of them, and the rest soon surrendered. It was a fatal blow to Bougainville, whose communications with St. John were now cut off. In accordance with instructions from Vaudreuil, he abandoned the island on the night of the 27th of August, and making his way with infinite difficulty through the dark forest, joined Roquemaure at St. John, 12 miles below. Haviland followed, the Rangers leading the way. Bougainville and Roquemaure fell back, abandoned St. John and Chambly, and joined Bourlamaque on the banks of the St. Lawrence, where the united force at first outnumbered that of Haviland, though fast melted away by discouragement and desertion. Haviland opened communication with Murray, and they both looked daily for the arrival of Amherst, whose approach was rumoured by prisoners and deserters. The army of Amherst had gathered at Oswego in July. On the 10th of August it was all afloat on Lake Ontario, to the number of 10,142 men, besides about 700 Indians under Sir William Johnson. Before the 15th, the whole had reached La Présentation, otherwise called Oswegatchie or La Galette, the seat of Father Piquet's mission. Nearby was a French armed brig, the Ottawa, with 10 cannon and 100 men, threatening destruction to Amherst's bateaux and whaleboats. 5 gunboats attacked and captured her. Then the army advanced again, and were presently joined by 2 armed vessels of their own, which had lingered behind, bewildered among the channels of the Thousand Islands. Near the head of the rapids, a little below La Galette, stood Fort Lévis, built the year before on an islet in mid-channel. Amherst might have passed its batteries with slight loss, continuing his voyage without paying it the honour of a siege, and this was what the French commanders feared that he would do. "We shall be fortunate," Lévis wrote to Bourlamaque, "if the enemy amuse themselves with capturing it. My chief anxiety is lest Amherst should reach Montreal so soon that we may not have time to unite our forces to attack Haviland or Murray." If he had better known the English commander, Lévis would have seen that he was not the man to leave a post of the enemy in his rear under any circumstances. And Amherst had also another reason for wishing to get the garrison into his hands, for he expected to find among them the pilots whom he needed to guide his boats down the rapids. He therefore invested the fort, and on the 23rd cannonaded it from his vessels, the mainland, and the neighbouring islands. It was commanded by Pouchot, the late commandant of Niagara, made prisoner in the last campaign and since exchanged. As the rocky islet had but little earth, the defences, though thick and strong, were chiefly of logs, which flew in splinters under the bombardment. The French, however, made a brave resistance. The firing lasted all day, was resumed in the morning, and continued 2 days more, when Pouchot, whose works were in ruins,
surrendered himself and his garrison. On this, Johnson's Indians prepared to kill the prisoners, and being compelled to desist, 3/4 of them went home in a rage. Now began the critical part of the expedition, the descent of the rapids. The Gallops, the Rapid Platte, the Long Saute, the Coteaux du Lac were passed in succession with little loss, till they reached the Cedars, the Boissons, and the Cascades, where the reckless surges dashed and bounded in the sun, beautiful and terrible as young tigers at play. Boat after boat, borne on their foaming crests, rushed madly down the torrent. 46 were totally wrecked, 18 were damaged, and 84 men were drowned. La Corne was watching the rapids with a considerable body of Canadians, and it is difficult to see why this bold and enterprising chief allowed the army to descend undisturbed through passages so dangerous. At length the last rapid was left behind, and the flotilla, gliding in peace over the smooth breast of Lake St. Louis, landed at Ile Perrot, a few leagues from Montreal. In the morning, September the 6th, the troops embarked again, landed unopposed at Lachine, 9 miles from the city, marched on without delay, and encamped before its walls. End of section 68. Section 69 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30, Part 2. The Montreal of that time was a long, narrow assemblage of wooden or stone houses, 1 or 2 stories high, above which rose the peaked towers of the seminary, the spires of 3 churches, the walls of 4 convents, with the trees of their adjacent gardens, and, conspicuous at the lower end, a high mound of earth crowned by a redoubt, where a few cannon were mounted. The whole was surrounded by a shallow moat and a bastioned stone wall, made for defence against Indians, and incapable of resisting cannon. On the morning after Amherst encamped above the place, Murray landed to encamp below it, and Vaudreuil, looking across the St. Lawrence, could see the tents of Haviland's little army on the southern shore. Bourlamaque, Bougainville, and Roquemaure, abandoned by all their militia, had crossed to Montreal with the few regulars that remained with them. The town was crowded with non-combatant refugees. Here, too, was nearly all the remaining force of Canada, consisting of 2,200 troops of the line and some 200 colony troops, for all the Canadians had by this time gone home. Many of the regulars, especially of the colony troops, had also deserted, and the rest were so broken in discipline that their officers were forced to use entreaties instead of commands. The 3 armies encamped around the city amounted to 17,000 men. Amherst was bringing up his cannon from Lachine, and the town wall would have crumbled before them in an hour. On the night when Amherst arrived, the governor called a council of war. It was resolved that since all the militia and many of the regulars had abandoned the army, and the Indian allies of France had gone over to the enemy, further resistance was impossible. Vaudreuil laid before the assembled officers a long paper that he had drawn up, containing 55 articles of capitulation to be proposed to the English, and these were unanimously approved.
In the morning, Bougainville carried them to the tent of Amherst. He granted the greater part, modified some, and flatly refused others. That which the French officers thought more important than all the rest was the provision that the troops should march out with arms, cannon, and the honours of war, to which it was replied, "The whole garrison of Montreal and all other French troops in Canada must lay down their arms, and shall not serve during the present war." This demand was felt to be intolerable. The governor sent Bougainville back to remonstrate, but Amherst was inflexible. Then Lévis tried to shake his resolution, and sent him an officer with the following note: "I send your Excellency, Monsieur de la Pose, Assistant Quartermaster General of the Army, on the subject of the too rigorous article which you dictate to the troops by the capitulation, to which it would not be possible for us to subscribe." Amherst answered the envoy: "I am fully resolved, for the infamous part the troops of France have acted in exciting the savages to perpetrate the most horrid and unheard of barbarities in the whole progress of the war, and for other open treacheries and flagrant breaches of faith, to manifest to all the world by this capitulation my detestation of such practices." And he dismissed La Pose with a short note, refusing to change the conditions. On the next morning, September the 8th, Vaudreuil yielded and signed the capitulation. By it, Canada and all its dependencies passed to the British Crown. French officers, civil and military, with French troops and sailors, were to be sent to France in British ships. Free exercise of religion was assured to the people of the colony, and the religious communities were to retain their possessions, rights, and privileges. All persons who might wish to retire to France were allowed to do so, and the Canadians were to remain in full enjoyment of feudal and other property, including Negro and Indian slaves. The greatest alarm had prevailed among the inhabitants lest they should suffer violence from the English Indians, and Vaudreuil had endeavored to provide that these dangerous enemies should be sent back at once to their villages. This was refused with the remark, "There never have been any cruelties committed by the Indians of our army." Strict precautions were taken at the same time, not only against the few savages whom the firm conduct of Johnson at Fort Lévis had not driven away, but also against the late allies of the French, now become a peril to them. In consequence, not a man, woman, or child was hurt. Amherst, in general orders, expressed his confidence that the troops will not disgrace themselves by the least appearance of inhumanity, or by any unsoldier-like behavior in seeking for plunder, and that as the Canadians are now become British subjects, they will feel the good effects of His Majesty's protection. They were, in fact, treated with a kindness that seemed to surprise them. Lévis was so incensed at the demand that the troops should lay down their arms and serve no longer during the war, that before the capitulation was signed, he made a formal protest in his own name and that of the officers from France, and insisted that the negotiation should be broken off. If, he added, the Marquis de Vaudreuil, through political motives, thinks himself obliged to surrender the colony at once, we ask his permission to withdraw with the troops of the line to the island of St. Helena, in order to uphold there, on our own behalf, the honour of the king's arms. The proposal was of course rejected, as Lévis knew that it would be, and he and his officers were ordered to conform to the capitulation. When Vaudreuil reached France 3 months after, he had the mortification to receive from the colonial minister a letter containing these words: "Though His Majesty was perfectly aware of the state of Canada, nevertheless, after the assurances you had given to make the utmost effects to sustain the honour of his arms, he did not expect to hear so soon of the surrender of Montreal and the whole colony. But granting that capitulation was a necessity, His Majesty was not the less surprised and ill-pleased at the conditions, so little honourable, to which you submitted, especially after the representations made you by the Chevalier de Lévis." The brother of Vaudreuil complained to the minister of the terms of this letter, and the minister replied, "I see with regret, monsieur, that you are pained by the letter I wrote your brother, but I could not help telling him what the king did me the honour to say to me, and it would have been unpleasant for him to hear it from anybody else." It is true that Vaudreuil had in some measure drawn this reproach upon himself by his boastings about the battles he would fight. Yet the royal displeasure was undeserved. The governor had no choice but to give up the colony, for Amherst had him in his power, and knew that he could exact what terms he pleased. Further resistance could only have ended in surrender at the discretion of the victor, and the protest of Lévis was nothing but a device to save his own reputation and that of his brother officers from France. Vaudreuil had served the king and the colony in some respects with ability, always with an unflagging zeal, and he loved the land of his birth with a jealous devotion that goes far beyond redeeming his miserable defects. The king himself, and not the servants whom he abandoned to their fate, was answerable for the loss of New France. Half the continent had changed hands at the scratch of a pen. Governor Bernard of Massachusetts proclaimed a day of thanksgiving for the great event, and the Boston newspapers recount how the occasion was celebrated with a parade of the cadets and other volunteer corps, a grand dinner in Faneuil Hall, music, bonfires, illuminations, firing of cannon, and above all by sermons in every church of the province. For the heart of early New England always found voice through her pulpits. Before me lies a bundle of these sermons, rescued from 60 years of dust, scrawled on their title pages with names of owners dead long ago. Worm-eaten, dingy, stained with the damps of time, and uttering in quaint old letterpress the emotions of a buried and forgotten past. Triumph, gratulation, hope breathe in every line, but no ill will against a fallen enemy. Thomas Foxcroft, pastor of the old church in Boston, preaches from the text, "The Lord hath done great things for us, whereof we are glad. Long, he says, had it been the common opinion, delenda est Carthago, Canada must be conquered, or we could hope for no lasting quiet in these parts. And now, through the good hand of our God upon us, we see the happy day of its accomplishment. We behold His Majesty's victorious troops treading upon the high places of the enemy, their last fortress delivered up, and their whole country surrendered to the King of Britain in the person of his general, the intrepid, the serene, the successful Amherst. The loyal John Mellon, pastor of the Second Church in Lancaster, exclaims, boding nothing of the tempest to come, "Let us fear God and honour the King, and be peaceable subjects of an easy and happy government, and may the blessing of heaven be ever upon those enemies of our country that have now submitted to the English crown, and according to the oath they have taken, lead quiet lives in all godliness and honesty." Then he ventures to predict that America, now thrown open to British colonists, will be peopled in a century and a half with 60 million souls, a prophecy likely to be more than fulfilled. God has given us to sing this day the downfall of New France, the North American Babylon, New England's rival, cries Eli Forbes to his congregation of sober farmers and staid matrons at the rustic village of Brookfield. Like many of his flock, he had been to the war, having served 2 years as chaplain of Ruggles, Massachusetts regiment, and something of a martial spirit breathes through his discourse. He passes in review the events of each campaign down to their triumphant close. Thus God was our salvation and our strength. Yet he who directs the great events of war suffered not our joy to be uninterrupted, for we had to lament the fall of the valiant and good General Wolfe, whose death demands a tear from every British eye, a sigh from every Protestant heart. Is he dead? I recall myself. Such heroes are immortal. He lives on every loyal tongue. He lives in every grateful breast. And charity bids me give him a place among the princes of heaven. Nor does he forget the praises of Amherst, the renowned general, worthy of that most honourable of all titles, the Christian hero, for he loves his enemies, and while he subdues them, he makes them happy. He transplants British liberty to where till now it was unknown. He acts the general, the Briton, the conqueror, and the Christian. What fair hopes arise from the peaceful and undisturbed enjoyment of this good land, and the blessings of our gracious God with it! Methinks I see towns enlarged, settlements increased, and this howling wilderness become a fruitful field which the Lord hath blessed. And to complete the scene, I see churches rise and flourish in every Christian grace, where has been the seat of Satan and Indian idolatry. Nathaniel Appleton of Cambridge hails the dawning of a new era. Who can tell what great and glorious things God is about to bring forward in the world, and in this world of America in particular? Oh, may the time come when these deserts, which for ages unknown have been regions of darkness and habitations of cruelty, shall be illuminated with the light of the glorious gospel, and when this part of the world, which till the latter ages was utterly unknown, shall be the glory and joy of the whole earth. On the American continent the war was ended, and the British colonists breathed for a space, as they drifted unwittingly towards a deadlier strife. They had learned hard and useful lessons. Their mutual jealousies and disputes, the quarrels of their governors and assemblies, the want of any general military organization, and the absence in most of them of military habits, joined to narrow views of their own interest, had unfitted them to the last degree for carrying on offensive war. nor were the British troops sent for their support remarkable in the beginning for good discipline or efficient command. When hostilities broke out, the army of Great Britain was so small as to be hardly worth the name. A new one had to be created, and thus the inexperienced Shirley and the incompetent Loudon, with the futile Newcastle behind them, had, besides their own incapacity, the disadvantage of raw troops and half-formed officers, while against them stood an enemy who, though weak in numbers, was strong in a centralized military organization, skillful leaders armed with untrammeled and absolute authority, practiced soldiers, and a population not only brave, but in good part inured to war. The nature of the country was another cause that helped to protract the contest. Geography, says von Moltke, is 3/4 of military science, and never was the truth of his words more fully exemplified. Canada was fortified with vast outworks of defence in the savage forests, marshes, and mountains that encompassed her, where the thoroughfares were streams choked with fallen trees and obstructed by cataracts. Never was the problem of moving troops, encumbered with baggage and artillery, a more difficult one. The question was less how to fight the enemy than how to get at him. If a few practicable roads had crossed this broad tract of wilderness, the war would have been shortened and its character changed. From these and other reasons, the numerical superiority of the English was to some extent made unavailing. This superiority, though exaggerated by French writers, was nevertheless immense if estimated by the number of men called to arms. But only a part of these could be employed in offensive operations. The rest garrisoned forts and blockhouses and guarded the far reach of frontier from Nova Scotia to South Carolina, where a wily enemy, silent and secret as fate, choosing their own time and place of attack, and striking unawares at every unguarded spot, compelled thousands of men, scattered at countless points of defence, to keep unceasing watch against a few hundred savage marauders. Full half the levies of the colonies and many of the regulars were used in service of this kind. In actual encounters, this advantage of numbers was often with the French, through the comparative ease with which they could concentrate their forces at a given point. Of the 10 considerable sieges or battles of the war, 5, besides the great bushfight in which the Indians defeated Braddock, were victories for France, and in 4 of these, Oswego, Fort William Henry, Montmorency, and St. Foy, the odds were greatly on her side. Yet in this, the most picturesque and dramatic of American wars, there is nothing more noteworthy than the skill with which the French and Canadian leaders used their advantages, the indomitable spirit with which, slighted and abandoned as they were, they grappled with prodigious difficulties, and the courage with which they were seconded by regulars and militia alike. In spite of occasional lapses, the defense of Canada deserves a tribute of admiration. End of section 69. Section 70 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31, Part 1, 1758 to 1763. The Peace of Paris. In accordance with the terms of the capitulation of Montreal, the French military officers, with such of the soldiers as could be kept together, as well as all the chief civil officers of the colony, sailed for France in vessels provided by the conquerors. They were voluntarily followed by the principal members of the Canadian noblesse, and by many of the merchants who had no mind to swear allegiance to King George. The peasants and poorer colonists remained at home to begin a new life under a new flag. Though this exodus of the natural leaders of Canada was in good part deferred till the next year, and though the number of persons to be immediately embarked was reduced by the desertion of many French soldiers who had married Canadian wives, yet the English authorities were sorely perplexed to find vessels enough for the motley crowd of passengers. When at last they were all on their way, a succession of furious autumnal storms fell upon them. The ship that carried Lévis barely escaped wreck, and that which bore Vaudreuil and his wife fared little better. Worst of all was the fate of the Auguste, on board of which was the bold but ruthless partisan Saint-Luc de la Corne, his brother, his children, and a party of Canadian officers, together with ladies, merchants, and soldiers. A worthy ecclesiastical chronicler paints the unhappy vessel as a floating Babylon, and sees in her fate the stern judgment of heaven. It is true that New France ran riot in the last years of her existence, but before the Auguste was well out of the St. Lawrence, she was so tossed and buffeted, so lashed with waves and pelted with rain, that the most alluring forms of sin must have lost their charm, and her inmates passed days rather of penance than transgression. There was a violent storm as the ship entered the Gulf, then a calm, during which she took fire in the cook's galley. The crew and passengers subdued the flames after desperate efforts, but their only food thenceforth was dry biscuit. Off the coast of Cape Breton another gale rose. They lost their reckoning and lay tossing blindly amid the tempest. The exhausted sailors took in despair to their hammocks, from which neither commands nor blows could rouse them, while amid shrieks, tears, prayers, and vows to heaven, the Auguste drove towards the shore, struck and rolled over on her side. La Corne with 6 others gained the beach, and towards night they saw the ship break asunder, and counted 114 corpses strewn along the sand. Aided by Indians and English officers, La Corne made his way on snowshoes up the St. John, and by a miracle of enduring hardihood reached Quebec before the end of winter. The other ships weathered the November gales and landed their passengers on the shores of France, where some of them found a dismal welcome, being seized and thrown into the Bastille. These were Vaudreuil, Bigot, Cadet, Péan, Bréard, Varin, Le Mercier, Penisseau, Morin, Corpron, and others accused of the frauds and peculations that had helped to ruin Canada. In the next year they were all put on trial, whether as an act of pure justice or as a device to turn public indignation from the government. In December 1761, judges commissioned for the purpose began their sessions at the Châtelet, and a prodigious mass of evidence was laid before them. Cadet, with brazen effrontery, at first declared himself innocent, but ended with full and unblushing confession. Bigot denied everything till silenced point by point with papers bearing his own signature. The prisoners defended themselves by accusing each other. Bigot and Vaudreuil brought mutual charges, while all agreed in denouncing Cadet. Vaudreuil, as before mentioned, was acquitted. Bigot was banished from France for life. His property was confiscated, and he was condemned to pay 1,500,000 francs by way of restitution. Cadet was banished for 9 years from Paris, and required to refund 6 millions, while others were sentenced in sums varying from 30,000 to 800,000 francs, and were ordered to be held in prison till the money was paid. Of 21 persons brought to trial, 10 were condemned, 6 were acquitted, 3 received an admonition, and 2 were dismissed for want of evidence. 34 failed to appear, of whom 7 were sentenced in default, and judgment was reserved in the case of the rest. Even those who escaped from justice profited little by their gains, for unless they had turned them betimes into land or other substantial values, they lost them in a discredited paper currency and dishonored bills of exchange. While on the American continent the last scenes of the war were drawing to their close, the contest raged in Europe with unabated violence. England was in the full career of success, but her great ally, Frederick of Prussia, seemed tottering to his ruin. In the summer of 1758 his glory was at its height. French, Austrians, and Russians had all fled before him, but the autumn brought reverses, and the Austrian general, Daun, at the head of an overwhelming force, gained over him a partial victory, which his masterly strategy robbed of its fruits. It was but a momentary respite. His kingdom was exhausted by its own triumphs. His best generals were dead, his best soldiers killed or disabled, his resources almost spent. The very chandeliers of his palace melted into coin, and all Europe was in arms against him. The disciplined valor of the Prussian troops and the supreme leadership of their undespairing king had thus far held the invading hosts at bay. But now the end seemed near. Frederick could not be everywhere at once, and while he stopped one leak, the torrent poured in at another. The Russians advanced again, defeated General Wedel, whom he sent against them, and made a junction with the Austrians. In August 1759, he attacked their united force at Kunersdorf, broke their left wing to pieces, took 180 cannon, forced their centre to give ground, and after hours of furious fighting was overwhelmed at last. In vain he tried to stop the rout. The bullets killed 2 horses under him, tore his clothes, and crushed a gold snuff-box in his waistcoat pocket. "Is there no be of a shot that can hit me, then?" he cried in his bitterness, as his aide-de-camp forced him from the field. For a few days he despaired, then rallied to his forlorn task, and, with smiles on his lip and anguish at his heart, watched, maneuvered, and fought with cool and stubborn desperation. To his friend D'Argens he wrote soon after his defeat, "Death is sweet in comparison to such a life as mine. Have pity on me and it. believe that I still keep to myself a great many evil things, not wishing to afflict or disgust anybody with them, and that I would not counsel you to fly these unlucky countries if I had any ray of hope. Adieu, mon cher. It is well for him and for Prussia that he had strong allies in the dissensions and delays of his enemies. But his cup was not yet full. Dresden was taken from him, 8 of his remaining generals and 12,000 men were defeated and captured at Maxen, and this infernal campaign, as he called it, closed in thick darkness. I wrap myself in stoicism as best I can, he writes to Voltaire. If you saw me, you would hardly know me. I am old, broken, grey-headed, wrinkled. If this goes on, there will be nothing left of me but the mania of making verses and an inviolable attachment to my duties and to the few virtuous men I know. But you will not get a peace signed by my hand, except on conditions honourable to my nation. Your people, blown up with conceit and folly, may depend on this. The same stubborn conflict with overmastering odds, the same intrepid resolution, the same subtle strategy, the same skill in eluding the blow and lightning-like quickness in retorting it, marked Frederick's campaign of 1760. At Liegnitz, 3 armies, each equal to his own, closed around him, and he put them all to flight. While he was fighting in Silesia, the Allies marched upon Berlin, took it, and held it 3 days, but withdrew on his approach. For him there was no peace. Why weary you with the details of my labours and sorrows, he wrote again to his faithful D'Argens. My spirits have forsaken me. All gaiety is buried with the loved noble ones to whom my heart was bound. He had lost his mother and his devoted sister Wilhelmina. You, as a follower of Epicurus, put a value upon life. As for me, I regard death from the Stoic point of view. I have told you, and I repeat it, never shall my hand sign a humiliating peace. Finish this campaign I will, resolved to dare all, to succeed or find a glorious end. Then came the victory of Torgau, the last and one of the most desperate of his battles. A success dearly bought, and bringing neither rest nor safety. Once more he wrote to D'Argens, Adieu, dear Marquis, write to me sometimes. Don't forget a poor devil who curses his fatal existence 10 times a day. I live like a military monk, endless business and a little consolation from my books. I don't know if I shall outlive this war, but if I do, I am firmly resolved to pass the rest of my life in solitude in the bosom of philosophy and friendship. Your nation, you see, is blinder than you thought. These fools will lose their Canada and Pondicherry to please the Queen of Hungary and the Tsarina. The campaign of 1761 was mainly defensive on the part of Frederick. In the exhaustion of his resources, he could see no means of continuing the struggle. It is only fortune, says the royal sceptic, that can extricate me from the situation I am in. I escape out of it by looking at the universe on the great scale like an observer from some distant planet. All then seems to be so infinitely small that I could almost pity my enemies for giving themselves so much trouble about so very little. I read a great deal. I devour my books. But for them, I think hypochondria would have had me in Bedlam before now. In fine, dear Marquis, we live in troublous times and desperate situations. I have all the properties of a stage hero, always in danger, always on the point of perishing. And in another mood, I begin to feel that, as the Italians say, revenge is a pleasure for the gods. My philosophy is worn out by suffering. I am no saint, and I will own that I should die content if only I could first inflict a part of the misery that I endure. While Frederick was fighting for life and crown, an event took place in England that was to have great influence on the war. Walpole recounts it thus, writing to George Montagu on the 25th of October, 1760. My man Harry tells me all the amusing news. He first told me of the late Prince of Wales's death, and today of the King's, so I must tell you all I know of departed majesty. He went to bed well last night, rose at 6 this morning, looked, I suppose, if all his money was in his purse, and called for his chocolate. A little after 7 he went into the closet. The German valet de chambre heard a noise, listened, heard something like a groan, ran in, and found the hero of Oudenarde and Dettingen on the floor, with a gash on his right temple by falling against the corner of a bureau. He tried to speak, could not, and expired. The great ventricle of the heart had burst. What an enviable death! The old king was succeeded by his grandson, George III, a mirror of domestic virtues, conscientiousness, obstinate, narrow. His accession produced political changes that had been preparing for some time. His grandfather was German at heart, loved his continental kingdom of Hanover, and was eager for all measures that looked to its defence and preservation. Pitt, too, had of late vigorously supported the Continental War, saying that he would conquer America in Germany. Thus, with differing views, the king and the minister had concurred in the same measures. But George III was English by birth, language, and inclination. His ruling passion was the establishment and increase of his own authority. He disliked Pitt, the representative of the people. He was at heart averse to a war, the continuance of which would make the great commoner necessary, and therefore powerful, and he wished for a peace that would give free scope to his schemes for strengthening the prerogative. He was not alone in his pacific inclinations. The enemies of the haughty minister, who had ridden roughshod over men far above him in rank, were tired of his ascendancy, and saw no hope of ending it but by ending the war. Thus a peace party grew up, and the young king became its real, though not at first its declared supporter. The Tory party, long buried, showed signs of resurrection. There were those amongst its members who, even in a king of the hated line of Hanover, could recognize and admire the same spirit of arbitrary domination that had marked their fallen idols, the Stuarts, and they now joined hands with the discontented Whigs in opposition to Pitt. The horrors of war, the blessings of peace, the weight of taxation, the growth of the national debt, were the rallying cries of the new party, but the mainspring of their zeal was hostility to the great minister. Even his own colleagues chafed under his spirit of mastery. The chiefs of the opposition longed to inherit his power, and the king had begun to hate him as a lion in his path.
Pitt held to his purpose regardless of the gathering storm. That purpose, as proclaimed by his adherents, was to secure a solid and lasting peace, which meant the reduction of France to so low an estate that she could no more be a danger to her rival. In this he had the sympathy of the great body of the nation. Early in 1761, the king, a fanatic for prerogative, set his enginery in motion. The elections for the new Parliament were manipulated in his interest. If he disliked Pitt as the representative of the popular will, he also disliked his colleagues, the shuffling and uncertain Newcastle, as the representative of a too powerful nobility. Elements hostile to both were introduced into the cabinet and the great offices. The king's favourite, the Earl of Bute, supplanted Holdernesse as Secretary of State for the Northern Department. Charles Townshend, an opponent of Pitt, was made Secretary of War. Legge, Chancellor of the Exchequer, was replaced by Viscount Barrington, who was sure for the king, while a place in the cabinet was also given to the Duke of Bedford, one of the few men who dared face the formidable minister. It was the policy of the king and his following to abandon Prussia, hitherto supported by British subsidies, make friends with Austria and Russia at her expense, and conclude a separate peace with France. France was in sore need of peace. The infatuation that had turned her from her own true interest to serve the passions of Maria Theresa and the Tsarina Elizabeth had brought military humiliation and financial ruin. Abbé de Bernis, Minister of Foreign Affairs, had lost the favour of Madame de Pompadour and had been supplanted by the Duc de Choiseul. The new minister had gained his place by pleasing the favourite, but he kept it through his own ability and the necessities of the time. The Englishman Stanley, whom Pitt sent to negotiate with him, drew this sketch of his character. Though he may have his superiors, not only in experience of business, but in depth and refinement as a statesman, he is a person of as bold and daring a spirit as any man whatever in our country or in his own. Madame Pompadour has ever been looked upon by all preceding courtiers and ministers as their tutelary deity, under whose auspices only they could exist, and who was as much out of their reach as if she were of a superior class of beings. But this minister is so far from being in subordination to her influence that he seized the first opportunity of depriving her not of an equality, but of any share of power, reducing her to the necessity of applying to him even for those favours that she wants for herself and her dependents. He has effected this great change, which every other man would have thought impossible, in the interior of the court, not by plausibility, flatter, and address, but with a high hand, with frequent railleries and sarcasms, which would have ruined any other, and, in short, by a clear superiority of spirit and resolution. Choiseul was vivacious, brilliant, keen, penetrating, believing nothing, fearing nothing, an easy moralist, an uncertain ally, a hater of priests, light-minded, inconstant, yet a kind of patriot, eager to serve France and retrieve her fortunes. End of section 70.
Section 71 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31, Part 2. He flattered himself with no illusions. Since we do not know how to make war, he said, we must make peace. And he proposed a congress of all the belligerent powers at Augsburg. At the same time, since the war in Germany was distinct from the maritime and colonial war of France and England, he proposed a separate negotiation with the British court in order to settle the questions between them as a preliminary to the general pacification. Pitt consented, and Stanley went as envoy to Versailles, while Monsieur de Bussy came as envoy to London, and in behalf of Choiseul offered terms of peace, the first of which was the entire abandonment of Canada to England. But the offers were accompanied by the demand that Spain, which had complaints of its own against England, should be admitted as a party to the negotiation, and even hold in some measure the attitude of a mediator. Pitt spurned the idea with fierce contempt. Time enough to treat all of that, sir, when the Tower of London is taken sword in hand. He bore his part with the ability that never failed him, and with a supreme arrogance that rose to a climax in his demand that the fortress of Dunkirk should be demolished, not because it was any longer dangerous to England, but because the nation would regard its destruction as an eternal monument of the yoke imposed on France. Choiseul replied with counter-propositions less humiliating to his nation. When the question of accepting or rejecting them came before the ministry, the views of Pitt prevailed by a majority of 1, and to the disappointment of Bute and the King, the conferences were broken off. Choiseul launched again on the billows of a disastrous war, had seen and provided against the event. Ferdinand VI of Spain had died, and Carlos III had succeeded to his throne. Here, as in England, change of kings brought change of policy. While negotiating vainly with Pitt, the French minister had negotiated secretly and successfully with Carlos, and the result was the treaty known as the Family Compact, having for its object the union of the various members of the House of Bourbon in common resistance to the growing power of England. It provided that in any future war the kings of France and Spain should act as one towards foreign powers, insomuch that the enemy of either should be the enemy of both, and the Bourbon princes of Italy were invited to join in the covenant. What was more to the present purpose, a special agreement was concluded on the same day, by which Spain bound herself to declare war against England unless that power should make peace with France before the 1st of May, 1762. For the safety of her colonies and her trade, Spain felt it her interest to join her sister nation in putting a check on the vast expansion of British maritime power. She could bring 100 ships of war to aid the dilapidated navy of France, and the wealth of the Indies to aid her ruined treasury. Pitt divined the secret treaty, and soon found evidence of it. He resolved to demand at once full explanation from Spain, and failing to receive a satisfactory reply, attack her at home and abroad before she was prepared. On the 2nd of October he laid his plan before a cabinet council held at a house in St. James Street. There were present the Earl of Bute, the Duke of Newcastle, Earl Granville, Earl Temple, and others of the ministry. Pitt urged his views with great warmth. This, he exclaimed, is the time for humbling the whole house of Bourbon. His brother-in-law, Temple, supported him. Newcastle kept silent. Bute denounced the proposal, and the rest were of his mind. "If these views are to be followed," said Pitt, "this is the last time I can sit at this board. I was called to the administration of affairs by the voice of the people. To them I have always considered myself as accountable for my conduct, and therefore cannot remain in a situation which makes me responsible for measures I am no longer allowed to guide." Nothing could be more offensive to George III and his adherents. The veteran Carteret, Earl Granville, replied angrily, "I find the gentleman is determined to leave us, nor can I say I am sorry for it, since otherwise he would certainly have compelled us to leave him. But if he is resolved to assume the office of exclusively advising His Majesty and directing the operations of the war, to what purpose are we called to this council? When he talks of being responsible to the people, he talks the language of the House of Commons, and forgets that at this board he is responsible only to the King. However, though he may possibly have convinced himself of his infallibility, still it remains that we should be equally convinced before we can resign our understandings to his direction, or join with him in the measure he proposes." Pitt resigned, and his colleagues rejoiced. Power fell to Bute and the Tories, and great was the fall. The mass of the nation was with the defeated minister. On Lord Mayor's Day, Bute and Barrington were passing St. Paul's in a coach, which the crowd mistook for that of Pitt, and cheered lustily, till one man, looking in at the window, shouted to the rest, "This isn't Pitt, it's Bute, and be damned to him." The cheers turned forthwith to hisses, mixed with cries of "No Bute! No Newcastle salmon! Pitt forever!" Handfuls of mud were showered against the coach, and Barrington's ruffles were besmirched with it. The fall of Pitt was like the knell of doom to Frederick of Prussia. It meant abandonment by his only ally, and the loss of the subsidy which was his chief resource. The darkness around him grew darker yet, and not a hope seemed left, when as by miracle the clouds broke and light streamed out of the blackness. The bitterest of his foes, the Czarina Elizabeth, she whom he had called infâme catin du Nord, died and was succeeded by her nephew, Peter III. Here again, as in England and Spain, a new sovereign brought new measures. The young Czar, simple and enthusiastic, admired the King of Prussia, thought him the paragon of heroes, and proclaimed himself his friend. No sooner was he on the throne than Russia changed front. From the foe of Frederick she became his ally, and in the opening campaign of 1762, the army that was to have aided in crushing him was ranged on his side. It was a turn of fortune too sharp and sudden to endure. Ill-balanced and extreme in all things, Peter plunged into headlong reforms, exasperated the clergy and the army, and alienated his wife Catherine, who had hoped to rule in his name, and who now saw herself supplanted by his mistress. Within 6 months he was deposed and strangled. Catherine, one of whose lovers had borne part in the murder, reigned in his stead, conspicuous by the unbridled disorders of her life, and by powers of mind that mark her as the ablest of female sovereigns. If she did not share her husband's enthusiasm for Frederick, neither did she share Elizabeth's hatred of him. He, on his part, taught by hard experience, conciliated instead of insulting her, and she let him alone. Peace with Russia brought peace with Sweden, and Austria with the Germanic Empire stood alone against him. France needed all her strength to hold her own against the mixed English and German force under Ferdinand of Brunswick in the Rhine countries. She made spasmodic efforts to seize upon Hanover, but the result was humiliating defeat. In England, George III pursued his policy of strengthening the prerogative, and, jealous of the Whig aristocracy, attacked it in the person of Newcastle. In vain the old politician had played false with Pitt, and trimmed to please his young master. He was worried into resigning his place in the cabinet, and Bute, the obsequious agent of the royal will, succeeded him as First Lord of the Treasury. Into his weak and unwilling hands now fell the task of carrying on the war. For the nation, elated with triumphs and full of fight, still called on its rulers for fresh efforts and fresh victories. Pitt had proved a true prophet, and his enemies were put to shame, for the attitude of Spain forced Bute and his colleagues to the open rupture with her which the great minister had vainly urged upon them, and a new and formidable war was now added to the old. Their counsels were weak and half-hearted, but the armies and navies of England still felt the impulsion that the imperial hand of Pitt had given, and the unconquerable spirit that he had roused. This spirit had borne them from victory to victory. In Asia they had driven the French from Pondicherry and all their Indian possessions. In Africa they had wrested from them Goree and the Senegal country. In the West Indies they had taken Guadeloupe and Dominica. In the European seas they had captured ship after ship, routed and crippled the great fleet of Admiral Conflans, seized Belle Isle, and defeated a bold attempt to invade Ireland. The navy of France was reduced to helplessness. Pitt, before his resignation, had planned a series of new operations, including an attack on Martinique, with the other West Indian islands still left to France, and then in turn on the Spanish possessions of Havana, Panama, Manila, and the Philippines. Now, more than ever before, the war appeared in its true character. It was a contest for maritime and colonial ascendancy, and England saw herself confronted by both her great rivals at once. Admiral Rodney sailed for Martinique, and Brigadier Monckton joined him with troops from America. Before the middle of February, the whole island was in their hands, and Grenada, St. Lucia, and St. Vincent soon shared its fate. The Earl of Albemarle and Admiral Sir George Pocock sailed in early spring on a more important errand, landed in June near Havana with 11,000 soldiers, and attacked Morro Castle, the key of the city. The pitiless sun of the tropic midsummer poured its fierce light and heat on the parched rocks where the men toiled at the trenches. Earth was so scarce that hardly enough could be had to keep the fascines in place. The siege works were little else than a mass of dry faggots, and when, after exhausting toil, the Grand Battery opened on the Spanish defences, it presently took fire, was consumed, and had to be made anew. Fresh water failed, and the troops died by scores from thirst. Fever set in, killed many, and disabled nearly half the army.
The sea was strewn with floating corpses, and carrion birds in clouds hovered over the populous graveyards and infected camps. Yet the siege went on. A formidable sally was repulsed. Morro Castle was carried by storm till at length, 2 months and 8 days after the troops landed, Havana fell into their hands. At the same time, Spain was attacked at the Antipodes, and the loss of Manila and the Philippines gave her fresh cause to repent her rash compact with France. She was hardly more fortunate near home, for having sent an army to invade Portugal, which was in the interest of England, a small British force, under Brigadier Burgoyne, foiled it and forced it to retire. The tide of British success was checked for an instant in Newfoundland, where a French squadron attacked St. John's and took it with its garrison of 60 men. The news reached Amherst at New York. His brother, Lieutenant Colonel Amherst, was sent to the scene of the mishap. St. John's was retaken, and its late conquerors were made prisoners of war. The financial condition of France was desperate. Her people were crushed with taxation. Her debt grew apace, and her yearly expenditure was nearly double her revenue. Choiseul felt the need of immediate peace, and George III and Bute were hardly less eager for it, to avert the danger of Pitt's return to power and give free scope to their schemes for strengthening the prerogative. Therefore, in September 1762, negotiations were resumed. The Duke of Bedford was sent to Paris to settle the preliminaries, and the Duc de Nivernois came to London on the same errand. The populace were still for war. Bedford was hissed as he passed through the streets of London, and a mob hooted at the puny figure of Nivernois as he landed at Dover. The great question was, should Canada be restored? Should France still be permitted to keep a foothold on the North American continent? Ever since the capitulation of Montreal, a swarm of pamphlets had discussed the momentous subject. Some maintained that the acquisition of Canada was not an original object of the war, that the colony was of little value and ought to be given back to its old masters, that Guadeloupe should be kept instead, the sugar trade of that island being worth far more than the Canadian fur trade, and lastly, that the British colonists, if no longer held in check by France, would spread themselves over the continent, learn to supply all their own wants, grow independent, and become dangerous. Nor were these views confined to Englishmen. There were foreign observers who clearly saw that the adhesion of her colonies to Great Britain would be jeopardized by the extinction of French power in America. Choiseul warned Stanley that they would not fail to shake off their dependence the moment Canada should be ceded, while 13 years before the Swedish traveller Kalm declared that the presence of the French in America gave the best assurance to Great Britain that his own colonies would remain in due subjection. The most noteworthy argument on the other side was that of Franklin, whose words find a strange commentary in the events of the next few years. He affirmed that the colonies were so jealous of each other that they would never unite against England. If they could not agree to unite against the French and Indians, can it reasonably be supposed that there is any danger of their uniting against their own nation, which it is well known they all love much more than they love one another? I will venture to say union amongst them for such a purpose is not merely improbable, it is impossible. That is, he prudently adds, without the most grievous tyranny and oppression, like the bloody rule of Alva in the Netherlands. If Pitt had been in office, he would have demanded terms that must ruin past redemption the maritime and colonial power of France. But Bute was less exacting. In November, the plenipotentiaries of England, France, and Spain agreed on preliminaries of peace, in which the following were the essential points. France ceded to Great Britain, Canada, and all her possessions on the North American continent east of the river Mississippi, except the city of New Orleans and a small adjacent district. She renounced her claims to Acadia and gave up to the conqueror the island of Cape Breton, with all other islands in the Gulf and river of St. Lawrence. Spain received back Havana and paid for it by the cession of Florida, with all her other possessions east of the Mississippi. France, subject to certain restrictions, was left free to fish in the Gulf of St. Lawrence and off a part of the coast of Newfoundland, and the two little islands of Saint-Pierre and Miquelon were given her as fishing stations on condition that she should not fortify or garrison them. In the West Indies, England restored the captured islands of Guadeloupe, Marigalante, Desirade, and Martinique, and France ceded Grenada and the Grenadines, while it was agreed that of the so-called neutral islands, St. Vincent, Dominica, and Tobago should belong to England, and St. Lucia to France. In Europe, each side promised to give no more help to its allies in the German war. France restored Minorca, and England restored Belle Isle. France gave up such parts of Hanoverian territory as she had occupied, and evacuated certain fortresses belonging to Prussia, pledging herself at the same time to demolish, under the inspection of English engineers, her own maritime fortress of Dunkirk. In Africa, France ceded Senegal, and received back the small island of Gorée. In India, she lost everything she had gained since the Peace of Aix-la-Chapelle, recovered certain trading stations, but renounced the right of building forts or maintaining troops in Bengal. On the day when the preliminaries were signed, France made a secret agreement with Spain, by which she divested herself of the last shred of her possessions on the North American continent. As compensation for Florida, which her luckless ally had lost in her quarrel, she made over to the Spanish crown the city of New Orleans, and under the name of Louisiana gave her the vast region spreading westward from the Mississippi towards the Pacific. On the 9th of December, the question of approving the preliminaries came up before both houses of Parliament. There was a long debate in the Commons. Pitt was not present, confined, it was said, by gout. Till late in the day the House was startled by repeated cheers from the outside. The doors opened, and the fallen minister entered, carried in the arms of his servants, and followed by an applauding crowd. His bearers set him down within the bar, and by the help of a crutch he made his way with difficulty to his seat. There was a mixture of the very solemn and the theatric in this apparition, says Walpole, who was present. The moment was so well timed, the importance of the man and his services, the languor of his emaciated countenance, and the study bestowed on his dress were circumstances that struck solemnity into a patriot mind, and did a little furnish ridicule to the hardened and insensible. He was dressed in black velvet.
his legs and thighs wrapped in flannel, his feet covered with buskins of black cloth, and his hands with thick gloves. Not for the first time he was using his maladies for purposes of stage effect. He spoke for about 3 hours, sometimes standing and sometimes seated, sometimes with a brief burst of power, more often with the accents of pain and exhaustion. He highly commended the retention of Canada, but denounced the leaving to France a share in the fisheries, as well as other advantages tending to a possible revival of her maritime power. But the Commons listened coldly, and by a great majority approved the preliminaries of peace. These preliminaries were embodied in the definitive treaty concluded at Paris on the 10th of February, 1763. Peace between France and England brought peace between the warring nations of the continent. Austria, bereft of her allies and exhausted by vain efforts to crush Frederick, gave up the attempt in despair and signed the Treaty of Hubertsburg. The 7 Years' War was ended. End of section 71. Section 72 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 32, 1763 to 1884. Conclusion. This, said Earl Granville on his deathbed, has been the most glorious war and the most triumphant peace that England ever knew. Not all were so well pleased, and many held with Pitt that the House of Bourbon should have been forced to drain the cup of humiliation to the dregs. Yet the fact remains that the Peace of Paris marks an epoch than which none in modern history is more fruitful of grand results. With it began a new chapter in the annals of the world. To borrow the words of a late eminent writer, it is no exaggeration to say that 3 of the many victories of the 7 Years' War determined for ages to come the destinies of mankind. With that of Rossbach began the recreation of Germany. With that of Plassey, the influence of Europe told for the first time since the days of Alexander on the nations of the East. With the triumph of Wolfe on the heights of Abraham began the history of the United States. So far, however, as concerns the war in the Germanic countries, it was to outward seeming but a mad debauch of blood and rapine, ending in nothing but the exhaustion of the combatants. The havoc had been frightful. According to the King of Prussia's reckoning, 853,000 soldiers of the various nations had lost their lives, besides hundreds of thousands of non-combatants who had perished from famine, exposure, disease, or violence. And with all this waste of life, not a boundary line had been changed. The rage of the 2 empresses and the vanity and spite of the concubine had been completely foiled. Frederick had defied them all, and had come out of the strife intact in his own hereditary dominions, and master of all that he had snatched from the Empress Queen, while Prussia, portioned out by her enemies as their spoil, lay depleted indeed, and faint with deadly striving, but crowned with glory, and with the career before her which, through tribulation and adversity, was to lead her at last to the headship
of a united Germany. Through centuries of strife and vicissitude, the French monarchy had triumphed over nobles, parliaments, and people, gathered to itself all the forces of the state, beamed with illusive splendours under Louis the Great, and shone with the phosphorescence of decay under his contemptible successor, till now, robbed of prestige, burdened with debt, and mined with corruption, it was moving swiftly and more swiftly towards the abyss of ruin. While the war hastened the inevitable downfall of the French monarchy, it produced still more notable effects. France, under Colbert, had embarked on a grand course of maritime and colonial enterprise, and followed it with an activity and vigour that promised to make her a great and formidable ocean power. It was she who led the way in the East, first trained the natives to fight her battles, and began that system of mixed diplomacy and war which, imitated by her rival, enabled a handful of Europeans to master all India. In North America, her vast possessions dwarfed those of every other nation. She had built up a powerful navy and created an extensive foreign trade. All this was now changed. In India, she was reduced to helpless inferiority, with total ruin in the future, and of all her boundless territories in North America nothing was left but the 2 island rocks on the coast of Newfoundland that the victors had given her for drying her codfish. Of her navy, scarcely 40 ships remained. All the rest were captured or destroyed. She was still great on the continent of Europe, but as a world power, her grand opportunities were gone. In England, as in France, the several members of the state had battled together since the national life began, and the result had been not the unchecked domination of the crown, but a system of balanced and adjusted forces in which king, nobility, and commons all had their recognized places and their share of power. Thus, in the war just ended, 2 great conditions of success had been supplied: a people instinct with the energies of ordered freedom, and a masterly leadership to inspire and direct them. All, and more than all, that France had lost, England had won. Now for the first time she was beyond dispute the greatest of maritime and colonial powers. Portugal and Holland, her precursors in ocean enterprise, had long ago fallen hopelessly behind. 2 great rivals remained, and she had humbled the one and swept the other from her path. Spain, with vast American possessions, was sinking into the decay which is one of the phenomena of modern history, while France, of late a most formidable competitor, had abandoned the contest in despair. England was mistress of the seas, and the world was thrown open to her merchants, explorers, and colonists. A few years after the peace, the navigator Cook began his memorable series of voyages, and surveyed the strange and barbarous lands which after times were to transform into other Englands, vigorous children of this great mother of nations. It is true that a heavy blow was soon to fall upon her. Her own folly was to alienate the eldest and greatest of her offspring. But nothing could rob her of the glory of giving birth to the United States, and though politically severed, this gigantic progeny were to be not the less a source of growth and prosperity to the parent that bore them, joined with her in a triple kinship of laws, language, and blood. The war, or series of wars that ended with the Peace of Paris, secured the opportunities and set in action the forces that have planted English homes in every clime, and dotted the earth with English garrisons and posts of trade. With the Peace of Paris ended the checkered story of New France, a story which would have been a history if faults of constitution and the bigotry and folly of rulers had not dwarfed it to an episode. Yet it is a noteworthy one in both its lights and its shadows, in the disinterested zeal of the founder of Quebec, the self-devotion of the early missionary martyrs, and the daring enterprise of explorers, in the spiritual and temporal vassalage from which the only escape was to the savagery of the wilderness, and in swarming corruptions which were the natural result of an attempt to rule by the absolute hand of a master beyond the Atlantic, a people bereft of every vestige of civil liberty. Civil liberty was given them by the British sword, but the conqueror left their religious system untouched, and through it they have imposed upon themselves a weight of ecclesiastical tutelage that finds few equals in the most Catholic countries of Europe. Such guardianship is not without certain advantages. When faithfully exercised, it aids to uphold some of the tamer virtues, if that can be called a virtue which needs the constant presence of a sentinel to keep it from escaping. But it is fatal to mental robustness and moral courage, and if French Canada would fulfill its aspirations, it must cease to be one of the most priest-ridden communities of the modern world. Scarcely were they free from the incubus of France when the British provinces showed symptoms of revolt. The measures on the part of the mother country which roused their resentment, far from being oppressive, were less burdensome than the navigation laws to which they had long submitted, and they resisted taxation by Parliament simply because it was in principle opposed to their rights as freemen. They did not, like the American provinces of Spain at a later day, sunder themselves from a parent fallen into decrepitude, but with astonishing audacity they affronted the wrath of England in the hour of her triumph, forgot their jealousies and quarrels, joined hands in the common cause, fought, endured, and won. The disunited colonies became the United States. The string of discordant communities along the Atlantic coast has grown to a mighty people, joined in a union which the earthquake of civil war served only to compact and consolidate. Those who in the weakness of their dissensions needed help from England against the savage on their borders have become a nation that may defy every foe, but that most dangerous of all foes, herself, destined to a majestic future if she will shun the excess and perversion of the principles that made her great, prate less about the enemies of the past, and strive more against the enemies of the present, resist the mob and the demagogue as she resisted Parliament and King, rally her powers from the race for gold and the delirium of prosperity, to make firm the foundations on which that prosperity rests, and turn some fair proportion of her vast mental forces to other objects than material progress and the game of party politics. She has tamed the savage continent, peopled the solitude, gathered wealth untold, waxed potent, imposing, redoubtable, and now it remains for her to prove, if she can, that the rule of the masses is consistent with the highest growth of the individual, that democracy can give the world a civilization as mature and pregnant, ideas as energetic and vitalizing, and types of manhood as lofty and strong as any of the systems which it boasts to supplant. End of section 72. End of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman, Jr.